In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, I got a bit on the mellow way, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Yamela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoro gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na
Good morning and welcome to today's program as we look at the word of life for today. Remember, we've been on the series on living like Jesus, and we've continued to look at the life of Jesus and what is expected of us and how we are expected to live. Today, we are going to be looking at another interesting topic as we look at living for the good of others. Living for the good of others. That is what we're going to concentrate on today. And God is going to help us be free as we travel with this theme. I want to assure us that at all times, God has helped us to continue to x-ray the mind of God in this word of life. Remember that we are still at Aneke TV. I encourage you to welcome all others, invite all others, like our page, share it, and call on others to be part of what God is doing in this station. Let us pray. In the name of Jesus, amen. Most Holy Father, King of Kings, He who came, lived, and did every good for all others. Help us to understand this topic and to be good Christians and represent you here on earth. Be with us even now, in Jesus' name. Amen. Now, we have continued to look at this theme, and God has continued to help us, but let's just run. This morning, as we consider living for the good of others, I would want us to read 3 passages of the scriptures. Then we'll begin to discuss it. The first passage we're going to look at is Philippians chapter 2, verses 3 and 4. Philippians chapter 2, verses 3 and 4. And the Bible said, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourself, not looking at your own interests, but each of you to the interest of others. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others." We're going to read again Mark chapter 10, verse 45. The gospel of our Lord Jesus as recorded by St. Mark chapter 10 and verse 45. I am going to read, "For even the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister and to give his life a ransom for many, and to give his life a ransom for many." Lastly, now, before we begin to talk, the gospel of Jesus as recorded by St. John chapter 13, verses 14 and 15. John chapter 13, verses 14 and 15. And the Bible says, if I then, your Lord and Master, have washed your feet, ye also ought to wash one another's feet. For I have given you an example that ye should do as I have done to you. Amen. Now, this is Jesus showing example, especially in the last passage we read in John chapter 13. Jesus showed an example to his disciples. Say, as I have done this, you are also expected to do such. We are going to consider what it means to live like Jesus as it relates to helping others as it comes to living for the good of others. Your own life, your aspiration, your thinking, your ability to connect to the good of others. Is there the life of Christ that is in you that will make you to always think about what should I do so that the next person will benefit from it? That's just the idea. When we have overcome ourselves, when all we are thinking is not ourselves, okay, we will just give you a minute.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories.
Okay, we are still on the Word of Life for today, and we are thanking God for the far He has continued to lead us. We have in our midst a brother and a friend who is part of this journey we've started over the weeks. And today we are looking at the Word of Life as it relates to living like Jesus, and we are considering living for the good of others this morning. We've read Philippians chapter 2 verses 3 and 4, Mark chapter 10 verse 45, and John 13, 14 and 15. All of them are just pointing to the life of Christ as it relates to helping others. Join me and welcome our Reverend, our brother, the Reverend Victor Okweri. He's here with us. Reverend Victor, God bless you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Just like we are saying that the life of Jesus is all about doing good for the next person. Doing good for the next person. And we are going to likely attack this topic from the negative point of view and be able to come up with what God really wants us to do. To raise the consciousness of living above self or selfishness. And what I want to ask our brother first before we go down this topic is, what is the understanding in this in a general context of selfishness? What do we look at selfishness to be? Who is selfish?
A selfish person is a person that doesn't care about others. Somebody who wants it all for him or herself. So that is the person we call a selfish person. A selfish person might even take what belongs to you to enrich himself or herself.
Wow. Wow, this is so powerful. And you begin to see what we read in Philippians chapter 2, verse 3 and 4 says, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourself. Value others above yourself. Not looking to your own interests, but each of you to the interest of others. And our brother have just said that selfish person is somebody who is only thinking about himself. And we want to point out this morning that this is not the life of Christ. Christ did not live for himself. Suffice to say that one is living, striving, looking for how to make the next person comfortable. Looking for how to encourage the next person to rise. Not minding his own state, not minding the environment he is just thinking, what will I do so that the next person will be comfortable? And I want to think the challenges we are having today in our environment, in our world, is as a result of selfishness. We have kidnappers, we have banditry, we have all sorts of evil happening. People thinking about themselves and their personal family. And I will want us to take it a bit further. Does being selfless means being useless and not thinking about yourself?
No. Being selfless is even similar to being Christ-like. Because Jesus showed us that example of selflessness. But in my own words, I can say that being selfish is demonic.
Wow.
It's satanic.
Wow.
Because that is the same thing that made the devil, Satan, the Lucifer, to try to dethrone God and become the Almighty, because he wants to. It's directly attached to greediness. Any man that you see that is selfish will be greedy. So it is very bad.
No, I received this one as a bomb. He said selfishness is demonic, is satanic. I don't know who is listening to us out there. I hope and I want to believe that you are not selfish. Our guest said that is demonic. Even if you are a man of God, you're a pastor, and you are selfish, you are demonic. That's what it means. In any venture you are in and you are selfish, you are demonic, you are satanic. And there is a call on you this morning to turn away from that life. Selfishness. And we want us to look at, are there life, are there principles, are there attributes that should help one not to be selfish? Are there things you can do? Say, now, if you are considering not to be selfish, this is what you do, this is what you don't do. Are there things like that?
Yes. There are. Like the last time we talked about that when you want to grow is by lifting others. So when you don't want to be selfish, the principle is that have that mind in you that I must lift others.
Wow.
That as I'm growing,
Wow.
let other people be growing with me. And also have it at the back of your mind that whenever I'm leaving this world, who will represent me? Who will replace me? Who can do that thing I can do best when I was alive? That will give you the precepts to be able to train others, to help others, so that even if you are no more, someone else can represent you.
Well, I like the angle you are coming from in this discussion. I feel strong in my spirit. There is somebody the Lord is ministering to. There is somebody the Lord is ministering to. Our brother has come from the angle of even handing over what you are doing. Are you thinking that after you are gone, or you're not even thinking at all that one day you'll be no more? That venture, that ministry, that family you are running, are you finding other persons you are preparing to take over? Even outside what you are doing, are there other people you are helping to establish them in their own field, to stand firm? That's what we're looking at. Going all out, using your connections, using your power, using your knowledge, everything you are made up of, to ensure that somebody else is lifted. That is the life of Christ. And our brother have said that this principle is you building it first in your mind to ensure that you help somebody else. And I'm going to ask again, are there gain in helping others?
Yes, of course. When let's just use a family cycle, for instance.
Okay.
When a man gets married, they give birth to children. And this man continued to pray that my children will be prosperous. And even when the man is no more, the family name is still retained. So if there is another life in the grave, I think that that man in the grave will be happy that someone has replaced him. Someone is still bearing his name. So the same thing is the gain of helping others. When you are helping others, let's just take, if you have a business, for instance, you have a company. That company will not close because you are there no more. It will still be retained. And when you see people whom you have helped doing well, you will be happy. And in life, sometimes things can turn around. There are times that even you who is capable today, you might not be that capable, maybe financially or otherwise tomorrow. And that person you have helped, God can still use the same person to help you and sustain you.
Wow. I just want us to look at the golden rule as we are winding up. The golden rule as it is in Matthew chapter 7 verse 12. And the Bible said in Matthew, Gospel of Jesus according to St. Matthew chapter 7 and verse 12. The Bible said in that place, so in everything do to others what you would have them do to you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. Do to others. I want you to relate it to what we are talking about. This golden rule. Does it have any correlation? What you want to be done to you, can you do it to others? The good you want or the bad you want. I don't know who lives in this world and wants bad to happen to himself. So what do you have to say about this golden rule in relation to helping others?
Yes. The golden rule is still the ultimate rule in the universe till tomorrow. And whatever you are hoping for, whatever you want in life, try to do same thing to other people.
Wow.
It will help you. I know a time some years ago while in school, I used to help ministers to wash their cars. I helped my uncle to wash his car, and even my dad's own. So I was doing it. Even sometimes people might try to give you money. I would just say no. I'm doing it. I'm just good at doing that. And after so many years, when I became too busy even to wash my own car, God sends people who are doing it for me.
Wow.
So it's that same golden rule, that same thing you are doing today. Tomorrow you will receive it.
Wow.
It might not be from the same person, but God will send helpers around. So there are much gain in helping others.
Wow. Thank you for pointing out that the help we are rendering today may not come from the person, but surely the help is coming from different angles. You gave out one, and the Bible says, good measure, pressed down, shaken together, shall be given to you. There is these three principles I want us to look at. In helping others, in living for the good of others, I think there is a place for humility, there is a place for service, and there is a place for sacrifice. Can you just relate these three concepts? The concept of humility, the concept of service, the concept of sacrifice. There are things we're going to see in your life as it relates to humility, relates to service, as it relates to sacrifice.
It takes a person that has the humble heart to be able to help others. So a proud person will find it difficult to help others. And you will also have that spirit of service, that you want to serve. In fact, the best way to make it in life is to find a problem to solve. Continue serving. And while you are serving, helping others is also a sort of sacrifice. So you must make that sacrifice, because sometimes it might not be easy. You might be in pains and you are seeing another person who is also in pain, and you forfeit your own to help that person. So it is a life of sacrifice to help others.
Thank you. As we are winding up, I want to remind you, our viewers, we are still on Aneke TV. We are talking about living for the good of others. If nobody is benefiting from you, you are yet to live for others. You are not doing anything, you are not contributing anything. Are there people, precisely not even your family members, precisely not those related to you, somebody out there needs your help, needs your presence, needs your person? And we are saying it takes a heart that is humble. It takes somebody who is ready to render service and somebody who is ready to sacrifice. And we are praying this morning that the Lord is going to help us to kickstart this life, this season, and this week. The economy is not friendly. We need you to help somebody. I will ask you to bring your last word in 25 seconds. What do you have to say as it relates to this, to our viewers?
Okay, I'm telling our audience here that you should remember, in all your life endeavors, remember that whatsoever a man soweth, that he shall reap.
Wow. That's like a bomb. I receive it. Whatsoever a man soweth, that he shall lead, and I shall reap. And I want to say again that a heart of living for others is selfless. It's love. It's service. It's sacrifice, and putting people above yourself. Can we just try to be like Jesus? He went all out and helped people. And we are going to be praying in the next 30 seconds. I will ask you to pray. Our time is up.
Our gracious Father, we thank you for this time. Thank you for this topic. Lord, we pray, oh God, that you lay it in our hearts to continue to help others. Help us, oh God, to assist others. Amen. Father, Lord, give us that mind of service.
Amen.
Give us that sacrificial heart that Jesus had.
Amen.
Father, Lord, that we will be able to help others in need. And we know that as we continue to do this, the Almighty will also help us.
Amen.
Be thou exalted. For in Jesus' most powerful name we pray.
Amen. Thank you for being part of it. See you next week as we continue to go out and help somebody today. And God bless you. Amen.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's a beautiful morning, sorry for that, break in transmission. A wonderful morning, like I was already talking about. It's a mighty day to just bring you what's happening in the mighty world of sports. A lot, but there are some selected few that I'm going to be pushing your way because I would tell you it's already weekend. Of course, we're going to take a recap of what happened over the weekend, over the week. Yes, we're going to take a recap of what happened over the week. We're also going to take a view from what is going to happen into the next week. Predictions. Of course, Manchester United today by 4 p.m. is going to face Paris Saint-Germain in a tough test of the preseason tie. And it's going to be one of the games that Manchester United fans have been looking forward to see, because it's going to show how ready the team is, how they have, they done whatever they have done to get ready. Of course, names like Mateusz Cunha, names like Benjamin Sesko, and names like Shane Lament are not on the list of those who traveled to the match. Who traveled to face Paris Saint-Germain. But you could find the names like Bruno Fernandes. You could see Talisman, and you could see other names like Ahmad, Diallo Ahmad, and you would see Brian Mbeumo. And just in the defense, you could see some other names which you've been expected if you're Manchester United fans. But so far, so good. That's not just what I have for you alone. I have other information. Nothing in the Formula One, nothing in the Formula One. We just have few track events, and we do just have one boxing, so that we can be able to, demystify some of the things, some of the problems that we've been having over the week in the controversy of FIFA. It's still going on, and a lot of issues have been rising concerning that. You see where UEFA has also declared that's just what they have to do. They have declared that no, they are not doing anything with this Gianni Infantino. In case he wants to go for the next term, nope, he's not going there, and they are not going to support that. We also have someone very interesting, and that was like a transfer that no one saw coming, but just Liverpool fans had to see it coming. Of course, Liverpool fans now are, they are bragging, they are having their shoulders up high because they felt they have signed the best defender in the world. They have signed the Oga of defense. Well, they signed just Manuel Araújo. Araújo is in Liverpool now. He is linked to Liverpool, and we could see that before the end of the day, he would sign for Liverpool officially, and that's something that we have to understand. That of course is for loan. No, he's not coming for. I don't know if Liverpool has money to pay him, but it's okay. It's really okay to see this Bacola now. Paris Saint-Germain has come out to say that if it is not 150 million euros, they are not doing. That's how they did it. That's how they said it. If it's not 150 million euros, Liverpool, you don't have Bacola. You're just going to be where you are, bringing 140 million. Liverpool, do you guys want to be Arsenal? What's your problem? Okay, first of all, let me just go back to my chilling mode, because I started chilling and I have to remain chilling, because it's really amazing seeing what Liverpool is doing right now. And Liverpool is trying to be like Arsenal. But why? Why are they trying to be like Arsenal? Why will you tell Bacola not to, sign anything except if it's not 150 million euros? Now, having Bacola to come and play for Liverpool, it's actually amazing. I mean, Liverpool doesn't have names right now. They don't have people that could play for them. And Gakpo has been linked to Tottenham, even though Tottenham has been amazing. Tottenham this season, I'm sure Tottenham is going for the league. They're not playing. And having someone like Roberto De Zerbi in your league, you don't know what that means. He was the former Olympic Marseille coach. That man is not playing. He's not there to play. He's there for some serious business. That's why you don't play with him. Now, the question remains, Arsenal and Liverpool, their brother, you guys are wearing red and you're looking like the red is really confusing you people. But what I'm saying right now is that if you don't have money for Bacola, please don't bid for Bacola again. Bacola should stay in PSG and do what he's doing. But that's not, I'm not here for some destruction. I'm here for some information. Of course, you know that we do this well here on Aneke TV Sports, where we bring you the best of what's happening around the world of football and also around the world of other sports entirely. I don't want to leave this place today without mentioning first that we are going into the Premier League shortly. But before I bring you this football, much more football information, I want us to take a look at something in the athletes. Something of an athlete and someone in the world of athletics. This lady, she's amazing. She's really amazing, and so far she has shown that quality that it means, even though that there's a protest appeal, and talking about Success Oyibo. Yes, that's her name, Success Oyibo. Remember yesterday we saw a name that was very opinionated. That's the name, that guy whose brother opinion. Now we have Success Oyibo will only be the Nigerian in the 200-meter final after winning her heat in 23.1303 seconds. That's 23.13 seconds, 0.3 milliseconds. Now Oluebube Ezechukwu, who came second in the race too, will have was disqualified for lane infringement. So this lady had to get into another man's lane. You see, that's why wherever you are, you have to just be in the lane where you are, because this is actually the World Under-20 Championship, and we're seeing how it's been rolling out. And it is not just what you could say; it's just what you could see, how how you should maintain your lane. Don't go into another man's lane. So you see that this lady, beautiful and has the spirit of sportsmanship, was disqualified. It's not good. It's not really good that she was disqualified, but that is what happens when you actually go into another man's lane. Of course, you need to know that your lane is your lane, another man's lane is another man's lane. In fact, in this world of athletics, there are many more. Talking about the World Under-20 championship that has been coming up. That's talking about the World of Champions. This is just in a selection mode, so that representatives from countries could feature in the general games that will be coming up shortly. it's very important. It's very interesting to have these things done. Now let's take a look at basketball, talking about the the women's, the Tigress, talking about our Nigerians, the Tigress, who had to lose against China. They were not so clinical against China. China had to deal with them just in the exhibition series 1. You see how that lady is keeping her face. It's just a lot of work that she's doing there, and she's trying to put herself together to see if she can be able to move. But unfortunately, it wasn't what she planned that she saw. And right now, Nigeria and China, they are not on the same way. They are not on the same level right now, and it's going to be who gets who and who gets what, who actually gets it first. Now the exhibition series game is taking place currently, and countries are participating, but we're going to see if it's going to be another side of the game which we're talking about. It's going to be an amazing time having Nigeria to bounce back. Of course, the other time they had to win their game. It was just 4 points below that the opponent had, but they were successful just the last time, and this time around we're going to see what the Tigress is going to be. I'm sure you're waiting for me to go into the world of football. I'm going to go right there because I want to deal with matters. I just want to deal with matters because matters plenty, especially the accusation and those who are supporting those, especially also yesterday you could see Aston Villa had to face Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich yesterday had to face Aston Villa in a shocking match. Of course, I didn't see that match coming, but I had to see that match. You see what I did there? I didn't see the match coming, but I had to see the game. It was a good game for Bayern Munich, and names like Cardozo. There's this boy called Cardozo. This boy is clinical. This boy, he knows how to dribble. There's nobody in that Aston Villa pitch that could take anybody on except Cardozo. Cardozo was so amazing, and he really played a wonderful game yesterday. So what we are telling you right now is that yesterday Aston Villa had to lose to Bayern Munich, which is normal. They should. I mean, that's friendly, but even in friendly you should lose. And I'm not saying that they should really lose, but I'm saying that they should actually lose, and losing is part of the game. Now we're going to see more happening, more coming up today. Even Chelsea should have their pre-season games, but like I said, it's going to be how much ready and how much prepared for other the teams are to take on. Well, I'm going to take a short break. When I return, I'm going to just go into a little in the world of Formula One, just to give you just a unique update, something you need to know about what's going on right now, because it may not be a lot, it may not be a lot, it may not be a lot happening right now, because they are on holiday and we are just having the facts of the past, putting it together to show you how the season has been going. And also, remember the other time that I told you how Lewis Hamilton, how he has taken out every race he has had in 2026, he has had a point. You see, he has had a point in every race. That, in fact, not just a point, he has been one of the people who has been consistent in this racing of a thing. And this and more will come your way as we take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at those who have been on the podium in 2026, talking about those who have really done something with their life in the world of Formula One. Looking at our own Kimi Antonelli and also our own Lewis Hamilton, and also our own George Russell, talking about Charles Leclerc. This name's Lando Norris, who just won the latest Grand Prix that is just around. I mean, looking at these guys, you would see see something very spectacular about them, the spirit of never say never. I think that's what we're going to use as the next year's theme in the world of Grand Prix, in the world of Formula One. Never say never, because we are seeing names of never say never, those who have never said never. And while we're talking about that, we have those on the podium. We have Kimi Antonelli, who has won in the Australian Grand Prix, and the Chinese and the American Grand Prix, the Canadian Grand Prix, the Hungarian Grand Prix, and then you have those who also, just by the side, you still see Kimi Antonelli winning it in the Spanish Grand Prix. Then you have Lewis Hamilton, who has done it in the British Grand Prix, who has had podium, who has been on the podium in the British Grand Prix, in the Spanish Grand Prix, in the Chinese Grand Prix, in the Canadian Grand Prix. Then you come down a little, you will see George Russell. George Russell is the man of the moment, but his moment just expired because Lando Norris has taken over the moment. Now you see him still fighting for his podium on the days that he was successful in his driving. You see him just in the Australian Grand Prix, in the Chinese Grand Prix. He had his podium in the Spanish Grand Prix, in the British Grand Prix, and also in the Hungarian Grand Prix. He was there to show that quality, to bring that quality in the way he drives. And going down, you could see Lando Norris of the United States. Lando Norris is not a United States guy. He's actually a British. I take that statement back. He's actually a British, where you would see how much he has done so far and what he has actually, being the one who won the last Grand Prix race. It's so important to see someone like that coming back to, coming down to this age. I mean, doing something that is extraordinary, even after all the questions and after the hardship he has actually faced. So it doesn't look like what he is going through. It looks like what is actually happening to him, that you don't understand what it could be at the end of the day if he's able to win the next race. Now, it will just be to understand how this race thing works, because many people don't know what it means to be in a race, and the meaning of that race depends on the level it is. We could tell you that in the world of Formula One, there will always be winners and there will always be those on the podium. Unlike football, where you have just one person winning the game or having a draw and sharing the points, in the world of Formula One, there will always be point. There will always be the first, the second, and the third. We have seen that happen a lot of time, where we have seen, Kimi Antonelli having the first position, Lewis Hamilton second, and someone else taking the third position. That's these three positions are called podiums. So what it means is that they will be called up. The first three people who had to get it in the race, they'll be called up to the podium, to an elevated platform where they will be given prizes. You see that happening in Silverstone. That's talking about the British Grand Prix. You see that happening in the Spanish Grand Prix. You see that also happening in the Chinese Grand Prix, where Kimi Antonelli and the rest of them were given some plaque, an award plaque for winning the being part of the race. You see also that these three now is called podium, the first three. Then other people who are down, let's say 4 or 5, we could say they have just few points. We could say, okay, it's 3 points, 4 points, 5 points, 6 points, depends on their performance. And there's also a system that checkmates how the drivers drive and their mode of conduct. It checkmates their conduct, driver's conduct. For instance, you would definitely see that when a driver gets something wrong. For instance, if he drives in the lane he should not drive, what do you think will happen to him? What will happen to him is that he'll be given a 5 seconds penalty. Now, let me explain what that means. 5 second penalty is like a yellow card, but is deeper than yellow card. Now, when they give you 5 seconds penalty, that 5 seconds penalty is that you'll be delayed for 5 seconds. And in the world of Formula One, every millisecond counts. Someone can win you in 1 second. In fact, that 10 seconds to them is like 10 minutes. It's a whole lot because cars, Formula One cars, move milliseconds. They're so fast that if your camera is not as fast as them, if that's why they don't use cameraman that used to run, someone carrying camera and the person is running, no, it can't work. They use drone, and before that race starts, let me also tell you that they go around, connect cameras, fix things where they should fix it, and get it looking awesome, so that they don't need to be running with camera. That thing we used to see. Someone is running with camera and running with the your leg, the person's feet. We tell them the truth. But here we are having a system that works where the camera had to peak, and then there's a calculation. The funny thing about this Formula One too, I want to bring your way, is that when you look at it, you would think that it's just somebody getting into the car and start to drive. No. Remember the other time, I gave you a breakdown of what those cars, how much. One car of Formula One weighs 758 to 780 kilograms. I don't know if you have been to the gym. If you have been to the gym, I want you to check. Just, if I find a gym nearest to you, go in there and lift a 10 kg. And check for my gym guys. Take 10 kg. Now, go in again. Come out. Are you out? Now, go back. Check 20 kg. Now, what I want you to do, check 30 kg, check 40 kg, check 50 kg. In fact, there's no 120 kg as a dumbbell. It's rare. But guess what? Because what are you doing 120 kg? Do you want to die? Now, imagine a car that weighs 780 kg. That's so heavy. So when that car, when it's moving, is in motion. That motion, the only thing that can stop it is simulator, not steering. It's the simulator. It's just like playing video game that you are in real time. Now, I don't know how to explain that to you, but it means when you are playing a video game and you are driving the video game. So it's just like, that's why they don't have steering. All they have is simulator. Simulator, yeah. Simulator is what they use to control the pace and everything. Because what do you want them? Don't worry, I'm going to bring you these details on Monday fully, because sometimes people don't understand what it means to have 5 seconds penalty. That's why I'm saying that in that 5 seconds, anything is possible. It's possible that somebody can overtake. It's possible that somebody can withdraw. It's possible that somebody can go back, can go front. It's just, everything is just possible. So what I'm saying is that in this world of Formula One, you could see how much that these games are coming out and how much what it means to the winners. We're also talking about Max Verstappen, the Red Bull driver. I wanted to say the Red Bullish driver, because sometimes he's just no nonsense driver. He's just a no nonsense driver, and being a back to back champion in this world of Formula One, it tells you of the quality he brings, that he will not let himself to go down. He will still fight for his position. And on this note, finally bringing you the guy who is just where he is. I'm talking about the smiling guy who has just had one podium in 2026. I want to tell you that this is not easy for him. But talking about the driver the driver from Williams, he has actually done so well. Yes, he has actually done so well, and it's amazing to see that he is still trying. Well, there are other names that I will not bring your way, but I'm telling you that these people are those who have actually done something in the world of Formula One. Now let's just take a look at what's going on in the world of football, where we have a lot of information coming. But before then, I would like us to take a look at this event. I would say an event that is happening, and okay, let's just deviate a little and just talk about boxing, because that's just the only thing I want to tell us today about boxing, where you have the boys versus Wadley coming up very shortly on 17th, in Manchester, October 17th in Manchester. It's going to be an amazing time seeing how these guys have been lining up. Talking about the rematch plan for October 17th in Manchester. The boys, versus Fabio Wadley rematch has a working date of October 17th and is expected to take place at the Co-op Live in Manchester. The Ring understands. That's this from the Ring, the sponsors. The boys stopped Wadley in a thriller in May to claim the WBO heavyweight title. Wadley activated his rematch clause. Yes, that's what Wadley activated, his rematch clause. But anyways, we're going to see more and more of this and what it really means for, you know, Wadley and Du Bois, because both of them look very stern. They look very undoable. You can't do this, guys, but we're gonna see what happens. Now is that time of the day that I go into the world of the favorites, into the world of football, where a lot of people have been wondering what's really wrong. I started with some attacks. You know, I started with some attacks, but I'm going to be calm now just to give you a clearer insight of what we're talking about. Now, first of all, let's talk about Kelechi Iheanacho. You know, yesterday we were talking about this Nigerian who has made some great remarks. You know, he has been playing so well, and he just left Celtic after they won their league. After they won their league, they won it against Heart FC. Now, Iheanacho has been sensational so far in the way he plays. He has been amazing. Something has not been right so far because he has signed for Bursaspor. Now, why did he sign for Bursaspor? Well, Bursaspor is a second division in the Turkish league, who, you know, their project seems to be exciting. Talking about from the point of Iheanacho. Iheanacho said that the project of Bursaspor seems to be exciting. Now the question is, why did he leave Celtic? Why would he leave Celtic? Celtic has more exposure. Celtic has more, you know, I would say the fans. Well, let's not also talk about fanship here, because I think Turkey, they are really doing like Saudi Arabians. I told you guys that Turkey is the Saudi Arabian side of the European football. I have my facts down. I'm gonna bring it your way. Don't worry. I'm gonna show you what happens. Now, Iheanacho had to sign for Bursaspor. Why? Because they had a fallout in contract. First of all, they had a fallout in contract. Second of all, the agreement, the negotiation in the player's salary, and also the project interest from Iheanacho. These I've given you 3 points why he fell out of the deal, why the deal was falling out, why the deal had to collapse. First of all, his agents had to initiate a talk with Bursaspor, but then there was no green light much more from Celtic. I don't know why Celtic wanted to drop the guy, because he currently earns 30,000 pounds every month, every week. That's what he earns every week. 30,000 pounds every week. That's what Iheanacho earns every week. That's what he's earning every week. He was earning every week in Celtic. Sorry, I correct myself. That was what he was earning. Right now, he is down to 27,000. Why in Bursaspor? I mean, now let me just explain to you that if, in case you don't know, if Bursaspor gets to come back to the league, to the top flight football in Turkish league, I mean, his salary is going to increase. His salary is actually going to increase, and it's going to be something you may not even know about. It's going to be up to 50,000 or 60,000 or $100,000, £100,000, and it's going to be amazing, because where you are in the league, for instance, Manchester United, they earn about 100 million pounds, about 120 million euros to qualify, because they qualified for Champions League. So they earned just by qualifying for Champions League, you see. So when these guys come to the limelight, what will happen to them? They will now be earning much more. So that means his salary will increase, and the salary, the clause, the triggers, things in the salary will trigger. Okay. So yes, things in the salary will trigger, and it's going to be what my brother Iheanacho will do. But I don't want to see Iheanacho not playing for the Super Eagles again, because he was not called in the AFCON. I don't know why he was not called in the AFCON 2025. But right now, I believe that this guy has a wonderful future to come back that into the place where he belongs. I'm talking about the Super Eagles. That's why I'm very intentional. I didn't use his picture or his image from Celtic. I use this image from the Super Eagles because I want him to be back to the Super Eagles and I want him to be back into the squad. Now let's take a look at the Cape Verde scoring stunners. Talking about Cape Verde women, they have been eliminated from WAFCON, but Ivania Tavares Moreira's equalizer against Cameroon looked just like Sydney Lopes, Cabrals at World Cup. This is talking about the lady who had to do an equalizer, and that nation continues to win hearts. Talking about Cape Verdean ladies, they actually look like their brothers, but it's amazing seeing that we are having the ladies doing and equaling what the guys are doing. Yes. Oh, wonderful time having that Cape Verde guys playing and having Cape Verde, pushing their games through. And I must tell you, it's an interesting thing. Now let's just take a look at some of the details that we have down here, and I'm talking about the transfer, some of the games, some of the news you need to know in the world of transfer. Remember, before I've told you about the Araujo situation, that he is coming. Araujo is coming to Liverpool, so Liverpool, you guys should celebrate today. In case I don't see anybody celebrating in Liverpool, I would celebrate you guys myself, because you people have really suffered since the outgoing, since Konate left Liverpool. Liverpool has not been the same. I'm sorry, Liverpool has not been the same. He left on a free transfer, but right now we are seeing Araujo coming on loan. That's on loan. So I don't know. This guy cannot replace Kubasi, and he cannot replace some of the professional guys. I'm sure that's why he's coming to Liverpool, so that he can replace somebody. Well, it's also interesting to know that he's working really right here. He's working so hard to join Liverpool, while other names are also working so hard to join that Liverpool. I don't know what they are trying to join Liverpool. Liverpool signed them. Let them not join Liverpool. Are you now doing like Arsenal? Like Liverpool signed these people now. You're saying join us, join us. Join us is what? Is it like a promo you people are doing? Well, let me just maintain my professionalism here in the world of sports. Let me take a look at this Ayub, who is said to be linked to Manchester City, and the contract is almost there. It's almost there and it's almost signed. The Moroccan midfielder who is set to replace Rodri. I don't know how this guy will replace Rodri, but anyhow, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And we have that the transfer and his contract is being negotiated. There's some negotiations that's going on right now, and they're on the verge of reaching an agreement with Lille for Boadi, while talks player are still going down. That's what is happening. The talks between players are going on, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're going to see how this thing will play out. For me, Ayub is a wonderful player. He's a wonderful, midfielder who showed showed his worth in the World Cup. Just concluded World Cup. I mean, World Cup is over and everybody's resting. That's what I want you to know. That the Premier League is coming and other leagues are coming up, and shortly it's going to start. It's going to kick off. It's going to be an amazing time. Now, while we're still talking about that, we have Glenson Bremer confirms he never asked to leave Juventus this summer. This never happened. He said, "I'm happy here." That's what he said. So it never happened. That he's very happy. And then Bayern were never interested in Bremer, despite links in June and July. Not looking for a centre back right now. They are not looking for, Bayern Munich is not looking for a centre back right now, because when you watched that game yesterday, even though they had just all those centre backs, it was not the centre backs that they could actually use to win anything mighty, but they were just good. They were just everywhere. Talking about someone like names like King J, like Min King J. That guy, if he catches you, he do you chanchi, because he is very good, and he had to stop some games yesterday. Now we're still talking about that, and we have Understand Rooney Baji. And Barcelona set to explore a move in the final weeks of this window. So this Rooney is not Rooney, not Wayne Rooney, not the spelling of Rooney. This Rooney is R-O-O-N-Y. So there's no E there. I'm sure this guy copied his father, his parents actually copied Wayne Rooney, but maybe they are Wayne Rooney fans, so they don't want to make it very obvious that they were Rooney fans. But we are having now Rooney will leave to get more game time. He will leave Barcelona to get more game time, and Barcelona plan to keep him in future. And let's just talk about Rodri. Rodri, the guy and the man of the moment. Rodri is said to be linked to, Barcelona right now amidst the issues and situations surrounding his transfer in Manchester City. And Barcelona are very confident of a deal and no panic after their first bid. This is how a team does. When a team submits their deal, they submit the deal in the quality of the player. They don't submit a deal because, the player is watch this or what that. They submit a deal that is befitting of the player. That's just what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Arsenal and Liverpool and other teams who are just doing, if Manchester United wants to submit a deal, they just go straight to the player and submit a deal. If Chelsea actually does that too. They actually do that. And Manchester City, big guys, big guys. That's big guys. So there's another big guy in the middle that you should not mention. Good. Big guys, the Manchesters. When they want to submit deals, they go ahead and submit a good deal. And when they submit the deal, what happens? It's a good deal. And they don't need to be pricing, 20 million. Somebody that is 80 million, you're pricing him 20 million. What's wrong with you? Please, repent. It's not good. Somebody is 100 million. You're pricing him 10 million. You're pricing him 90. What happened to the 10? I know it's actually a pedo, because other teams are not coming for him. So you think you can relax. That's what happened to Manchester United. When it came to Matheus Fernandes, who had to sign for Tottenham, because they are not even outside of that. Manchester United was bidding for Matheus Fernandes. They were just calling money. Next thing, Tottenham came and said, how much is your price? He mentioned the price. West Ham mentioned the price. They had personal terms agreed. They had club terms agreed. Final, the guy had to sign for Tottenham. The same thing happened with Sandro Tonali. They had to agree and the guy had to sign. Now, one thing I want to let you know is that in football, there's always a position where there's always a competition, and there's always a position where teams compete for players to sign. Now, no team has gone for Rodri except Real Madrid and Barcelona. But apart from Rodri trying to have, ignite his interest to play in Spain, there's also the fact, because this guy, I'm sure that he's still in Spain, so his transport that he will use to go back to England and pack his things that he may be looking for. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Maybe he don't want to go back to England. He just wants to start his career off in Barcelona, which will be very good for him. But I want you to remember something, that Rodri, no one else is coming for Rodri. Even Manchester United, even Chelsea, nobody is coming for Rodri because they don't consider him fit for his project. But I don't think Rodri is not to be considered amazing for any project. That guy is a solid defensive midfielder, and there's no midfielder in the world, defensive midfielder in the world as Rodri is, unless you're talking about the names of Manu Kone, unless you're talking about the names of Declan Rice. Declan Rice is very good. He's very, very good. An Arsenal player who, Kobe Menu pocketed the other time. But Declan Rice is very, very good. Now, what I'm saying is, do you think that Rodri is what the price Barcelona is mentioning? We're going to see that, and we're going to know what happens after that transfer gets to go. For now, we'll take a short break. When we return, we're going to give you more transfer updates. I'm going to give you more, controversial updates, because there's controversy in this world of sports. It's very, very controversial. All the news and details that you need to know, especially in the world of football, and individual details, which I will be bringing your way. Mohamed Salah, what it looks like. That could be rumor, that could be true, but let's just see when I come back from this short break what it looks like to play for Trabzonspor, what it actually looks like, what he's gaining, what he's getting, and what he's going to pocket, the luxury lifestyle he's going to start living, and much more life is going to live over there in Liverpool, over there in Trabzonspor, that he wasn't able to live in Liverpool. You see, Liverpool, you guys are still on my timeline, but I'll take a short break. When I return, I'll give you more and more on this. We'll be right back shortly.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. It's still Aneke TV Sports, and you are having this edition with your one and only sports oracle, Good Hope Chukuma. Remember, I dream sports, I breathe sports, and I live sports. Yes, I was telling you just before we had to go on short break what is going to happen, how Mohamed Salah is going to be the king, not just the king of Egypt, how he's going to live as the king of Trabzonspor, the king of Turkish league. I'm sure Victor Osimhen does not have this kind of thing when he was welcomed in the Turkish league. I'm sure he did it. But let's just take a look at what we are having here. We have the reported packages, total package for Mohamed Salah. Please don't say this outside. And you know, it's actually insane to have these packages. Talking about Mohamed Salah, I hope you know Mohamed Salah. You're not going to be asking me who is Mohamed Salah, who is Mohamed Salah. It's not the Salah that you don't know, it's the Salah that you know. Now you see him already in a private jet, and he will be having 30 million euros annual salary. That's 30 million euros annual salary, 20 million euros signing bonus. That's making it 50 million euros. Now 14 million agent fee. 14 million agent fee. Then that's 40 million euros. No, somebody saying naira, please stop. Euros. Now luxury villa in Dubai, luxury villa in Uzungo, that's in Turkey. Luxury BMW for his father, luxury BMW for his mother, luxury BMW for his sibling, luxury BMW for his wife. Now, private schooling for his children, 10,000 euros per month towards his wife's hairdresser cost, 20,000 euros per month for household groceries, 5,000 euros per month for this one. They say it's toilet paper. I mean, this could be an inflated kind of price and all those things, but really I think that this is something that we need to investigate. If it's really what happened, if he's going to have all these things, then tomorrow I'll be signed to a team so that I can play. You know, all these things will come to me, because how are you even having 5,000 euros for a tissue paper? No. I think it's over inflated. So we're going to see if it's actually true. Now, I wanted to do something. You know, I really like to do some mathematics while we are hanging out here. When he's paid 30 million euros in a year, what does it actually mean? 30 million euros per year. Let's say 30 million divided by 12. Oh, wow. So he's going to earn 2.5 million euros every month. Is that true? Is that true? Well, we're going to see, because these are things that are rumor. And what if it's true? Actually, if it's true, then he deserves it, because no teams like Trabzonspor attracting Mohamed Salah. I'm going to ask that question. This guy is big. Mohamed Salah is very big. So it's not somebody that you should, that when he tells you it's going to happen, that it's not going to happen. It's just that teams like this, they are really outrageous. They are out to get anybody just inside the team. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. We're going to see how much it is. Now, let's just take a look at some of the transfers, where we have Julian Alvarez has come out to inform Atletico Madrid on Monday. He's saying that he will not wear anything. He will not do anything with Atletico Madrid. He will not put on Atleti's jersey, and he will seek a new club. I don't understand this guy, because I don't really understand this guy. You were in Manchester City. Why you push? You didn't read your contract. Well, okay, peace first of all, peace first of all, peace, because this Alvarez, you were in Manchester City. You saw the contract that you signed just for playing time. You don't do anything that can make me to, you know, as sports oracle, I can, you know, tell you some things now. It could work, but no. Well, if you're seeking for a new club, it's fine. It's just okay. It's very okay. So he said that he will not wear Atletico Madrid's shirt again. Here he will seek for a new club, but he has a contract, and his release clause is 500 million euros. That's his release clause. So I don't know who is going to meet it. Are they going to terminate the contract? And we're going to see if they will terminate the contract, what it really means. Because he's pushing he's pushing to go to Barcelona. I don't know what he's seeing in Barcelona, but there's no problem. Whatever he wants to do, let him do. Now, we're still talking about transfers, but let's just take a look at the most take-ons completed in Euro's top 5 league, where we are having, just the best 3. Talking about, Real Madrid best attack right now, where you have their coach Jose Mourinho, and you have Bellingham in their attacking midfield, and you have Vinicius Junior just by the left flank, and Diomande, the latest signing of 140 million euros on the right side. Now you're having Kylian Mbappe just at the forefront of things, and Diomande will now have to become part of the team, because it's going to make a lot of sense to have this guy in the team. While we're still talking about that now, let me just give you a few transfer updates, where we are having Mickey van der Ven has verbally agreed to sign and then take a look at his contract in Tottenham. So he is going to renew his contract at Tottenham. That's talking about Van der Ven, and is set to sign with improved salary in Tottenham. So it's going to be an amazing time for Van der Ven, Mickey van der Ven. And Galatasaray are continuing to push for Rafael Leao, with new offer expected coming in hours. That's Galatasaray. They want to reunite this guy with Victor Osimhen. Oh wow, it's going to be amazing, because he played in AC Milan, and right now he is playing in AC Milan. Yes, he's playing in AC Milan. He came from Roma to AC Milan, and right now he's pushing for Galatasaray, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now let's just take a look at what Mikel Arteta said. Mikel Arteta said that the aim is to create a dynasty at this football club. That's what he said. Guess what? That's what he said, not what was said. That's what he said. Is everything he said true? No. Now let me read what he said. He says, we are going to go and attack every trophy. That's the ambition. That's the ambition. All the work that I've done in the summer is to understand what we need to do to win again and create a dynasty at this football club. That's the aim. Of course, I really like Mikel Arteta. Apart from him, being a wonderful coach, I really like his personality, and I really like how calm he is in the face of difficulty. Mikel Arteta is an amazing person. He is an amazing person. He's just in the profile of Michael Carrick, even though Michael Carrick doesn't have his kind of profile yet, but in character, in attitude, this is also what wins, and this is what makes a lot of sense. Now let me just give you a crazy fact about the 5 players with top flight take-ons in Europe. 3 of Real Madrid's players are there. Now these 5 players, including Jeremy Doku, including Lamine Yamal, and you have Kylian Mbappe, you have Vinicius Junior, and you have Diomande. These 3 are part of those who actually have more take-ons in the top flight leagues in Europe. Now you see Lamine Yamal having the highest of it. Lamine Yamal has about 133 take-ons. Now Diomande has of the Leipzig has 118. Then Vinicius Junior has 87. Then Jeremy Doku has 84, and you will see Kylian Mbappe just down there to also have 78. And these are the people who have been taking it up in the when I talk about take on, those who actually can dribble, those who have dribbled defenders, those who have tried to be creative with their games. Yes, that's actually what it means. Now this Chelsea player Marco Palestra, Chelsea signs players that their names always so most Chelsea players, their name starts with Marco. I don't know why, but it's amazing to see that Chelsea has a player called Marco Palestra. I'm very happy to be here, and I chose Chelsea because for me it's one of the best teams in club football. Yes, one of the best teams, not the best team. You are right, my brother. You are very, very right. One of the best teams. I'm not the best team. And let's take a look also at Gabriel Jesus, he is said to have had a contact with his agent that he wants to join Napoli, so they're going to have a conversation about that, about him joining Napoli today. So it's going to be something that we're going to see at the end of the day, if that would really happen, that he will leave Real Madrid and join Napoli. And while we're still talking about that, let's talk about Atletico Madrid. We send new bid for Cuti Romero. There's Christian Romero of Argentina, the next brother to Bucha. Talking about I hope you know who is Bucha. Bucha is the Manchester United defender. That's Lisandro Martinez. Now, Atletico Madrid will send a new bid for Cuti Romero as soon as Molina and Amada exits are done with Ruggeri. That's what Atletico Madrid will do. And their bid is 40 million euros package. We're going to see what that would be to them, and we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And these and more, and this is where we're calling it today on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. I am Good Hope Chukuma. See you same time, same station on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke Television. I'm Anthony Wike. Glad to have you join us. The headlines. 13 victims die in captivity as bandits hold 12 minors in Kwara State. Governor Adeleke urges Osun electorate to defend votes ahead of August 15 election. And on the foreign scene, United States signals imminent deal with Iran to reopen vital Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan sign landmark defense pact in Mecca. And on business, Nigeria and China sign strategic film partnership for content exchange and co-production. Now the news in details. The Academic Staff Union of Secondary Schools in Kogi State, ASUS, has called on the state government to urgently restore the suspended 27.5% teachers' special allowance. Speaking after a state executive council meeting in Lokoja, ASUS chairman Ranti Uju stated that the incentive was established under a formal collective bargaining agreement to recognize the unique demands of the teaching profession, warning that withholding it threatens teacher morale and sector stability. Alongside financial concerns, the union raised alarms over recurring attacks on public schools and rural host communities, urging security agencies to step up intelligence gathering and rapid response measures to safeguard students and staff. Union leaders stress that the growing climate of rural insecurity directly impairs academic activities and physical safety across secondary institutions. ASUS also cited an acute shortage of educators across public secondary schools, appealing to the state government for immediate recruitment drives to ease heavy workloads, as well as a motorcycle loan scheme to assist teachers deployed to remote areas. The union noted that several rural schools currently operate with fewer than half of their required academic staff complement, while pressing for policy reviews on retiree gratuities and staff recruitment. The union commended Governor Usman Ododo's administration for sustaining workplace harmony and launching the Kogi State Health Insurance Scheme. Union leaders reaffirmed their commitment to constructive dialogue, expressing optimism that the state government will address their demands to protect the future of education in the state. And on to our next story. Rescued victims of the February 3, 2026 terrorist attack on Kwara State's Woro and Nuku communities in Kaima local government area have shared terrifying accounts of their nearly 6-month ordeal in captivity. Formally received by Kwara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak in Ilorin yesterday, survivors revealed that at least 13 captives died due to harsh conditions, while 12 children remain held by terrorists in the forest. The victims were part of a group of 176 women and children abducted after armed attackers razed homes and killed scores of residents who resisted their extremist ideology. Speaking on behalf of the survivors, community leader Usman Wuru described living in thick bushland, exposed to heavy rainfall and severe hunger. He said captives were limited to a single daily meal of praying broth, sleeping under open skies, until high infant mortality forced captors to erect a makeshift shelter. According to him, multiple pregnant women gave birth while in captivity, with several losing their newborns to the dire conditions, before military forces eventually secured their rescue of the surviving group. While the freed captives expressed gratitude to the state government and security personnel, deep anxiety remains over the children left behind, whom terrorists coerced to stay on the threat of permanent enslavement. State Commissioner for Health Dr. Amina El Imam confirmed that medical teams are currently treating several of the rescued survivors for severe malnutrition and tropical illnesses, contracted during their months in the forest. A comprehensive policy report released by the Athena Center for Policy and Leadership has revealed that 40% of Nigerian children under the age of 5 are suffering from stunted growth due to chronic malnutrition. Presenting the findings in Abuja, lead researchers Dr. Suleiman Bello and Joshua Abba highlighted that the national crisis stems primarily from persistent governance failures and poor accountability in nutrition spending. According to data compiled by the policy think tank, 40% of Nigerian children under 5 suffer from stunting, 8% suffer from wasting, and 27% are underweight. The report established that the highest burden remains concentrated in the northwest and northeast regions, citing stunting rate of 46.3% in Katsina State, 43.8% in Sokoto State, and 42.6% in Zamfara State. The study further highlighted severe child food poverty in conflict-affected zones, revealing that 67% of children in Borno State, 66% in Yobe State, and 60% in Adamawa State suffer extreme dietary deprivation. Citing World Food Programme data, the authors noted that over 17 million people across 9 northern states face crisis, emergency, or catastrophic levels of food insecurity. Responding to the findings, the country director of Save the Children International in Nigeria warned that despite the existence of comprehensive national nutrition policies, the failure to establish functional service delivery systems severely threatens child survival. The organization urged federal and state governments to immediately enforce transparent budgetary allocations to avert a worsening public health emergency. An Awka High Court sitting in Anambra State has sentenced a 27-year-old final-year university student, Wisdom Edem, to 25 years in prison for raping and inflicting physical injury on a 10-year-old girl. Presiding Judge Justice Peace Oti delivered the judgment yesterday, finding the convict guilty on 3 counts following a trial supported by forensic medical reports, witness testimonies, and a confessional statement. The court established that the convict lured the victim to his residence under the pretext of shooting a comedy video before carrying out the assault. Justice Oti firmly rejected the defense's argument of seduction, ruling that the child is legally incapable of granting consent and noting that medical evidence confirmed the act was premeditated and caused severe physical trauma. In addition to the 25-year custodial sentence, the court ordered Wisdom Edem to pay a fine of 200,000 naira as direct monetary compensation to the victim. The court emphasized that the stringent penalty serves as a deterrent against the increasing wave of gender-based violence and child abuse within the state. Following the convict's failure to appear in court for the verdict, Justice Oti immediately issued a bench warrant for his arrest. Anambra State Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga confirmed that law enforcement agencies have declared Edem wanted, ordering his details and photographs widely circulated to ensure his prompt arrest and incarceration. Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwefuru has openly criticized the continued exclusion of law graduates from the National Open University of Nigeria from gaining admission into the Nigerian Law School. Speaking during a visit by the university's management team at the government house in Abakaliki, Governor Nwefuru urged the Council of Legal Education to end the policy. Governor Nwefuru emphasized that the university is a fully accredited federal university that provides rigorous academic training to accomplished professionals and yields highly competent graduates across various disciplines. He argued that denying its law graduates entry into the vocational law school program is discriminatory and counterproductive to the development of the legal profession. The governor called on the Vice-Chancellor of the university, Professor Oji Uduma, to lead sustained advocacy among key legal stakeholders, warning that restricting qualified law graduates undermines the statutory credibility of federal open learning institutions. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Ebonyi state government to supporting distance learning initiatives that expand access to higher education. Responding to the governor's remarks, Professor Oji Uduma expressed gratitude for the state's advocacy, assuring that the university administration remains actively engaged in high-level consultations with the body of benchers and the Council of Legal Education. He expressed confidence that ongoing dialogue will resolve the lingering accreditation dispute amicably. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has urged voters across the state to turn out in full force and protect their ballots during the upcoming August 15 governorship election. Speaking during campaign rallies at the palaces of the Ajalaye of Ipetu Ijesha and the Elegburu of Ijebu Ijesha yesterday, Governor Adeleke declared that free and transparent elections remain an inalienable democratic right, addressing supporters alongside his cousin, popular music artist David Adeleke, also known as Davido, and members of the Imole Campaign Council. The governor assured that the electorate that comprehensive security arrangements have been finalized with security agencies. He urged voters to remain peaceful, yet vigilant at their respective polling units to prevent any form of electoral manipulation. You're watching News Update on Aneke TV, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. 13 victims die in captivity as bandits hold 12 minors in Kwara State. Governor Adeleke urges Osun electorates to defend votes ahead of the August 15 election. Coming up shortly. On the foreign scene, United States signals imminent deal with Iran to reopen vital Strait of Hormuz. And on business, Nigeria and China sign strategic film partnership for content exchange and co-production.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. A powerful storm, Typhoon Dolphin, battered Japan's southern Okinawa prefecture yesterday, injuring 5 people, tearing down electrical infrastructure and cutting power to approximately 14,000 households. Japan Meteorological Agency officials reported sustained winds of 162 kilometers per hour, with gusts reaching 216 kilometers per hour, forcing major domestic airlines to ground hundreds of flights across the region. Tracking northwest toward China's eastern seaboard, the storm is projected to make landfall over the weekend. In response, Chinese maritime and emergency management authorities in Zhejiang and Fujian provinces raised disaster alert levels to maximum, suspending over 160 passenger ferry routes, halting operations at major commercial ports, and evacuating vessels from Shanghai's Yangshan deepwater port. The approaching typhoon has also heightened cross-strait political tensions between Taipei and Beijing. Taiwanese presidential spokesperson Karen Kuo sharply criticized Beijing's maritime safety orders, requiring passing foreign vessels to obey Chinese traffic controls during the storm, rejecting the directive as an unlawful attempt to assert territorial jurisdiction over international waters. Taiwan's Ministry of Transportation confirmed that the island remains on high weather alert, with dozens of international flights cancelled and emergency crews deployed along northern coastal areas. A major diplomatic agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is nearing completion after 5 months of military conflicts severely disrupted global energy transport. The United States Department of State officials confirmed in Washington that mediated talks led by Oman have yielded substantial progress, with Washington committing to lift its naval blockade of Iranian ports once unhindered commercial navigation resumes. The maritime blockade followed months of missile strikes on commercial tankers, which drove global crude prices sharply upward. In a parallel security development, regional powers Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan formally signed a mutual defense treaty in Mecca. The pact establishes a collective deterrence framework, stipulating that an armed attack against any signatory state will be deemed an attack against all three. Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te personally directed live-fire coastal defense exercises in Kaohsiung yesterday as part of the island nation's 10-day Hankwang War Games. Boarding a fast-attack missile craft, President Lai observed tactical maneuvers featuring low-flying attack drones and precision anti-ship artillery designed to repulse a stimulated amphibious invasion force. The annual military exercises focus on evaluating combat responsiveness, joint command structures, and operational readiness across Taiwan's armed force and Coast Guard. The maneuvers integrated missile-equipped Coast Guard vessels alongside naval surface fleets, testing unified defense protocols against complex maritime blockades and aerial bombardments. Addressing participating service personnel at the naval base, President Lai reiterated that strengthening self-defense capabilities remains essential for safeguarding national sovereignty and maintaining democratic governance. He emphasized that ongoing defense modernization programs are critical to deterring unilateral aggression in the Taiwan Strait. And on to business. Nigeria and China have deepened bilateral trade relations following the execution of a strategic partnership between the China Movie Channel and Nigerian Television Authority. Signed at the China-Nigerian Film and Literature Symposium in Abuja yesterday, the agreement establishes a framework for content exchange, joint film co-productions, technical capacity building, and digital technology transfer. Speaking at the signing ceremony, Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, Yu Donghai, noted that the cultural agreement marks a key milestone in celebrating 55 years of formal diplomatic relations between both nations. Ambassador Yu stated that the alliance connects China's advanced cinematic infrastructure with Nollywood's massive creative output, opening broader international distribution channels for Nigerian content. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, praised the partnership, describing it as an essential catalyst for economic diversification within Nigeria's creative economy. The minister stated that the collaboration will enhance production quality, facilitate technical skill acquisition for broadcast professionals, and boost foreign direct investment in the media sector. NTA Director General Abdul Hamid Dembus assured that the national broadcaster is fully equipped to execute the operational terms of the agreement. The Abia State Governor, Dr. Alex Oti, has expressed confidence that the ongoing construction of the Aba bus terminal will be completed by the end of November 2026 and commissioned for public use in early December. Governor Oti made the disclosure at the Government House in Umuahia during an executive briefing with the management team of Planet Project, the infrastructure firm handling the project. Reviewing progress updates alongside operational reports from the newly commissioned Nnlea Oti bus terminal, Governor Oti highlighted that modernizing urban transport hubs is vital for stimulating commercial growth across Aba. He noted that structured transport infrastructure directly reduces traffic congestion, improves municipal revenue collection, and enhances commuter safety. Managing Director of Planet Projects, Mr. Biodun Otunola, reported that structural engineering works on the main terminal buildings, passenger bays, and access routes have reached advanced stages. He assured the state government that construction timelines and international quality specifications will be strictly met ahead of the December commissioning. Industrial workers across major distillery companies in the Sango-Ota industrial corridor of Ogun State have appealed for urgent federal intervention following the sealing of their factories by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. The enforcement action, which targets the ban on alcoholic beverages packaged in sachets and small plastic bottles, has halted production at major plants, including Nigeria Distilleries Limited and Intercontinental Distillers Limited. Issuing a joint press statement in Sango-Ota, Labour Union representatives led by the Food, Beverage and Tobacco Senior Staff Association expressed deep concern over the abrupt factory closures. The union officials stated that hundreds of factory employees face immediate job loss and severe financial hardship due to regulatory decisions entirely outside their operational control. The union leadership called on NAFDAC Director General Professor Muji Adeyeye, the Nigerian Labour Congress and relevant federal ministries to negotiate a balanced phase-out framework that safeguards public health without liquidating industrial investments or impoverishing workers. The Lagos State government has arrested 27 suspected scavengers in connection with the severe structural vandalism of the Alakija Festac Link Bridge. The State Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, confirmed the arrest in a statement issued in Ikeja following intelligence reports detailing the illegal removal of critical support components beneath the bridge. The enforcement action followed a viral video showing law enforcement officers clearing illegal shanties erected underneath the bridge structure. Investigations revealed that vandals used heavy tools to break concrete support pillars, extracting embedded high-tensile steel reinforcement rods, electrical cables, and structural iron components to sell as scrap metal. Mr. Wahab warned that compromising the structural integrity of major transit bridges poses catastrophic safety risks to thousands of daily commuters. Operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, have arrested a self-acclaimed spiritualist, Odigye Moses, in Ekpoma, Edo State, for allegedly blackmailing an international victim using explicit material. The arrest was announced in a statement released by the EFCC on its official media handlers. According to the anti-graft agency, the suspect operated on social media platforms under the guise of providing spiritual healing services. He was contacted by an Indian national seeking spiritual intervention for personal challenges, after which he unlawfully obtained her explicit photographs and demanded 1,100 United States dollar, equivalent to 1.5 million naira, under threats of public exposure. AFCC spokesperson Dele Oyiwale stated that tactical operatives tracked and apprehended the suspect at his hideout in Ekpoma, following a petition filed by the victim. Digital forensic analysis performed on seized electronic devices recovered incriminating communication records, fictitious profiles, and financial transactions linked to the extortion scheme. The Commission confirmed that preliminary investigations have been concluded and the suspect will be arraigned upon the resumption of judicial sittings. And on to sports. Nigeria's campaign at the FIBA Under-18 Afrobasket Championship in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, has thrown into severe disruption on Friday, August 7, 2026, after mandatory age verification screenings disqualified 5 players from the Junior D Tigers squad. Medical magnetic resonance imaging tests conducted by FIBA officials declared that the 5 key players ineligible, leaving the national team with only 7 registered players for the tournament. The sudden disqualifications severely impacted the team's tactical performance, leading to consecutive Group A defeats, a 95-68 loss to Egypt, followed by a 59-50 defeat against Chad. The severely depleted squad now faces a mandatory must-win fixture against host nation Côte d'Ivoire to preserve any mathematical chance of advancing to the 2027 FIBA Under-19 World Cup in Czechia. The controversy has ignited intense debate within the Nigerian sports community regarding administrative oversight and player verification protocols within the Nigeria Basket Federation. Critics pointed out that several disqualified players had previously participated in domestic Premier League matches and the Basketball Africa League without regulatory sanction, raising questions over selection transparency. In contrast, Nigeria's women's team, the Junior D Tigress, has opened their AfroBasket tournament successfully in Abidjan, securing a hard-fought 54-50 victory over Tunisia. Head coach Shola Shomala praised her players' discipline, reaffirming the team's objective to secure qualification for the 2027 FIBA Under-19 Women's World Cup in China. Entertainment. The South African Consul General to Nigeria, Professor Bobby Monroe, has clarified that the entry visa refusal involving Nigerian musical artist Chidinma Ekile, professionally known as Ira Star, resulted from administrative documentation errors rather than diplomatic discrimination. Speaking in an interview in Lagos, Professor Monroe stated that the artist submitted an invalid yellow fever vaccination certificate during her application process. Addressing public reports surrounding the incident, the envoy explained that the visa rejection occurred in February 2024 and was not a recent entry denial as portrayed on social media platforms. Professor Monroe noted that the South African diplomatic mission subsequently held consultative meetings with the Singer's management team to clarify statutory health and immigration compliance guidelines. The Consul General emphasized that South African immigration laws are applied uniformly to all visa applicants, regardless of celebrity status or national origin. He reiterated that health documentation, particularly valid yellow fever certification, remains a non-negotiable statutory requirement for travelers originating from designated endemic regions. And now to the end of the news, the main points again. Secondary School Teachers Union in Kogi demands reinstatement of 27.5% allowance. 13 victims die in captivity as bandits hold 12 minors in Kwara State. United States signals imminent deal with Iran to reopen vital Strait of Hormuz. Nigeria and China sign strategic film partnership for content exchange and co-production. That concludes the news. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Anthony Wike. Good morning.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to another edition of Street Conversation. Now, with the rising case of kidnapping, banditry, and cultism and terrorism in the country, the federal government, the National Assembly, and the Senate has proposed or are proposing a state policing bill, one that would help decentralize the policing system from the federal to the state levels. And this will help curb insecurity, banditry, such that these members of this force are familiar with the terrains of the environment. So today on the streets of Enugu, we are asking a very vital and important question. The state police, is it a welcome development? Is it a welcome strategy or a risky experiment?
Well, I would like us to remain in federal police because of a lot of corruption that is happening in Nigeria, in Enugu here. They are supposed to be a controller. Like as we have Abuja, Umuahia, all those zones. Yes, if they wake up, or order come from above, like Inspector General come up and advise them or tell them what to do to make sure all those corruption stop. Police know their work. They work according to individual. If you come to federal police, they are working. They know their work. When they want to work, they will work. For example, when they say they kill a police, I see how they work and got the person. That is how, if they're ready to get all this insecurity apprehend, they must get it. It depends, but some of them don't want to die. Some of them don't want to come at work. What they depend on bribe. But when federal come in, like Abuja, you see, no, there will be no bribe because I have gone there and see what is happening there.
My advice for state police that we need state police, and the advantage of state police is for street and some location, because not all the area with federal police you can conquer, and not anything state police can handle. So you understand? And when you have state police, because yesterday someone came to this car and thieved the battery. Last 2 weeks, yesterday through this morning the same thing. But this car, but once he 10 o'clock, everywhere is quiet. Anybody can do whatever they want to do. But when you have state police stay here 24 hours, another one in that junction, another one in Mayor, all the state police conquer all this actually out. Everybody will stay peaceful.
So, but I think it's a very nice thing to do, in the sense that when it comes to employment, each state will have to, it won't be a scenario where maybe 80% of the quota goes to the north or to the southerners and the rest of it. And I think if it's being done state by state and all of that, I think it will be able to checkmate, you understand, and it's going to curb insecurity, at least to the barest minimum. I think it's a nice, I welcome the idea.
My own opinion, all the very okay, because abiagodi na employment okay help our people, because almost here niile na no na Igbo land bụ ndị Hausa, ndị North biya na send here as policemen, but ime ya by state, there will be recruitment here. There will be employment here.
Very, very necessary. If they can put that effort to make, for instance, this is Enugu State, I'm in Enugu State, then they make Enugu State to get their own policemen. All these Enugu people, they know all these forests in Enugu State. They know every forest in Enugu State, they know them. If anything happens to Enugu State, if you call them, they will know. They will know the particular people that caused that conflict. So let them have their own. Each states have their own policemen.
From what we have heard and listened to, we understand that one thing is predominant. The citizens of Enugu believe that the state policing system is one that would help curb insecurity on a very larger scale. We do understand that every policy, every system may have its advantages and disadvantages, but we understand here today that the advantages probably may outweigh its disadvantages, as this would help curb this to a large extent, because we understand that this recruits, these persons in these forces are citizens and natives of the said state and the said community. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning and welcome to Week in Retrospect here on Aneke TV. It's a Saturday morning, bright, wonderful, and it's a show where we bring to you highlights from conversations in the course of the week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
It's a beautiful Saturday morning here on the Retrospect on Aneke TV. I welcome you especially on this edition. I am Good Hope Chuma. Stay tuned.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning and welcome to the Week in Retrospect, where we'll bring to you highlights of the happenings throughout the week.
Yes, it's fine. It's been a wonderful week, and at least this week I got more compliments from Good Hope that I've gotten in a long time.
You're not getting.
That's very suspicious. I was going to say how blessed do you feel sitting, in between men?
Oh yes, it's an honor to be seated in between
Is
two.
it to elevate you to the status of a queen?
I think, well, by virtue of answer, yes. Well, maybe.
So we should remove princess.
Well, officially, the name is Princess, but
officially, we can do the official things now and remove the princess, replace it with
well, we're not replacing because the princess is expensive, but we would, try to keep it in the house.
I thought you would have told me that the queen would, chase you away from the house.
Oh no, she wouldn't. My mother. Well, I don't know.
But it's so wonderful to be here, back here on the Week in Retrospect.
Yes.
Where we'll talk about the party jollof rice and the rest of them.
Well, moments ago you said that you're finally eating the rice that you've been meaning to eat. So I think finally I've been cleared.
For people that are not in my league, not the religions or the zealous, they will give different interpretations to it. But it was a wonderful party, and then I ate my fill, and then here I am, so fulfilled.
All right, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning. Now, still in the spirit of World Breastfeeding Day, it's the week where we celebrate mothers and the great feat that they have to undergo having to breastfeed their children. And this year's theme, which is breastfeeding for sustainable start in life, we're asked to strengthen what works. World Breastfeeding Week 2026 is a powerful reminder that breastfeeding is not merely a personal choice. It is a life-saving public health investment, a foundation for child development, and a responsibility for families, employers, health institutions, and governments, which must actively support. This year's theme, breastfeeding for a sustainable start in life, strengthening what works, challenges society to move beyond applause and awareness to practical action. It calls for stronger paternity protection, access to skilled breastfeeding counseling, baby-friendly health facilities, safe spaces for nursing mothers at work, and policies that protect mothers from the pressure of aggressive marketing or breast milk substitutes. Breastfeeding gives a baby the first and most important protection against illness. It provides ideal nutrition, supports healthy growth and brain development, strengthens immunity, and helps to reduce the risk of infections, malnutrition, and preventable childhood deaths. For mothers, breastfeeding can support recovery after childbirth, deepen the bond with the child, and offer important long-term health benefits. But no mother should be expected to breastfeed successfully in isolation. A mother needs time. A mother needs accurate information. A mother needs emotional encouragement and practical support. She needs a health system that guides her, a workplace that respects her role, a family that stands with her, and a society that recognizes breastfeeding as essential, not optional. And as we mark World Breastfeeding Week, the call is simple but urgent. Strengthen what works. Protect every mother's right to breastfeed, and give every child the sustainable start in life that they deserve. Congratulations to all nursing mothers and intending mothers. This is a week that we are reminded of the great sacrifice you're making, because for some persons, we see some women give birth to children, and for the first couple of days or few hours, they're not able to produce milk, but subsequently with care, with their body having to readjust, it takes a toll on them, those first few days to breastfeed, your body to be able to produce milk. And then for some persons, I think I've learned of a situation where for the first 1 week she couldn't feed her child, and it was a heavy burden on the mother, because every mother would want to have that first interaction with their child, that first connection, that first bond with their child as it is. So congratulations to all mothers. And even as we celebrate, we encourage offices, we encourage institutions to make spaces safe for nursing mothers, even as they nurse their children and as they grow. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be diving right into the newspaper headlines for today and the analysis. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Week in Retrospect. Now we'll take a look at the headlines on some of the major newspapers across Nigeria. Starting from The Punch, the headline reads, EFCC boss in sack storm over Osun. EFCC boss in sack storm over Osun. On the Vanguard, KB Kwara Niger abductions. 25 children died in captivity, says lawmakers. He says 12 youths joined terrorist army. Attack sad and regrettable, says Governor Abdul Razak. And on the Weekend Trust, how Kano emerged world's 9th most populous city. How Kano emerged world's 9th most populous city. And on the Guardian newspaper this morning, on Osun polls, concerns lingers over alleged intimidation. Concern lingers over alleged intimidation. How fake agency director blew 400 million naira, says the police. This is a cover story on the Nation newspaper this Saturday morning. How fake agency director blew 400 million naira, says the police. 2 directors, 3 others implicated. 22 additional suspects interrogated. Bajabamila's signature and act forged. That's the cover story on the Nation newspaper. And lastly, on the Saturday Sun, life in Sambisa by ex-Boko Haram fighters. Life in Sambisa by ex-Boko Haram fighters. Says they told us we were fighting, killing for Allah, says ex combatant. I fled 3 days to my planned execution. Boko Haram's imam. Over 100,000 insurgents surrender. 9,680 low-risk ex-fighters reintegrated into communities, says the government.
And now we take a look at the punch headline which says EFCC boss and tax storm over Osun. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission faced widespread calls for Chairman Ola Olukoyede's resignation or sacking after freezing the Osun State government account ahead of the upcoming election. President Bola Tinubu intervened by directing the anti-graft agency to reverse the restriction, prompting a major political and legal fallout. Opposition platforms and campaign groups strongly condemned the action as politically motivated, attempted to influence the electoral process. Well, it's just about what we're talking about, and the issue of the sealing of Osun State's official account, which a lot of people have been calling on the chairman of EFCC to resign. To resign. The Accord Party has said they have lost interest. That's the ruling party in the Osun State. They have said they have lost interest in the Osun State, in the EFCC, in the way they handle things. Because how would they be able to, just wake up and seal the account? While EFCC, on the other hand, say they have been monitoring the accounts since March 17th, 2026. So there has been some, following from the account, and they are claiming that they have the right, constitutional right, to seal the accounts. Now, a lot of people, even the netizens, have been insisting that they actually have not been able to, hold on to what the chairman have said. Now, what will happen is that at the end of the day, we'll see what all these things are. All right, we take a short break. When we return, we go right into the
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Still on the thought of the EFCC boss calling to resign. I mean, it's been a problem that we have seen so far from netizens. This is mostly coming from netizens, and we have seen that a lot of people have been reacting on whose order have they been operating to seal the account. I mean, this is from, I could say it's from a place of emotions or from a place of fact, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day.
One thing I love about Nigeria is the power that we hold on X. And this...
I like that, power that we hold on X, yes.
And this storm that we see in the headlines this morning is stemming from reactions from citizens on X, that's formerly known as Twitter. where they have, come out to say if the president could interfere in such a situation, he is undermining his authority as EFCC, chairman, and he ought to resign. And then we see the president interfering. Of course, we saw yesterday where the president called EFCC to, get a court order to suspend or unfreeze the account. And some have come out to say that the president, impeded on the right of EFCC to conduct, their investigation, saying that they've already suspended and had suspended it based off of, irregularities that they've experienced or they've noticed on one of the state government's accounts. Now, some also have come out to say if the president could have interfered in this particular incident, why hasn't he interfered in the killings? Why hasn't he interfered in the, attack on citizens who are coming out to get their voters card, who are coming out to register for their voters cards, who have had their voters cards stolen? So why is it now that he's, interfering? Olukoyede has said that, the president, he has expressed his displeasure in the arrangement, but that doesn't mean that he is losing his job. Of course, the son, Femi Falana, has said that the president only, addressed the activity of EFCC and have not questioned the authority of the EFCC chairman. So as it stands, he has not lost his job. So people calling him out to resign because they feel that the president has interfered or has impeded on his authority as EFCC chairman is, totally unfounded.
All right. Let me start with the fact that when someone overreaches his bound, he's supposed to, in a senile climb, anyone who has done what the EFCC boss has done need not continue to stay an extra day in office, and that's my position, and I'm unequivocal about it. What's the bone of contention here? The law establishing EFCC gave EFCC the right to freeze an account within 72 hours without obtaining a court order, but does the same law give the EFCC the power to impede on the rights of a federating unit? The law setting up ICPC and EFCC were clear on this. Even as a non-legal practitioner, these things are written in clear terms. I've not seen anywhere it is written or the power was given to EFCC to freeze the account of a sovereign entity. When Nigeria is a federating unit, it means that the state has been separated from the federal as a federating unit. They have their rights, they have their powers. I do not know, even in the Nigerian law or in practice or in recent memory, where even the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has a right to unilaterally not release the allocation of a state. Yes, we'll talk about these things because you see the Nigerian trajectory from military rule, where we've continued to have the strong men over, weak institution, rather than having strong institution and then things working in tandem. You continue to see a situation where people begin to, usurp powers they don't have. And in this regard, what's the bone of contention? That you are suspicious of the activities of Osun state government, that money belonging to the state government was being moved to a private entity. And then, instead of going after those entities, recover the money, freeze the account where the money has been sent to, you now froze an account of the state government, that's the money that is in the account of the state government. These are the issues. And when a lot of Nigerians are coming after the EFCC boss to call for his resignation, I think that's a right thing to do. That Nigerians are speaking up in this issue, on this issue, it makes one to be excited that Nigerians are still in love with this country and they follow the trajectory of things. I'm not lost a person than the former vice president of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, has spoken publicly about this overreach. And more so, when we talk about abuse of powers and authority, you know, many continue to question the powers of the president even to direct the actions of EFCC. Because if one is to understand the functions of these agencies, they are equally to investigate. If they have the power to investigate the state, they equally have the power to investigate the federal. So the presidency himself, which is one of the key factors here as the federal government, that the institutions were established to equally check. Where does he drive the power to direct the activities? We understand that there are oversight functions where you can appoint, but to direct the actions of this agency is unheard of. Even though we continue to abuse such privileges, where the president will give a unilateral order to the EFCC chairman to unfreeze the account of Osun State, for me, is in itself an aberration. It should not have happened in the first place because he has no such power. And I want to entertain, legal experts to show me in the Nigerian law where such power is derived from. And in this regard, you see, after the first pronouncement, the president went ahead to continue to emphasize the fact that they should go to court. And in the statement of EFCC, we didn't hear where they stated that they got a court order to freeze their account. They relied on the provision that gave them 72 hours to hold on or freeze any account. They didn't go to court. Now the president is the one directing EFCC in this very regard, and it's obvious. Therefore, where do you now see the faith in people to believe in the actions of EFCC, or when people begin to, give interpretations to the actions of EFCC to be one that is biased? We've seen a number of times, and people have raised this issue, and they've asked what is happening with the case of Betaidu, the former Kogi State governor. Are we still on the case of when one is in APC, their sins are forgiven? And that's needlessly not a way to run, an agency of this nature. An agency of this nature should be one that the Nigerian people would have faith in its ability to act according to law and be after any person, irrespective of whose cause is God. It shouldn't be selective justice. And then, moving forward away from this, why freeze the account, like I did state? If they have in any way gone ahead to misappropriate and transfer government money to another company account or a private, what have you done to recover that money or freeze the account? If they have frozen any account of a company or any other entity beyond that of the state government, I bet you there will be no outcry in this manner, and it will be within their bound to have recovered the money on behalf of the people of Osun State. So in this regard, when people are calling for his sack, yes, he needs to explain to Nigerians. He needs to explain, and for me, he even owe it as a responsibility to apologize to Mr. President, who he has so embarrassed. Because you cannot be able to begin to separate this from politics, and these are the issues. How do you separate it? The Osun election is just a few days away, and then you said you've been carrying out investigations since March, and all of a sudden, some few days to the election, you now decided to freeze the accounts of the state. And I watched some, exchanges between officials of EFCC, and they could not present precedents to back their action up. So, beyond the sack of the EFCC chairman, he needs to apologize to Mr. President and apologize to the Nigerian people, because what he has caused, a serious damage to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because people are beginning to point fingers to Mr. President, and Mr. President has come out publicly to let us know that he never gave such an order, and upon which I am stating that even at that, the president cannot be issuing order to these agencies Yes, he has the responsibility to oversee the appointment of such individual, but it is explicitly written in the laws guiding the operations of EFCC that they cannot be, politically, motivated or directed in this very regard. And it's quite unfortunate that a lawyer of his repute, one who has been with the agency, that I'm sorry, but given even his religious inclination, should do better, should begin to pilot EFCC away from the EFCC we had over the years, where people cannot separate their actions from political witch hunt. And it's quite unfortunate.
Alright, we'll move on to the next story. This is still on Osun State. This is from the Guardian newspaper. It reads, Osun poll. Concerns mount over alleged intimidation, abuse of state institutions. Ahead of the August 15th, 2026 Osun governorship election, concerns have mounted over alleged intimidation and abuse of state institutions, with KDI documenting 44 election-related violent incidents and deaths between October 2025 and June 2026. The Accord Party and CSOs alleged 86 members were unlawfully arrested by police, while the EFCC placed a post-no debit on Osun's statutory allocation account over an 11 billion naira probe, which the state government describes as a political witch hunt. Now, groups have warned of a plot to instigate violence to justify a state of emergency and removal of Governor Demola Adeleke, and are calling on President Tinubu and security agencies to ensure neutrality and a peaceful poll. All right, this is just a further progress from the incident that has happened in the course of the week. Now we see a coalition where civil societies and the Nigerian Union Student Association (NANS) have called on international bodies. They've called on the United States Embassy, the British High Commission, the European Union, and United Nations to look. This is not the first time where states in Nigeria are calling on international bodies to look into situations happening in the country. And also there has been a viral video that trended on social media yesterday where we saw an Accord Party member, making people swear their allegiance to the state government. But the state government has come out so that they are not trying to solicit for votes. The governor is confident in what he has done, and whatever the embassy or EFCC has done will not truncate the elections as they are planned. So they have said they are not scared. They've said this a couple of times that they're not scared of the intimidation. Whatever is happening, EFCC coming out calling the instruction from the president a late minute advocacy, seeing that it's something that was just done panicky so as not to stir up a whole lot of things. And this further shows the APC-led grip on institutions that are on the executive level, and how this further down strills down into state government. Now this is an election that has stirred so much strife in the past weeks. We've seen a whole lot. We've seen the probe, we've seen arrests, we've seen attacks on the citizens. So come 15th, this is a week today, this is next week Saturday. So we hope that, and yesterday we heard that the EFCC has been asked to get a court order. And we asked the question, how long would it take for EFCC to get a court order to unfreeze? So these are the things that are leading up to election. And one thing we would need to point out is that these are the things that causes voter apathy. Because if these things lead up to the moment and then get to the election day, we find out that some persons might not be willing to cast their votes.
Mr. Uche, I'm still asking why Osun? Why are we having all the drama coming out from Osun State? Because
one thing is that
it's obvious that there's...
No, one thing, see, irrespective of the fact that today is Adeleke, had it been that is
another state,
had it been that is an Uche or a Chioma somewhere that is the governor of Osun State at this present time, it will still be very contentious. So history has told us over time that elections in Osun State has been very contentious, and it's always been a battle between the PDP and the APC or every other positioning parties, and then we've seen that the governor now moved from the PDP, is now today in a court party and with the power of incumbency. So what we're witnessing is not surprising for anybody who has followed Osun political history.
Well, the thing for me should be that this NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students, coming out to, tender how they feel and calling on international bodies to, look into this election. I would say it's an activism for me. Many civil society organizations could be looking at it from a hindsight, why they have gone ahead to even demand a probe and a cancellation of visa, calling on embassies, probe and cancellation of visas for those who will be, set to sponsor electoral violence. It is something that I would really commend. Even though that the issue from the EFCC and the presidency, the conjunction there may not tally because of the time, but we are seeing an active representation of people's opinion in this election. It makes a lot of sense, because we have seen election over time where there's no like this is just like in foresight. There's no ahead preparation, where the civil society organizations don't even speak out before elections. Like these NANs now, you are seeing, they are coming with what it means that election should be like this, should be free and fair. But anyone who said to go against the order of the election should not be granted visa, because a lot of times many people who will support electoral violence, support electoral malpractice, support any vice that we see in election, at the end of the day we see them going out having the privilege to travel. So I also think that while they are making this call, other civil society organizations, of course the coalition caucus, they're also part of this, but other civil society organizations should stand and let the free and fair election that we are expecting INEC to conduct in January start in the next 7 days. Because if there's no free and fair election in Osun, if there's electoral violence in Osun, if there are these vices in Osun, it will cause a lot of issues, citing the 2027 election.
Well, now that you've made the link, whatever we were witnessing in Osun, the countdown to Osun election is about 8 days to Osun election. You will see a heightened, or what do I say, 8 times 5 of whatever you're witnessing to play out in 2027 election. While we are raising concern about Osun, attention is being drawn between the affairs of the APC and the PDP in Osun State. But my concern mainly, let me drill a bit, is about EFCC preparedness towards the 2027 election and even the Osun election. However, one may argue that they've conducted the Anambra election, they conducted the Ekiti election, and the Osekul election in Kano and Port Harcourt and some other places. But my concern is, why is it so difficult, against the humongous amount that's been voted for the INEC of preparation towards 2027 election? I have just a single question. Have INEC upgraded the Beavers machine? Because I understand very well that Beavers machine operates on Android system of a certain version less than the current version in play today. The Android version in play now is up to Android 17, right? And as at the time we had an election, it can be anything above 6 or 7, Android 6 or 7 then. So has it really been upgraded for either effectiveness and speed of operation? This is just one of the concerns towards, INEC and general conduct of election. But since is Osun State in perspective, and then we are talking about concern, the obvious fact is this. From where I sit, I do not believe that it was a mistake for EFCC to have done what they've done. While EFCC is pointing us that they froze the account in those states towards the election, there's no empirical evidence to support that. that they did that. They can't tell us when and where they froze that account, from which date to which date and how long. So what has happened in Osun State, for me, which is why I am excited that the governor, has, sued EFCC, in this matter. For me, what they've done is very injurious, not just to the Osun State government, but to the reputation of the governor of Osun State, Adeleke himself. And that is what we call social re-engineering, going into the election. A lot of persons, no matter by and large, will continue to look at the government headed by Adeleke from a tinted position. No matter the truancy that you speak about these things, no matter how soon EFCC unfreezes this account and the directive from Mr. President, or they go to court or not, and by and large, if they have the right to freeze accounts within 72 hours, won't they have the same right to unfreeze same accounts within 72 hours as well?
Assuming up to 72 hours,
that's the question. No, the law setting up EFCC gave them the right to freeze any account, anybody's account, within 72 hours. But what I do not know if that part of the law applies to, a federating unit. No, I'm talking about even the federating unit. Then talking about unfreezing of that, I will make more research to that regard. But what I'm saying is, for Mr. President to come back and tell EFCC that they didn't go to court to gain a court order to freeze the account of a state in Nigeria, asking them to go to court and unfreeze that account. The point I'm trying to make is this, that the message has been passed. For me, EFCC has done their job. They've caused irreparable damage to Osun State and the governor going into this very contentious election. A lot of voters will continue to, and you can't prove otherwise, that they won't look at. There are no people who may not vote for the Accord Party because of the position of EFCC. And again, the question EFCC has not been able to clear is that, is this freezing of accounts, is he engineered to stop the government from being able to go into vote buying, as people are alleging that vote buying will be a thing in the Osun election? Remember that people are being arrested. You rightfully read it out. About 86 persons of Accord Party are said to have been arrested. And in one of our program, one of the lawyers who hosted said that he went to Plateau State to necessitate the release of his client. And when the client came out, he told him that a lot of persons there were people who were moved from Osun to Plateau State. And what was their crime? For leaning towards a political ideology or party and all that. So those things shouldn't be happening. And when we talk about this issue, the EFCC freezing our accounts, and then the violence we are seeing and people being arrested, you see, it calls for worry. You're just informing me the other time that even the popular music maestro, Davido, has equally issued a call, inviting the international community to come and monitor the election in Osun State. And I kept asking, even before the EFCC, got into this entanglement of freezing the accounts of the state government, I kept asking, what is it about Osun State that everyone, because I've heard the governor of Imo State, who is of the APC party, and some other persons speak about winning Osun State at all costs. Is that the way to go in our elections? So those who raise concerns concerning the build up to that election, you understand, may not be, you may not argue with them because they are seeing what is transpiring. You and I have watched clips of youth wielding machetes in broad daylight. People are being intimidated. So there is concern. I'm not exonerating the state government, but the contest should be allowed to be one that will be free, fair, because the process is as important as the outcome itself. And then Bola Oyebanji, is making promises to the people, on fiscal discipline, on infrastructure development, youth employment. And I think that should be allowed to play out. Let these individuals read out their manifestos, give out their ideologies and what they want to do for the people. While we are talking about it, the Aneke, the governor, wherever you hear him speak, you will see him reeling of confidence, of the faith and belief that the people of Osun State are in love with him. And when you make further inquiries, you will see them speaking to his ability to his simple lifestyle, entertaining them with dance. He's always available for some new dance moves and dance steps. So for him, the people overwhelmingly are in support of his government and would vote him back. So it behoves on every person, not just the citizen now, but even on Mr. President, who is the father of the nation, on INEC, the police, to see that this process is as clean as the outcome. We'll need to get to a point where we'll begin to value the rights of citizens to determine the outcome of an election. And the build up to the process is now becoming more tinted. Because from my position, I will tell you that this election has been mad already. Because there is a serious injury, a serious damage has been caused. And this is my opinion now, not the opinion of the station or anybody, but my opinion is that even if I should Adeleke lose the election, that on the course of this freezing of the state government's account is enough to cause him to lose the election, and as such should prosecute not just the EFCC, but for me, I would have even gone to court to institute an action of a delay. See, these issues are cleared.
Of the election.
Yes.
Honestly. All right. To the next story.
Yeah, to the next story we have on The Nation. How fake agency director blew 400 million naira. That's police. Police said how fake agency director blew 400 million naira. Police say Prince Adeyemi Matthew, who posed as Director General of the fake Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, blew 400 million naira while running the non-existent agency. Investigations revealed that he forged appointment documents, illegally occupied a government office, created 2 other fake agencies, and secured 1.3 billion naira for PFIPC in the 2026 budget, plus 2 CBN accounts and approval of 300 staff. This is something that we have been talking about over the days, and it's been making rounds for real. And Oshoma, you are very abreast with this story, how it is now with the police who has made investigations about how he was able to, get that 400 million naira which he blew. I mean, I want to bring you inside this conversation very fast, because looking at this, every hand has been pointing on no, not just him, but on other factors that are surrounding him, because even him himself, hands are pointing on him, because even if it's something that you were lured into, are you not aware that that could be a fake agency, that it has no approval? I've given this explanation many times, that I was sent on an errand, and someone came from nowhere, someone I knew that maybe could be bigger than me or higher than me, came from somewhere and told me, okay, that thing your boss told you to do, you have to do it this way. I've spoken to him. That's the kind of scenario. So Ochoma, this story is taking shape and taking a very good tone now.
The police have said that there is no record that Gbajabiamila received any money from from Adeyemi, and they've said that he used the 400 million to buy cars, luxury life, and he even borrowed 100 billion from a microfinance bank to just finance his luxury life. And of course, he said that he had staff, 300 staff. We had other 5 persons that names were mentioned that were accomplices. Now this is fast becoming, there's this thing that Igbo people say, not be who first call police, they win case. Because when this case came out, we all were in support of Adeyemi. Oh, he had proof, he had this, and I remember we sat here and we said, let the investigations begin. And I remember consistently Mr. Uche would say, the chief of staff is not guilty until he's proven guilty. And with the recent turn of events, we are finding out, yesterday it was the ICPC, today is the police telling us that the presidency is cleared, they have no hand in it, and then the police with their investigation is telling us that he squandered a whopping 400 million. Now I wonder what the details of this thing is, and I really hope that if Adeyemi himself will be allowed to present his cases, allowed to present
will he be allowed to present his cases?
The question I wanted to ask is, have you heard from Adeyemi?
That's the thing. So the police have said, ICPC have said, and from where we're standing, it's looking like all interrogations have been completed. But if only we can allow this system, can allow the culprit or the supposed alleged culprit to present his facts and his receipts, then we can hear both sides of the story.
Let me state again that from where I see it, Femi Gbajabiamila, to me, is innocent until proven guilty. But let me tell you what is not right here. Is that Adeyemi is still alive. He is requesting to speak to the House of Rep investigators in public, not behind closed doors. Then what are we hiding? The police arrested him, kept him incommunicado, took a prosecutorial position, then waited for the ICPC that is so directed by Mr. President to investigate, which I am still questioning that directive, where it derives its potency from our laws. Now they have come out to say and make us believe that this individual is the proverbial Osofia in his music that was able to hoodwink, a foreigner into selling a national stadium, sell the national airport. Do you understand? And nobody could decipher what was going on, and then single-handedly he pocketed the money. Now we are being told that he blew 400 million. Right?
There's an extra 100 million.
You see, the truth remains that.
Just 500 million.
The truth remains that.
Wonderful.
Everything that is being said would be continue to be seen or taken with a pinch of salt. That there is an orchestrated attempt at whitewashing, exonerating, and then hanging everything on one person. But that's not to say that this man may not be culpable, that he may not have committed some infractions. But the point I'm making is that it is not possible for any individual to get to this height with the seemingly closed eyes we are seeing from high quarters. The question I would want to ask, and he has not done himself any good because he has not provided any alibi.
The one that he had was
beyond that. Let's not go into crime detention and all that. You have to be able to provide alibi, proof time, place, and other things to support your claims.
Well, I'm asking, even if he has not been allowed to speak, you know how social media works, where one evidence could pop up on a social media page or just leak it out, because it's looking like he has not, like everything is just coming up against him and he's waiting for that moment.
He has told you that he's been made a scapegoat. And I'm saying, listen to me carefully. I'm not saying that he is innocent, but every man before the law is presumed innocent until found guilty. He should have been allowed to be interrogated. Remember that from onset, I kept calling for what? A public inquest, so that there won't be the perception of a cover-up. All the agencies are clearing every individual. Then some offices are now pleading negligence, oversight, mistake. No, I refuse to agree. I refuse to concur with these reports that there were no public inquests. That what we are seeing, when you look at it from a different dimension, away from the position of the government in place, that it will look like an attempt is being made to hang him as a scapegoat. Every other individual that we are involved by one way or the other, the Nigerian people deserve a right to know. And beyond this, we are being told that there were other phantom agencies. Have you not heard? So, in this case, we have not done ourselves any good.
How did it even get into the appropriation?
The appropriation. The thing there is that we have a line item in the budget. For anything to get to the budget, it has to be on the line item. Okay. Now, I understand that there was a resembling organization,
yes,
different
exactly.
nomenclature that was in the budget item.
So who added?
Do you understand?
But why is that?
Somebody added that in the budget, right? This budget, was he not defended before the National Assembly? I understand that he was in custody. Then somebody assented to it. You see, my point is this. My point is not on the innocency or
Adeni.
the guilt of Adeni.
Yes.
My angst is not the presumed exoneration of those in high quarters, but the point is that a disservice is being done to the Nigerian people. That there could be other phantom agencies. It's not geared towards uncovering, but to clearing individual. When government operates, why I was calling for a public inquest, a commission of inquiry, away from the ICPC and the EFCC, he who appoints can dictate. He who pays the piper dictates the truth. So, appoint a public inquiry, public commission of inquiry, independent public commission of inquiry. Let them look into these matters. Let's see where the Igbos will say, let's see where things start to go wrong. Let's uncover some other phantom agencies. We keep borrowing and we're not seeing where the money is going. And some individuals are living large. Police are letting us believe that this man give 400 million in cars. No, I refuse to agree. That is all what we are being told. Let the real truth be told to the Nigerian people. Let's know how many phantom agencies are. Let us know how many are AMEs and their collaborators that have been shortchanging the Nigerian people.
Okay, I mean, we saw peterobi mentioning in his interview that since we have ghost workers, we now have ghost agencies. So there's so much ghost. One day
we'll have a. If this can be allowed, you see, I said yesterday, and I still stand on my submission, even without fear of equivocation. You know, it gets to a point where you cover your face with the proverbial basket and say some truth.
Yes.
Mr. President, the people around him are not doing him no service. They are doing him a very big disfavor. And for me, the intelligence chief has a lot of questions to answer. You can't let this pass by and close proximity to the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you are with, what are you doing? If we can't uncover this, why can't we have over 400 people in captivity? Why wouldn't the daredevil, ISWAP and ISIS continue to operate with impunity? If we can't uncover similarly something that is beyond before us, it's quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
So for me, Mr. President, beyond prosecuting all this, intelligence officers have to come and answer questions.
All right, that's the much time we have this morning on Wike in which respect you can take up the papers, get your hard copy or the soft copy, read up and catch up on all the details across all newspapers on this day, the Saturday of this month. That's the much time we're taking. So we'll come your way again, same time next week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. It's been a pleasure.
And Muche Osai saying, enjoy your weekend.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am Sharon Itu. Health is often described as what? And staying informed about common health conditions is essential for maintaining a good quality of life. One health concern that continues to affect many men worldwide is prostate cancer. Although prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers among men, awareness about its risk factors, symptoms, and the importance of early detection remains relatively low. On this program, we examine important health issues, speak with experts, and provide reliable information to help you make informed health decisions. This is Health Matters, where health comes first. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important men's health issue, prostate cancer. Prostate cancer occurs when abnormal cells develop in the prostate gland and begin to grow uncontrollably. While some cases progress slowly, others may become aggressive if not detected and treated early. Despite advances in diagnosis and treatment, many men still present late due to limited awareness, fear, or misconceptions about the disease. Our focus today is prostate cancer, early detection, prevention, and management. Joining us in this program is a consultant urologist of University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital, Itukoza, Dr. Aneke Solomon, who will help us explore this important topic in detail. Welcome to this program.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you in this program. Now, this is a very, crucial aspect of every man's life. To begin, could you briefly explain what this prostate gland does and the role it plays in the male reproductive system?
All right, thank you very much. Prostate gland is an organ in men. It's located just beneath the urinary bladder. The size is about 15 to 25 grams. That is size, and it's very important for fertility in men. Prostate gland produces prostatic fluid that helps the sperm survive in the female genital tract. So without the prostate, a man will not be able to get a woman pregnant. So the secretion of prostate is very important for a man to have a female egg fertilized.
Now, speaking on prostate cancer, we are here to discuss the early detection, the prevention, the management, care. It's often described as one of the most common cancer affecting men. How significant is this health concern today?
It's very significant because it can affect the man's quality of life. If the cancer spreads to the bone, to the spine, it can make the man paralyzed and the person will be on wheelchair for life, and that affects the quality of life, of course, the financial burden will be on the family. It can also cause blood in urine. It can cause difficulty in walking. It can cause a lot of things. It can cause weight loss. So it's very important that it's detected early and managed so that this complication will not set in.
Why is this common? Because it's now very common among all cancers. Why is it common?
Yes, it appears that it's more common now because we are adopting Western lifestyle. In the 80s and 70s, prostate cancers were not this common. So it's believed, it's extrapolated that it could be because of adoption of Western lifestyle. So our eating habit has changed. Our lifestyle is changing gradually, and this may be contributory. But three important risk factors for prostate cancer: number one, age; number two, ethnicity; number three, family history. So age, as men advance in age, getting up to 50 years, the chance of developing prostate cancer is high. Ethnicity: prostate cancer is more common in blacks compared to whites. But even in America, prostate cancer is more common in Black Americans than the white Americans. So that's for race and ethnicity. Of course, family history. When a man has prostate cancer, the brother is at risk, the sons are at risk. So family history, those are important factor of developing prostate cancer.
Okay, you just said that in the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't really common when it comes to cancers. And why do you think it's now common? And why do you think awareness about prostate cancer remains relatively low despite its prevalence, despite the fact that it's now common?
All right, two things to explain why the prostate cancer is more common. Is one, the screening has improved. In the 80s and 90s, men were not going for screening, and some men might have developed prostate cancer and then died from complication. But these days, a lot of men go for screening and cancer is detected early. So it appears that cancer is more common now, probably because of people going for screening. Then secondly, it appears that over time we are adopting Western lifestyle, and the diseases that are not common in the 30, 40 years ago are more common now. Apart from prostate cancer, something like kidney stone is becoming more common, more prevalent in our environment now compared to what happened in the 70s and 80s. And that could be traced to our lifestyle. We are not adopting Western lifestyle. So this could explain why it's common now. Yeah, screening. The awareness is a bit poor, and that's why it's good to create this awareness. Some men don't even know what is prostate. Some don't know what we call PSA. PSA test, we'll talk about it, prostate-specific antigen. Some men, when you ask them about if they have done PSA, they don't even know what PSA means. So that means awareness is still poor, despite the high prevalence of the disease these days.
So why do you think awareness is still poor? Is it coming from the professional, the healthcare system, or any other thing?
Yeah, it's still poor because we've not taken it seriously. If we take this disease seriously, that is affecting men, there will be awareness. We should create awareness in churches, markets, in hospitals, and in fact, every aspect of our environment, of our society, we should create the awareness. We need to wake up. A lot of our men are dying from prostate cancer. A lot of men are confined to wheelchair because of prostate cancer. A lot of men are using what we call catheter. They can't pass it very well, so they have catheter for a long time because cancer has blocked the pathway. So we need to wake up and create awareness. Religious leaders, political leaders should be engaged with this, and then everyone should be on deck to make this awareness goes widely, both urban and rural settings.
Okay, you talked about age. Are there particular age groups or categories of men who should be more concerned about this prostate cancer?
Whenever a man gets up to 40 years, screening should start. We started with prostate cancer, but there are two other diseases that affect the prostate. Number one is prostatitis. Number two, prostate enlargement. So then the third one is prostate cancer, which we're talking about. So when it's advised that when men get up to 40 years, they should go for screening. We call it prostate-specific antigen, PSA. That's short form, prostate-specific antigen. So that PSA, normal range is 0 to 4. When PSA is more than 4, because abnormal. See, infection of the prostate can make it more than 4. Prostate enlargement can make it more than 4. Then prostate cancer is the most important. Whenever it's more than 4, it could be that prostate is very big. It could be more than 4 when it's infected. More than 4 when there's prostate cancer. So when a man goes to hospital and more than 4, then the person will see a urologist. Urology would request for transrectal ultrasound scan. Just also do what we call this two-rectal examination. Put the finger in the man's anus to touch the prostate. There's a texture of the prostate that will suggest prostate cancer. Another texture will suggest normal enlargement. So, three important things. Number one is to do PSA. Number two is for the urologist to examine the prostate. We call it this two-rectal examination. Number three is do an ultrasound scan to evaluate the prostate. The three things should be done for men, but PSA is the one that is commonly done. Once it's within normal 0 to 4, no need to go for these other aspects. Once it's less than 4, it's normal.
Okay, you talked about the prostate being affected. For the sake of our viewers, how can the prostate be infected?
There are 3 ways to get prostate infection. Number 1, 3 common ways. Remember, prostate infection is called prostatitis. When prostate is infected or inflamed, we call prostatitis. 3 common ways. Number 1, unprotected sex. Number 2, masturbation. Number 3, toilet infection. I once saw a secondary school student who was having severe problem with passing urine. So when I got to the hospital, I examined the patient and prostate was very painful. I sent the mother out as a boy. He was engaged in masturbation. So masturbation is a common cause, and patient may have symptoms that may be similar to symptoms of prostate cancer. Maybe we'll get to the symptoms. Symptoms may be similar to what you have in prostate enlargement. So they have similar symptoms. So it's good to see a urologist when someone has these urinary symptoms to know which one is causing the problem.
Okay, do you think that genetics can affect an individual's risk of developing this? And if so, how does it affect it?
Yes, it can affect it. I said earlier that ethnicity is a risk factor. So the black race is at risk of prostate cancer. It is more common in blacks compared to the whites. Coming to the America, even in the US, more common in Black America. So then, family history has to do with same genetics. If a man has prostate cancer, the children, the male children, sons are at risk. Even the brother is also at risk. So genetics has a role to play.
Okay. Now, basically, how can it be transmitted from one apart from genetics?
No. It cannot be transmitted. It's not a transmissible disease. It cannot be transmitted.
Okay. Now, is prostate cancer always associated with noticeable symptoms in its early stage?
Early stage, there may not be symptoms. That's why screening is important. That early stage is when the prostate cancer can be cured, but there may not be symptoms. When prostate cancer starts showing symptoms, the disease has progressed. It has spread to adjacent structures. It has spread to bone. But sometimes you have patients that complain of blood in urine. It's prostate cancer that has invaded the urinary bladder. So a lot of time, early prostate cancer is no symptoms, and that's the reason why we emphasize. That's the reason we emphasize on screening.
So, what are the warning signs?
Warning signs. I will mention the warning signs that may also be found in prostate infection and prostate enlargement, and also mention the signs that we find only in prostate cancer. Number 1 is what we call frequency. The person wakes up goes to pass urine several times. In between less than 1 or 2 hours, person has gone to pass urine 2 or 3 times. We call it frequency. Number 2 is nocturia. Person wakes up several times at night, more than 3 times at night to pass urine. Number 3 is urgency. Person has the urge to pass urine but cannot hold the urine. The 4th one is called urge incontinence. Person has urge to pass urine, cannot hold the urine, but before the person gets to the restroom, urine starts coming out. We call it urge incontinence. Number 5 is weak stream. So person wants to pass urine and notice that stream is weak compared to before. Intermittency is number 6. Urine stops, starts. Then feeling of incomplete empty. After passing urine, the person thinks there is still urine remaining in the bladder. There's also the one we call terminal dribbling. These symptoms may be found in prostate cancer, prostate enlargement, and prostate infection. So it's when the doctor examines the patient by this stereotype examination, does the PSA or does ultrasound, that we know which one. Then there are other ones that may be specific for only prostate cancer. Very important is bone pain. See, prostate cancer commonly spread to bone. And that's what we also say, tell men, when they have bone pain, they should not go and take painkillers. They shouldn't go and change their form to orthopedic form. This happens a lot in the environment. A man will have, another man will have bone pain and goes to buy a new form that maybe buys orthopedic form because it's from, no, maybe prostate cancer has spread to the bone. That's the reason why PSA is very important. So bone pain may be one sign. When an elderly man has bone pain, it may not be arthritis. It may not be arthritis. It may not be sleeping posture. It may be cancer that spread to bone. And so when the person sees the urologist, PSA is done, process, I mean, the urologist may have an idea of what's happening. There may also be lower limb weakness, leg swelling, these are other symptoms. But when these symptoms appear, it's already late disease.
Okay, now talking about these renal symptoms, many renal symptoms, are linked to different prostate conditions. How can people distinguish between prostate cancer and prostate-related problems?
The patient will not be able to differentiate. It's the doctors, the urologists that will distinguish this. I'll give you an example. If somebody have a frequent urination or difficulty passing urine, weak urinary stream, or OJNC, person comes to hospital and PSA is done. That is, I said, prostate antigen normal is 0 to 4. If PSA is done and PSA is 2, it's not likely prostate cancer. It may just be prostate enlargement or infection of the prostate, depending on age. If this same patient, maybe let's say patient is 70 years, has the symptoms, PSA is done, PSA is 70, it's most likely prostate cancer until proven otherwise. Then the urologist also put his finger in the anus of the patient to check the prostate. When the prostate is hard with distorted architecture, it will be more keeping with prostate cancer. When it's smooth and intact architecture, it will be keeping with prostate enlargement. If prostate is painful when it's touched, it suggests infection of the prostate. So it's urology that will help to distinguish this together with the lab investigations.
Okay, earlier you spoke about the screening method. Can you please put more light to that aspect and explain what you really meant when it comes to that screening method?
Right, there's a test called PSA. The full meaning is prostate specific antigen. WHO recommends that everyone that's up to 40 years should do it once a year. It will help to detect prostate cancer early and manage it properly so that there will be cure. You see, it's easy to remember and forget this PSA, but we encourage men to maybe do this PSA test on their birthday or the week they're celebrating their birthday or the month. So if you're born in June, you can do PSA every June. The recommendation is once a year. If it's normal, once a year, that's when that PSA should be done. So if you do it June 2026, that should be June 2027. And for men not to forget, you can do it the birthday or the week is related to your birthday or that month. If the PSA is within normal and you don't have any symptom, you don't even need to see a doctor or a urologist. You can just file it, check it the next day. Once it's more than 4, it's important to see a urologist. If the PSA is within normal, but you're having symptoms, frequent urination, difficult in passing urine, it's also important to see urologist. So essentially, this test should be done once a year and know that the normal level is 0 to 4. If it's within normal and you don't have symptoms, you can just find the result and wait for the following year.
Okay, do you think there are misconceptions surrounding prostate screening, and what should men know about these procedures?
There are misconceptions. Number one, some men feel that prostate cancer is not treated with orthodox medicine, and a lot of men resort to herbal medication. A lot of time when they come to us, it's late. So a man will have this symptom that I've mentioned, and the person knows that this may be a prostate problem, and he goes for herbal medication. Meanwhile, the person has real prostate cancer, and that misconception is that when cured with herbs. Yeah, we know that there's some foods that help prostate problem, but it's not for prostate cancer. So when we tell them what to do, they go and take in soy sauce and take in tomato. So by the time they come back after 2 months, the cancer is not treatable. So that's number one. Number two is what can be called "it's not my portion" syndrome. Some men, when they tell them what will be done, they feel that it's not their portion, due to religious beliefs, and they will not do what is required of them. So these are common misconceptions we have about prostate disease, and it's very important that men know the actual thing about this disease.
Okay, now we are still talking about early detection. why is early detection considered so important in the management of prostate cancer?
All right. When prostate cancer is detected early, before it spreads, the person can have curative treatment. If it has spread, cure will not be possible. What we do is palliative treatment and then some therapies to help to control the cancer. So early detection guarantees curative treatment. The cancer will be cured completely, no trace of cancer again. When a patient, but most time in our environment, our patient come late, so we don't have that room to do curative treatment. In developed countries, when patient present early, maybe because of health insurance, they don't need to pay from pocket. Most time, prostate cancer is detected early and patient is cured.
Okay, now still talking about this screening aspect. How frequent should screening be carried out, particularly for individuals who are higher risk, who didn't get early detection?
Conventionally, PSA is done once a year. But if someone has prostate cancer already, we normally will give person every 3 months or every 6 months, depending on the degree of cure or rather improvement of patient symptoms. So 3 months, 6 months, if patient already have prostate cancer, and we are monitoring the person. If apart from that, it should be done once a year.
Okay, now after this screening method, when the results is out and it raises concern, what are the next steps to take when it comes to treatment and diagnosis?
Yes, when the PSA is high, the doctor will be worried, the patient will be worried. What next to do is what we call prostate biopsy. You take part of the prostate and send for analysis to make sure to know if there's cancer or no cancer in the prostate. Like what we do for a woman that has breast lump. If a woman has breast lump, who say that person has breast cancer, you take sample from that breast lump and send for test. So when PSA is high, we do what is called prostate biopsy, simply taking part of the specimen from the prostate to do biopsy. If the result comes out as cancer, we start treatment. If it's not cancer, then we can repeat the PSA subsequently.
So what you're saying is when it's detected early, you can still say it's not yet cancer?
No, if detected early, it's cancer, but it can be cured.
Okay.
We can offer curative treatment. It's still cancer, but it can be cured at that early stage. When it has not spread, when it has spread, we cannot cure it.
Okay. Now, receiving a cancer diagnosis can be emotionally overwhelming for a patient. How do patients typically cope with this stage of the journey, and how do healthcare professionals help in this aspect?
Yes, for patients that have early detection when the cancer has not spread, we encourage them, tell them that it's curable. It's just that may have some financial burden on them, but it's curable. So we encourage them that they should go ahead and do they go ahead with the treatment. If cancer has spread, also reassure the patient that it can also be controlled. Even if it has spread, once we start treatment, cancer will be controlled and curtailed for a long time. So we encourage the patient and try to reassure the patient that that's not the end of life, that treatment can be done. Also can tell them about people that have gone through that journey so that they will be encouraged.
So what treatment options are available for individuals diagnosed with prostate cancer today?
If the cancer is still early cancer means the cancer is still within the prostate.
Okay.
Surgery can be done to remove the whole prostate. We call it radical prostatectomy. You can also do what we call radical radiotherapy. So instead of removing the prostate surgically, you can use radiation therapy to kill the cancer cells. Radical prostatectomy can be done in 3 ways. Number 1 is open surgery. The one we use the knife cut to remove the whole prostate. Number 2 is laparoscopic. Number 3 is robotic. As of 2 years ago, there was no robot in Nigeria. But presently, there's robot in Nigeria, there's robot in Lagos. So robotic prostatectomy is done in Nigeria now. Some years ago, not even done in any place in West Africa. But presently, we have it around in our country.
Okay. Now, talking about either removing the prostate when it comes to the surgery aspect, right?
Yes.
Now, what if the prostate is being removed? Do you think that it will affect the reproductive system of the man?
Yes. When the prostate is removed, the man will not be able to get the man will not be able to get a woman pregnant. So counsel the person, make sure the person has completed his family if a person has not complete family, we have to weigh the option cancer spreading or having more babies. So once the prostate is removed, the person will not be able to get a woman pregnant. But remember, this option I've mentioned are for early detection. When a patient comes late, most time a patient comes late in our environment. Cancer has spread to bone, cancer has spread to the liver, cancer has spread to lymph nodes. You will not be able to remove the whole prostate. If you remove the whole prostate, you still have tumor deposit in the bones. So what is done? It's what we call androgen deprivation therapy. One method is to do castration, remove the testis. The testis produces testosterone, and testosterone is what sustains the prostate cancer. So once the cancer has spread, one of the options is to remove the two testes, and cancer will start regressing because they have no testosterone. We call it surgical castration. We also have an injection that we give in place of surgical castration. We call that one medical castration because there are some patients that will not want their testes removed, maybe due to religious reasons or cultural reasons. They don't want their testes removed, so we'll be giving them that injection. We call it medical castration. And after that, we'll give them some drugs that they've been for a long time until we make sure that the cancer is under control. So this for individuals that present late when cancer has spread, or when cancer is still early, say within the prostate, can remove the whole prostate, and that is curative treatment.
Okay, now, in what ways have advancement in medical technology improved outcomes for prostate cancer patients? When you mentioned about we now have robots, what ways has that added to the advancements in medical technology?
Yes, very important. When we do open surgery for patients will stay in the hospital for up to 2 weeks. There is a lot of pain, there may be wound infection. But with the technological advancement, if you do robotic surgery, the person goes home in 2 days, and you don't have pain. It's a lot of open operation, a lot of blood loss. Sometimes we keep up 5 minutes of blood, stay for a long time in the theater. But with laparoscopic or robotic surgery, minimal blood loss, the patient goes home in 2 days' time, and you have minimal complications. So that has improved care in our environments.
Okay, still talking about the surgery aspect. So when you meet a patient who haven't established a family yet, are there no other ways instead of doing the prostate gland?
The other ways will also affect fertility. About prostate gland, can do radiotherapy. When radiotherapy also affects fertility, and can also cause a weak erection because the nerves for erection, they lie close to the prostate. So when you do radiotherapy to the prostate, the nerves will be affected, and for a long time, the person will not have erection. So we counsel the patient on this complication before we go ahead and offer the treatment.
So apart from this, is there another thing that the patient should expect?
Yes, when the surgery is done to remove the whole prostate, there may be urinary incontinence. So the person may not be able to control urine. So the person will be pampers for some time. But this is less common with more advanced surgical method like robotic. Also risk of wound infection. Then of course, because of the blood loss, you have to give blood.
Okay, now let's talk about the lifestyle choices of your patients. Beyond medical treatment, what role does lifestyle plan play in supporting recovery and overall prostate health?
Yes, lifestyle is very important. See, exercise is very important for everything, general well-being, but also very important for the prostate. So we encourage men to engage in any form of exercise, can be running, swimming, it's very important. Then reduce intake. Men as advanced in age, they should reduce intake of processed food. We are taking more of processed food these days, and this was not common in the 80s and 70s.
Can you please put more light when you say processed food for our viewers?
People should cook in their houses. People should go and buy food and cook in your house. Don't go and buy food that was already been stored, and then you want meat or would have been imported from the developed countries. Cook in your house. Take a lot of fruits and vegetables. Pineapple is not the same as pineapple juice. Watermelon is not similar to watermelon juice. So why don't you buy watermelon and take in your house? Why don't you buy orange? Why do you go to fast food joint and buy the juice and take? So reduce intake of sugary food substances. So go for natural food. Then there are some food that we know that are very good for prostate. One is soursop. Two is tomatoes. Fruits generally very important. Fruits and vegetables, but swasop and tomato, they contain antioxidants that help to maintain prostate health. So lifestyle very important. It's good to also reduce intake of red meat as men advance in age. Take more of fish, take more of chicken. That's more healthier than red meat. For people that advance in age. So lifestyle is very important. Those things you used to take when you're 40, maybe when you're 30, 20. There's some you need to start dropping, and you may talk to a dietitian, talk to a urologist to get more information on that.
Okay, now let's wind back a little to misconceptions and myths. Are there misconceptions that you have encountered during your experience? Misconceptions surrounding prostate cancer?
Yes, a lot of them. Sometimes we will advise men on what to do. Maybe tell them that they should have castration to control the cancer. Some men will tell us outrightly that they are not going to do that. They will go for herbs. Some other people will not say that. They will go and say they will come back in 2 weeks. We'll see them again. They'll go and be taking tomato and swasop. You see, these fruits and vegetables, they don't cure prostate cancer. They are good for prostate health, but they don't cure cancer. Tomato doesn't cure cancer. Onions, swasop, they do not cure prostate cancer. So the misconception that men have that these foods they cure prostate cancer. If someone may have prostate disease, and swasop will help to improve the symptom. But it's not prostate foods. They contain antioxidants that may help with prostate health. So, maybe a man, then maybe Mr. A, has prostate enlargement, takes fruits and vegetables, symptom improve. Then another man, Mr. B, has prostate cancer, and doctor tells him what should be done. He will not listen to the doctor. He will listen to Mr. A that took, maybe that also helped, without knowing that that was a different diagnosis. So sometimes men assume that it's herbs that will help. That's one of the misconceptions we have. So also people think that it's the enemies. Sometimes man is passing blood in urine. What caused that? When we do test that prostate cancer has invaded the bladder. So sometimes we tell the person what to do, and the person will resort to other means, that is enemies from the village. Person will recall maybe there was a land dispute 2 weeks earlier, that because of enemy that they send the blood. So person will not carry out our instruction. Person goes, seeks for alternative treatment, comes back after 1 month with worse disease. So these are challenges we have in our environment, and maybe because of poor awareness, and I think maybe because of poverty. In our environment, people pay out of pocket. Western countries, they don't pay out of pocket, so they just go to hospital, they are treated. But here, we ask person to pay this, pay that. So when the person doesn't have money to pay, person will resort to other means, it really helps.
Okay, now let's talk about medical checkups. I believe that this medical checkups helps in a way, but how can this attitude, from your own perspective, how can this attitude affect outcomes in prostate cancer cases?
Yes, the checkups will help the cancer to be detected early, and that will allow for curative treatment. If you don't do checkup, cancer will be detected late, and that will they have no room for curative treatment.
Okay. Now let's talk about Nigerians who don't really take their health serious. Anytime we feel healthy, we feel like there's nothing wrong. So, what message would you give to men who are reluctant to undergo this screening because they feel they are healthy?
All right. The greatest asset men have, or people have, should be the health. Good health is a great asset. You may not have so much money in the bank, but good health is very important. If you have so much money in the bank, ill health can support the money within few hours, within few days. So it's very important that men take their health seriously. Be proactive about your health. You mustn't fall sick before you go to hospital. Some people don't take their blood pressure because they say they're not hypertensive. The politician was shouting that people should vote for him, vote for me, vote for me, and then collapsed. It was stroke. I said he wasn't checking his blood pressure. So men should be proactive about their health. Yes, you need to run around to get money, but remember, if you fall sick and bedridden, you will not be able to get that money. So regular checkup is very important. Apart from PSA, check your sugar, check your BP, do other general body tests so that you remain healthy to care for your family and to get more money.
Okay. Now, talking about patients with this prostate cancer, how can family members support a loved one who has been diagnosed with this cancer?
Yeah, it's very important that family member is counseled together with the patient. So, proper thing is to invite the patient, invite the spouse and other family members. If you don't invite the spouse, there'll be problem later because so a lot of time when we treat prostate cancer, the man may have weak erection or reduced libido. So, if you don't counsel the spouse, there'll be trouble in the house. So, we normally invite the spouse to counsel the person, also counsel the children, tell them about the prognosis and, of course, the financial burden that may attract. So we normally will carry on the family along.
Before we round up, what improvement would you like to see in prostate cancer when it comes to awareness, screening and care within our communities?
It's essential that awareness is created in both rural and urban settings, not only in urban settings. Church leaders, religious leaders, political leaders, political office holders, members of House of Assembly should take this information to their community, to their people. More awareness should be created by the media so that our men will not be having complications of prostate cancer, so that men will not be dying from prostate cancer, so that men will not be coming to the urologist when cancer has spread and not curable.
Okay, finally, what's a key message would you like to leave with to our viewers to remember about prostate cancer and the importance of early action?
Yes. For every man, once you are 40 years and above, make sure that you do your PSA, prostate spectrum, at least once a year. You have to remember that you can do that test on your birthday or your birth month. Your health is a great asset. Make sure that you do this screening. Normal level of PSA is 0 to 4. If it's less than 4, everything is fine. If it's more than 4, it doesn't mean that you have prostate cancer. You need to see a urologist for further evaluation.
Okay, thank you very much for this valuable insight. We appreciate our guests for sharing valuable insights on this important health issue. As a reminder, regular medical checkups, awareness of risk factors, and timely screening can play a significant role in the early detection and effective management of prostate cancer. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon, and thank you for watching and joining us on Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and most populous nation, continues to grapple with a critical infrastructure deficit that hinders growth and development. Reliable electricity remains a major challenge. Although Nigeria has the capacity to generate 12,000 to 13,000 megawatts, supply to homes and businesses is inconsistent. In 2023, only 61% of Nigerians had access to electricity, leaving around 87 million people without reliable power, the largest electricity access gap in the world. This shortfall forces businesses to spend billions of dollars annually on backup solutions like diesel generators, diverting resources from investment and job creation. Transmission losses, generation inefficiencies, and gas supply challenges further suppress per capita electricity consumption, affecting productivity and competitiveness. Transport infrastructure also lags behind demand. While Nigeria has an extensive road network, over 70% of roads are in poor condition, slowing the movement of goods and people, raising transport costs for farmers and traders. Rail development remains limited, with only about 3,500 kilometers of operational track, insufficient for a country of over 220 million people. Overall, Nigeria's infrastructure stock, including roads, power systems, bridges, water systems, and digital networks, is estimated at about 30% of GDP, far below 70% international benchmark. This gap continues to constrain productivity and foreign investment. Water and sanitation infrastructure also fall short, leaving millions without access to safe drinking water or adequate sanitation. These affect public health, school attendance, and economic participation. Digital infrastructure is another critical area. Broadband penetration and data center capacity remain limited, concentrated mainly in Lagos, while other states lag behind. These restricts growth in fintech, cloud services, e-government, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. Experts estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars will be required annually over the next decade to close these infrastructure gaps. Mobilizing investment from private sectors, international finance institutions, and public-private partnerships is essential. For Nigerians, improving infrastructure is more than convenience, it is a path to safer roads, stable power, efficient transport, modern digital networks, more jobs, business growth, better health outcomes, and increased competitiveness on the global stage. Bridging this infrastructure divide is crucial to transforming Nigeria's potential into tangible progress for every citizen.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program,
where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, define your rights, and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obudo. Dear viewer, today we are discussing what the law says about arrest, the powers of the police, the limits of those powers, and the right every Nigerian should know when stopped, searched, or questioned, or even arrested. We also examine what amounts to police act overreach and the legal remedies available when those rights are violated. This has to lead us to what, the topic we titled, Know Your Right During Arrest and Protect Yourself from Police Overreach. And with us today is an erudite barrister with a long chain of successful victories recorded in his legal portfolio. He has come to pull us out of this ignorance, which has robbed so many people of their rights in so many places. To this effect, we say welcome, Barrister Chijeku. Barrister, you're welcome to today's edition of the show, You and the Law.
Thank you so much. I'm pleased to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And before we delve deep into the conversation of today, we'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. And still on the topic, know your rights during arrest and protect yourself from police overreach. This actually leads me to so many questions. And the first on my list is, how long can the police legally keep a suspect in custody?
Constitutionally, as provided in Section 35 of the 1999 Constitution amended, it's 24 days for a place that has a radius, within 40 radius of a court. The police should charge to court or, grant an administrative bail. But if they don't, it's 48 hours. After that, it's unlawful to keep on detaining a suspect.
And then we see some cases where some police actually not only detain, but if you come for bail in some cases, in some scenario, they have to before they release the suspect to you, they have to demand a particular amount. Is the particular amount being demanded, is it legal?
No. It's unlawful to actually demand for an amount or a sum before you can grant bail. I mean, this is a very, very, very popular maxim. Bail is free, and actually bail is free. It is unlawful to, give money, to the police for bail.
So in a situation where someone actually is forced to sign on a statement when he actually is not the one that made the statement, is it at that situation, what will you do?
Okay, that amounts to an involuntary confession. So according to section 29 sub 1 and 2 of the Evidence Act, confessions are admissible in courts to the width of the law, as provided it's not oppressive or it is not fraudulent in the circumstance of that particular case. So situations whereby someone else signs for somebody and claims it is his confessional statement, during the court trial, what happens is that there will be a trial within trial to ascertain that yes, he wasn't the one that signed it. If what he's claiming is I signed it, but I signed it under torture, duress, and oppression, what really happens is that the case continues, but the weight that is placed on that particular evidence would be judged with complete scrutiny by the judge.
So we see every day, we see at some checkpoint, we see some police officers. There are things that are common there. Yeah. There will be a stop and search. Is the stop and search rightful or legally advisable?
Yeah. The police officer has the right to search when there is a reasonable apprehension of crime or suspicion of some kind. Yes, they have the right to search. Don't
you feel like the search is kind of harassing the person of his...
So when they really don't have that reasonable, like I said, reasonable suspicion of crime or dynamics of criminality, what they should do is get an arrest, a proper warrant of arrest to search.
So at that point where you see these police officers, they don't...
warrant of search.
Yeah. So, but at some point, you see that these officers don't have warrant of search.
So there are instances where it is not really like a must for this warrant of search to be used to search. Instances abound. Like for instance, when you have a warrant of arrest already, and the police officer suspects that the person they want to suspect is in this place, he doesn't need a warrant of search to go and search that premises to get that person, because if he should do that, the person will evade the premises and he will not. You understand, right? Some other instances is when like the NDLEA Act and some other acts that provides for the Customs Duty Acts. They provide for their personnel and all these military officers and force members to actually be able to enforce this kind of searches spontaneously to also arrest those crimes, in the integrity of the action.
For me, I feel like these people are harassing people because on the road, we can see in some certain cases that they just don't stop with a target.
Yes.
They just search randomly.
Yeah, I mean, that's also wrong. Like I said, the suspicion and the reason for the search, should be reasonable. So what really happens is that the Nigerian police are not really professional sometimes in the dispensation of, their duties and all that. So, but you can challenge them, of course. And one of these exceptions to, the right they have to search is also that, police of the same gender should search same gender. So sometimes you see police officers search, a male police officer searching a female suspect. I mean, if a female police officer is in the scene, it shouldn't be obtainable. That's one of the things that happens. But generally, they have the right to search. Yeah, the police has, when there is a reasonable apprehension, suspicion of suspicious activities. But then, the law is that they should have a search warrant to search things, persons, and premises.
No, let's just go to the normal layman's time where you see yourself. Some people are like, you don't have the right. Some people I've seen in some situations where some people say, you don't have the right to search me at this point. You just don't have the right to search me. And when you tell the officers, the next thing is that they try to drag you to the station. Do they have the right to drag you to the station?
No. Like I said, the general law is that they don't have the right to search, which is provided in Section 37 of the Constitution, right to privacy. Without a search warrant, they don't have that right? They also don't have the right, if you also take like Section 143 of ACJA, you would also see where they really don't have that right generally. But because they are police personnel and some of these criminal activities, are spontaneous, it goes within their, the nooks and crannies of their investigation. So they don't have the luxury of going to get a warrant most of the times. So that's why it appears like they search immediately and, instead of getting the warrant before searching. So that's why there is a law that actually allows them to search when there is reasonable suspicion.
So a situation where they keep suspects in custody longer than the law permits and without charges, or bringing a profound charge that they actually committed this offense and for a longer time, what will happen at that time?
So what's the individual who has been kept beyond the time that is specified by law for investigation and possible referral to the court? What the individual should do is he should explore options like damages. He can sue for damages, for compensation. He can also use the FREPRO, that's the Fundamental Right Enforcement Procedure of 2009. So with that, he also has these other compensatory reliefs of why the police should hold him beyond the lawful time without actually taking the matter to court or giving him administrative bail for the investigation.
So, Barrister, it's easier said than done. Now, to defy this effort, sometimes we see the police actually default this effort of you trying to seek for justice. And there has to be a long protocol to be followed to be able to get this justice that we actually required. Is there no boycott to get this justice?
Yeah, the road to justice should, not be boycotted because of how lengthy it can be sometimes. I think most times when we enforce this justice and it becomes lengthy initially, eventually, because you have a history of doing that, it becomes, not lengthy, it becomes shorter and it becomes easier to access. So, I encourage everybody to know their rights, to actually so sometimes people also have these limitations of actually trying to push for their right because they think that when they do that, they actually suing the government and not the police, and that is wrong. Sometimes when you do that, the actual police officers who were directly involved in your matter and who actually didn't treat it professionally can be singled out and be disciplined. They are accountable to everything they do. The officer themselves. Yes, you can sue the commissioner of police, you can sue the IG of police, you can sue the police force, but you can also sue those officers who were responsible for the arrest and for the overtime in jail, in detention. Yeah.
So what happens to the family of people who actually the family or their relative dies in police custody?
Okay, like I said, if your relative dies in police custody, the first thing that should be ascertained is the reason for the death of your relative. So if the reason, so most times you have a lot of options. Number one, you could go by a civil action for compensations, for damages, and for public declaration that look at what's happened, though this person was either innocent or not, and look at what has transpired. And if that is not possible, and you think your relative died because of, the oppressive conduct or, subjugation of the person, unjustly by torture. Torture and all those kind of things, you could also go for a criminal action against the individuals themselves, the officers themselves.
So you're trying to tell me now that when the police don't have the right to torture anybody in their custody?
No. If you look at majorly the whole chapter 4 of the Constitution provides is a kind of a constitutional safeguard for how the police should treat people who they detain and people who are in their custody generally, not just the police, people who arrest people who are, But if you look at section 34, it was talking about right to dignity of the human person. And if you look at what is happening in our society now, you see people who are caught for theft, and you see the kind of thing they do to them.
The jungle justice.
That is very, very unconstitutional. That is bad. That is barbaric. So the police can also not do that. Neither can even laymen who catch people do that.
No, people are trying to boycott this justice procedure because of the lengthy
so
time.
You try to get a confessional statement by torturing the person so that it gets easier in court, right?
Yeah.
But that is also wrong. So when a suspect states that he made this confession because of torture, because of oppression in court, that was why I said that a trial within trial will be conducted when he says he didn't make it, but when he made it by torture, then the judge will continue, but that confession does not have weight again. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So the involuntariness of a confessional statement is also going to be measured by Section 29 of the Evidence Act. So if it is admissible, yes, generally, Section 29 sub 1. Section 29 sub 2 is saying that if it is gotten by oppression,
so the police cannot use any measurable, force or any measurable way to get their statement from you. Are you trying to say that they are depriving them of the right to do that?
When the police arrests a person, of course they can conduct an interview to actually make the person have his statement taken down.
What if the person refuses to give his statement at that point?
Yeah, you also have the right not to. You have the right to privacy, as enshrined in Section 37. But that right sometimes is mistaken by some people. It is a right upon arrest. It is not a right upon detention. So when you are in detention, the police has the right to perform some investigations. So he will ask you some questions, and sometimes your inability to answer those questions sometimes would amount to you admitting that you did them. Right? So you have the right to a legal counsel while you're answering those questions. So you have the right to a legal aid. If you don't have money to get a counsel, a lawyer, a legal aid can help you procure one. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But the police does not have the obligation to do that for you. So if you can't do that, they can go along with their investigation. But that investigation should not last beyond 2 days or 1 day, as the case may be, depending on the costs around it.
You're giving me that police detective role right now.
No. The police these are law enforcement agencies. They don't really act on their own. Most times we have bias against them because of the individuals who are not professional amongst them. But this is how it works. So if you are detained, you have to aid the police in their investigation. So, but most times you also can get your lawyer to stay while you do that. So your lawyer can also help you, and you make it well and not indict yourself.
You made mention of aiding the police at this point. Now, because the reason why I feel like some people don't usually give in to the fact that they want to aid the police is because they will actually come in also as a suspect.
Yeah.
And at that situation, they are trying as much as possible not to, get involved in the whole police case and, with the whole...
Okay, the reason why some people don't aid people in giving a confession.
Yeah.
Or lawyers.
Yeah. No, just people like ordinary people don't like aiding the police at this point. It's maybe because of the fact that maybe you aid them, you might be seen at a point you will not come in as a suspect or as a witness to it and the whole lengthy procedure.
So in pre-trial investigations, the police, they go about it the way they want. They ask people questions. The people they feel has answers to the questions that are bothering them on the matter. They go about it in a crime scene. They ask people around the crime scene. So sometimes you are correct. These people sabotage the investigation because sometimes they are afraid of the consequences of the things they say, or maybe they would now, be looped into the whole thing because, of what they know or what they say. So you are also correct, but that is not the right thing. I think we all should help in the cause of justice. We all should help these guys in their investigation, because when they do a proper investigation, we're also helping the victims, the suspects who are being arrested and detained to even get a better justice.
Okay, can the police actually seize your phone, laptops or vehicle when, doing their work?
Yes, generally you have the right to privacy of your property, right? But yes, they have the right to actually keep custody of, items they recovered from you during arrest. These are called exhibits. So, there's an exhibit room and there's an exhibit keeper. When the matter now gets to court, the court numbers these exhibits. If the exhibits or the items they recovered from you during arrest are important for the matter, it will be used as an evidence in court. If it is not, it will be kept for you till the matter is done for you to take them.
No, let's bring it down to the normal.
But the police is not allowed to confiscate your private properties that he recovered from you.
So what will he do at this point? When because we have seen it in so many times where young boys are being searched, their phones, they bring your phone, let's search.
And their phones are taken by the police officer, not kept as exhibitor.
No,
that's unlawful, right? That's very unlawful.
So if you are the brother to the victim, what will you tell your brother?
So the reason why most of these people don't, go for the actual provisions of the law to help them is because they know that they are also not, equitable. He who goes to equity must do so with clean hands. So most times they are actually guilty of some financial crimes, right? So when the police takes their phone, which the police knows doesn't really justify the police's action, but the police knows that yes, they can't do anything because they know they are criminals. So both people are in the wrong, and that is the problem with our society. We can't get it right if we are all stained by the rot in the society.
So what is one advice you give the ordinary citizens of Nigeria who are being harassed and are fighting their right over police overreach in the society?
The first advice I give to Nigerians is to be lawful. Be lawful, be law-abiding. And when you do this thing to the later, you will see that the police can actually not harass you. And when they do, you could take up appropriate channels to get a deserving justice for yourself.
Thank you, Barrister, for the legal insight on this issue about police overreach in the society. And then as we conclude today's program on You and the Law, there's one thing I will leave you with. You cannot escape anything without knowing your rights and where you stand in the society today. The first way to protect yourself is knowing your rights and knowing everything that concerns you as an individual, knowing where to place it, where to follow it, and follow the due process. According to the barrister here, he said, follow the due process of the law. That's the only first legal way to protect yourself from all this immeasurable harassment from the police. And as we conclude today, stay tuned, stay vigilant, stay informed, and remember that the law is there to protect you and everyone around you. Until next time, I am Gift Obodo. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we
join us. The headlines. Department of State Services arrests 3 suspects in Nasarawa University Dean abduction. Police track syndicate behind murder of Imo traditional ruler. Senate excludes Federal Capital Territory from proposed state police framework. Aviation industry operator warns of looming collapse of domestic airlines. Now the news in details. Operators of the Department of State Services (DSS) in Nasarawa State have arrested 3 additional suspects connected to the abduction of Professor Samuel Avengbe Okunsebo, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture at Nasarawa State University. The Dean was abducted on Wednesday, July 15, 2026, at his residence in Mile Uku, a border community between Lafia and Nasarawa Egon local government areas, before being rescued by tactical teams 48 hours later. A senior security official confirmed in Lafia that the latest arrests were executed during a late-night intelligence-led operation at a hospitality facility along the Mararaban Akunza area of the Lafia-Makodi Highway. The suspects were identified as 25-year-old Yakubu Abubakar, 37-year-old Usman Abubakar Mairiga, and 27-year-old Saleh Babauro Abubakar, bringing the total number of syndicate members in custody to 5 following the initial arrest of 2 suspects during the rescue operation. The DSS State Command stated that the suspects remain in custody under a valid detention warrant issued by a magistrate's court to facilitate deeper interrogation and the tracking of operational assets. Forensic investigations indicate that the syndicate had been operating along the transit corridor between Lafia and neighboring local government areas, targeting high-profile individuals for ransom. The management of Nasarawa State University commended security agencies for their prompt intervention and sustained pursuit of criminal elements operating around university communities. Security presence has consequently been reinforced across border settlements in Lafia and Nasarawa Egon to reassure residents and guarantee the safety of academic personnel and students. The Nigerian police force has achieved a significant operational breakthrough in the investigation surrounding the assassination of the traditional ruler of Achia Kingdom, Igwe Paulinus Ekweme, and 5 others in Ohaji/Egbema local government area of Imo State. The monarch and his entourage were ambushed and killed along the Asa-Awara Road on April 10, 2026, while returning from an official engagement in Owerri. Force Public Relations Officer Mr. Ani Iniedu announced in a statement issued at Force headquarters in Abuja that operatives of the Special Tactics Squad attached to the Force Intelligence Department conducted targeted operations between August 2nd and August 6th, 2026. The intelligence-led raid led to the apprehension of a key operative identified as a principal leader of the armed syndicate responsible for the attack. This latest arrest brings the total number of suspects in custody to 5, while 2 other armed members of the syndicate were neutralized during previous armed confrontations with tactical teams. Investigators revealed that the criminal syndicate had been linked to multiple violent incursions, illegal oil bunkering, and armed robbery operations along the transit corridors connecting Imo and Rivers states. The Inspector General of Police reaffirmed the commitment of the force to track down all surviving accomplices linked to the murder of the traditional ruler and restore public safety across Ohaji and Egbema communities. The Senate has clarified that the Federal Capital Territory FCT will not be integrated into the proposed state police framework currently undergoing constitutional review. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, stated during an interactive session with parliamentary reporters in Abuja that the Capital Territory lacks the constitutional, executive and legislative structures necessary to operate a sub-national police force. Senator Adaramodu explained that unlike the 36 states, the FCT does not possess an elected governor or a state house of assembly. He noted that the administrative governance of the territory is directed by a minister appointed by the president and overseen by the Federal Executive Council, while the National Assembly serves as its sole legislative authority under Section 299 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The Senate spokesperson emphasized that the operational design of the State Police Bill relies on state governors as chief security officers answering to state assemblies. The clarification comes as the Presidential Committee drafting the Executive National Policing Bill prepares to submit the finalized legislative proposal to President Bola Tinubu on September 3rd, 2026. The executive draft is expected to define jurisdictional boundaries, operational oversight, and financial management guidelines for sub-national policing across participating states. The Cross River State government has stated that the recent adjustment in the monthly remuneration of local government secondary school teachers was not a salary reduction, but a correction of a long-standing payroll error. The Commissioner for Local Government Affairs, Mr. Victor Idem, made the clarification during a press briefing in Calabar to address public concerns raised by Labour representatives. Mr. Idem explained that an internal administrative audit revealed that secondary school teachers under the local government service were receiving higher earnings than their counterparts in the core state civil service, despite operating on identical grade levels and performing equivalent duties. He noted that the disparity resulted from an unauthorized upward alteration of the local government teachers' salary structure rather than an approved government policy. The Commissioner stated that while the basic salary and statutory allowances under the revised salary structure for teachers are standardized across the state, local government teachers were erroneously credited with unapproved supplementary allowances. Consequently, the state government acted to normalize the payroll system and eliminate wage disparities across public educational institutions. Lead counsel to the Osun State Government, Professor Mubarak Adekilekun, has stated that no formal court order was served on the state government or First Bank regarding the restriction placed on the state's statutory allocation account. Speaking during a television appearance in Abuja, the senior lawyer stated that legal protocol requires a valid court directive to be officially served prior to enforcing financial restrictions on public accounts. Professor Adekilekun expressed that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, sent an administrative notification letter to the financial institution, which was subsequently transmitted to the state government without an accompanying judicial order. He argued that while statutory frameworks empower anti-graft agencies to investigate financial infractions, such actions must operate strictly in alignment with the provisions of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act. Addressing the allegations, the State Council dismissed claims of financial impropriety, emphasizing that the restricted account serves exclusively as a dedicated channel for receiving monthly disbursements from the Federation account. He added that the state had already initiated legal proceedings to challenge the administrative restriction before presidential directives advised a resolution. The development followed an executive directive issued by President Bola Tinubu instructing the anti-graft agency to discontinue restrictive proceedings to avoid disrupting governance ahead of the August 15 Osun State governorship election. However, Femi Falana had noted that statutory provisions permit temporary administrative holds, not exceeding 72 hours, pending formal court filings, while the state government considers its operational options. The National Youth Council of Nigeria has called on federal and state governments to expand youth development investments as a strategy to achieve sustainable economic progress. The state chairman of the council, Comrade Douglas Oshishi, made the appeal in Abakaliki during the commencement of activities commemorating the 2026 International Youth Week at the Pa Ngele Oruta Township Stadium. Comrade Oshishi stated that Nigeria's youth demographic represents a crucial national asset capable of accelerating development if properly empowered through access to quality education, technical skills, digital innovation, agricultural incentives, and structured leadership training. He urged young citizens to build personal competence and refrain from engaging in political violence or thuggery during political cycles. Representing Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru at the event, State Commissioner for Youth Development and Sports, Chidi Onya, highlighted the administration's focus on youth inclusion. He noted that the state government has expanded educational scholarship schemes, vocational grants, and leadership opportunities designed to steer young people away from criminal activities and social vices. Delivering a keynote lecture, the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Gender-Based Violence, Ms. Mary Ann Nkwegu, stressed the importance of positive upbringing and moral guidance within families. She urged parents and community leaders to instill principles of accountability and social responsibility in young citizens to cultivate a peaceful society. Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno has advised core members posted to the state to reject ethnic and religious sentiments during their service year. The governor delivered the charge during the official swearing-in ceremony for the 2026 Batch B Stream 2 Corps members at the National Youth Service Corps NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp in Ikot Itia Udong in Sit Atai local government area. represented by the Director of Youth Development in the Ministry of Youth Development, Emmanuel Akpabio, Governor Eno, emphasized that the orientation camp reflects the country's diversity and urged participants to foster national cohesion. He noted that the nation looks to young graduates to generate innovative solutions, support rural development, and champion peaceful coexistence across host communities. The governor reaffirmed the commitment of the state administration to the safety and welfare of corps members deployed across public schools, healthcare facilities, and civil agencies. State NYSC Coordinator Mrs. Ngozi Akwabalgo confirmed that a total of 1,579 corps members comprising 713 males and 866 females were officially registered. The Enugu State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has called for stronger operational collaboration with local government administrations to enhance security at the grassroots. The State Commandant of NSCDC, Dr. Elijah Willie, made the call during a working visit to the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government Area, Dr. Caleb Ani. Dr. Willie stated that effective operational intelligence sharing between security institutions and municipal authorities remains vital to preventing rural crime and protecting critical public infrastructure. He commended the state government under Governor Petermbah for deploying the ultra-modern command and control center, which utilizes advanced surveillance technology to monitor transit routes, forest reserves, and urban centers across the state. Responding, the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government Area, Dr. Caleb Ani, commended the Civil Defense Corps for its sustained operations against illegal mining, pipeline vandalism, and public utility destruction across the council area. He assured the command of the local government's readiness to provide logistical support to maintain peace across rural communities. Also speaking, the chairman of the Okwanawo Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Daniel Namani, commended the joint security initiatives implemented across local communities. The traditional leadership pledged continued cooperation with security agencies to support community policing and crime prevention efforts. This is News on the Hour, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Department of State Services arrests 3 suspects in Nasarawa University. Dean abduction. Police track syndicate behind murder of Imo traditional ruler and 5 others. Coming up shortly. Aviation industry operator warns of looming collapse of domestic airlines. Super Falcons prepare for crucial Women's African Cup of Nations quarter-final.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has handed over 125 million naira in recovered funds to a Lagos-based businessman, Akinshewa Akiude, following the resolution of a land fraud investigation. Officials of the Commission's Lagos Zonal Directorate presented the financial draft to the petitioner at the agency's Ikoyi office. Spokesperson for the anti-graft agency, Dele Oyiwale, confirmed in a statement issued in Lagos that the fund was recovered from one Olufemi Fashehun. The recovery followed a petition filed by Mr. Akiude, alleging that the suspect collected the sum of 125 million naira for the purchase of a 550 square meter property located at Oregun, Ikeja, while concealing ongoing litigation on the land. Investigative findings reveal that the seller had been served with multiple judicial processes and court injunctions, restraining development on the real estate since 2011. Despite being aware of the court orders, the suspect proceeded with the transaction and collected the full purchase sum from the buyer without disclosing the legal encumbrances. The EFCC stated that following the conclusion of financial tracing and recovery procedures, the full transaction sum was recovered and returned to the victim. The chairman of Air Peace, Dr. Allen Onyema, has warned that the domestic aviation sector is facing severe financial distress that could force several airlines to suspend operations within 30 days unless structural interventions are implemented. Dr. Onyema delivered the warning during an aviation stakeholder gathering in Lagos. Dr. Onyema explained that ongoing disputes regarding the remittance of the 5% ticket and cargo sales charge stem from systematic operational burdens rather than an attempt by domestic operators to evade statutory obligations. He advocated for a standardized revenue collection framework based on a fixed unit charge per ticket to eliminate billing disputes between airline operators and regulatory authorities. The airline chief criticized picketing actions threatened by aviation labor unions, describing such measures as counterproductive to an industry already contending with high foreign exchange rates, elevated aviation fuel costs, high borrowing rates, and frequent bird strike damages. He noted that over 50 domestic airlines have ceased operations over the past 3 decades due to harsh operating environments. Dr. Onyema appealed to the federal government and the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development to enact targeted policy interventions, credit facilities, and infrastructure upgrades to protect domestic carriers. The Anambra State Internal Revenue Service has established an internally generated revenue target of 75 billion naira for the 2026 financial year, representing a significant increase from the 47 billion naira realized in 2025. The chairman of the Revenue Agency, Mr. Nnemeka Okonkwo, announced the target during a legislative appearance in Awka. Appearing before the Public Accounts Committee of the Anambra State House of Assembly during the verification of the state's 2025 audited financial accounts, Mr. Okonkwo outlined plans to expand the state tax net. He stated that the agency will digitize revenue collection channels, enhance enforcement across informal commercial sectors, and plug financial leakages within government revenue points. The revenue boss emphasized that administrative reforms introduced by the agency aim to simplify tax compliance for small businesses while eliminating illegal revenue collection agents operating across urban centers. He added that the projected revenue will directly fund ongoing infrastructure projects, healthcare services, and urban renewal programs across the state. Super Falcons winger Rinsola Babajide has declared that the Nigerian senior women's national team is fully prepared for their quarter-final fixture against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon at the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. The defending champions will face their Central African rivals tomorrow at the Labourparty Zaoli Stadium in Casablanca, Morocco. The high-stakes encounter offers the victorious team an automatic qualification slot for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Nigeria advanced to the knockout stage after finishing second in Group C, following a strong recovery from their opening match, while Cameroon qualified as undefeated leaders of Group D. Nigeria's creative industry has been thrown into mourning following the death of 4 prominent figures across music, film, television, and personal development within the past week. The losses began with the passing of renowned juju musician Iyun Ajilore, popularly known as Saint Janet, who died on August 1st, 2026, after a brief illness. The Yoruba film sector was hit days later by the death of 40-year-old actress Temitope Osoba on Wednesday, August 5, 2026, following a prolonged battle with cancer. Before her passing, the actress had publicly advocated for early cancer screening and medical awareness programs across public health channels. The creative community suffered further loss with the death of 53-year-old television producer and director Dimbo Atia, renowned for producing hit drama series including Sons of the Caliphate, Halita, and The Rishantis. Industry colleagues paid tribute to his contribution to television content production and mentorship of emerging filmmakers. The wave of sad news was compounded by the passing of relationship consultant and media personality Lara Kudaisi Don Momo, wife of media presenter Teddy Don Momo. Professional associations across the entertainment industry have issued statements commending the enduring contributions of the deceased creative professionals to Nigerian culture and media. And now to the end of the news, the main points again. Department of State Services arrests 3 suspects in Nasarawa University Dean abduction. Police track syndicate behind murder of Imo traditional ruler and 5 others. Senate excludes Federal Capital Territory from proposed state police framework. And that concludes the news on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms at Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Anthony Wike. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Community secondary school in Zavali. More 3 minutes. A minute more.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you go How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man. Television, you do man. Help the logo, Melamadi. Who me, Bodawo, Nanka, Bonkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over. You never had you were what I look at television. But boy, you're Babula, what the social media, what the Babula, what the Lugu City.
Whose secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
I said that life is not logic. We all know about that. This mystery, life itself is a mystery. Because according to our brother Osadebe, onye ma mbosa balanya na afọ. Oso mbosa ima, mbosa na amula anyi. Okwa ka asi na amula anyi. And nabata one day na kpolo na fabo our own. So we accept everything that we have been told by people. You know? So life is other than logic, and we know that. And nobody, even our Lord Jesus Christ says that nobody knows the day of the end, when it is going to end. It is hidden from man, that end. It remains a mystery to all of us, the end of man. And we see a lot of mysteries. We hear about ghosts, we hear about so many things. But today, we continue our discussion the final part of the discussion on the kola nut, particularly the rights associated with kola nut in Igbo land. Because so many people, you know, there was a story by Mike Ejiaga. Mike Ejiaga once told the story that a young man came back from the white man's land, whether it was from America or from Europe, we do not know. But when he came, he visited his uncle from the mother's side, and he brought the kola nut, Nojabia. And by the time he came out, he saw that the wife was breaking the kola nut. And so he refused to take that one, because the woman broke it, and was eating her own already. And the man just kept quiet. And as the man was leaving, he was saying, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And wonderful he was shouting was that the uncle wanted to kill him, wanted to poison him. But instead, it was clear that he was the one that would have taken down the uncle for breaking the rule of the land. Because we have what we call taboos. And taboos, you know, they have to do with do's and don'ts. And sanctions, anathema, what follows that. So, having said that, we are back to the kola nut. With me to continue this discussion, we have our, you know, wonderful discussant who gives us, you know, very clear insight into some of these things. Who is also, I think he's an nze, as well as an ozo in his own place. He likes mentioning about some of those deities in his place. But today we want to talk about the continuation of the Oji. So, Nze, Nnemeka Nechukwu, you're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I want us to now, you know, because we didn't talk about why is that females, for example, females are not allowed to break the kola nut when they sell the kola nut and do all those things.
You say when they sell the kola nut?
They sell kola nut. They bring it, they wash it, they bring, but they don't break the kola nut. Why?
Kola nut is a mystery crop. It's a crop shrouded in mystery. From Igbo or indigenous cosmology or point of view understanding, it's not an ordinary crop. It's a sacred crop. So it is handled with physical and spiritual care and security too. You don't touch, especially when it is presented as a ritual, because it's a ritual. And so women can sell kola nuts. That is transactional processes. But when you talk of offering the kola nut to the gods or the deities and ancestors, it's a patriarchal function. Ordained for the male, the eldest male present in the communal assembly. There was one Reverend Father who was speaking on the air. He said that even in a social gathering, whenever Koronot is brought, that the Koronot, one Reverend Father, I cannot remember his name now, but it's a very prominent name in the media. Oloma, Reverend Father Oloma. He said that Koronot should be handed to the most elder, not even to the bishop or archbishop there, or to the Reverend Father. It's not his role. That is the role of the eldest indigenous elder to handle, because it is a traditional ritual, not a church ritual. But the trouble we're having now is that everything has been, all things have been mixed up. So now, kola nut should be broken by the eldest male present at the assembly. Then, because it is, the person is breaking it. Not only break it, he needs to pray. That's what we call presentation and prayer.
Yes.
On the kola. So, like in my town, no me onateze. Like was the other Igbo cultures. You present the kola. Then the chief priest, who is the eldest male there, will make decrees on the kola, using the kola as a point of contact between the living and the dead. It's a holy communion. It's a traditional Eucharist, whereby the living and the dead, the departed, the saints, the other side, the ancestors are the saints, whereby they are interwoven in a holy assembly to present to the deities and ancestors their wishes. Because kola nut is used to pray, to decree. Because Igbos, we don't pray. Pray means beggarly. But decree means you are decreeing as a king. You don't beg. Because you know that Chuku is your father. You don't need to beg. That whatever you decree shall come to pass. So now, when you pray, when the decree is made, then the eldest male is now offering giving an offering to God Almighty Chuku and the deities and ancestors, whereby he presents upon that kola, he presents the wishes of the people. Aye na ayoge ogologo ndụ onye utaloji utalo ndụ arụ isi ike akụnụba ọmụmụ nchebe nnapụta. He offers the wishes of the people as a community on the kola, whereby the Chuku, the deities and ancestors should make that his decrees come to pass. That is what okay. So it's not the role of a female to do it, because a female is not a priest. She's not a priest. Even in the traditional Universal Church of Catholic Church, whenever the Reverend Father presents the the Eucharist, then he can break it, but he can. The Reverend sisters can even help in officiation, but they cannot present it to the.
They are not priests.
They are not priests. So breaking of covenant is a priestly function. Decreeing is a priestly function of the most elder, representing the gods and the deities and the people.
Okay.
Because the elders represent the gods, the deities, and ancestors, and the people.
And we'll take a break now.
Right.
When we take the break, we come back. When we come back, we find out, because we just have to underscore in concrete sense how and why the females do not break kola nut. We're taking the break.
All right.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
So, we are back and we're looking at the spiritual content, the spiritual connotations, the ontological foundations of this thing called kola nut rice. Particularly with our brother just, joining us, from all his duties, our Reverend Carlo Omar. Carlo Omar, you're welcome to the program. Carlo.
Yes.
Yes. Uche Carlo. Yes. How did I enter the Omar into it?
Yeah, it's an alignment.
It's an alignment. Yes. Okay. Carlo Uche. Yes. Reverend Uche Carlo. Yes. Now that you are here, because we are trying to understand this, that the females do not break the kola nut. Why is it? Is what gives the spiritual connotation to? What is the foundation of that particular right in Igbo land? I mean, just you are guessing at it because some of these things are things we may never totally understand. That's why it's a mystery. But we don't play with it. And when somebody, like you explained last time, if people don't give you kola nut when you come into their house, then something is not sitting well. You are not welcome. That's the summary of it. Excellent. That you are not welcome. No matter other things that are done, that particular unit shows that you are not welcome. So, why do you think that females do not break kola nut in Igbo land?
Okay. Thank you, sir, my prof. From my point of view, where I grew up from, a woman can only come and serve you with powder.
Okay.
Powder. Either powdered one or the stone the stone.
Yes.
Nzu. Yes. That's what a woman can come
give you as welcome, yes.
Yes. But a woman is not permitted to break the
kola nut. Beautiful.
Neither is she permitted to render any libation or oration as it is accorded to.
Well.
But where there is no male child or no male gender, even if it's a small kid, even if it's a small child, 1 year old or not even up to 1 year old, you use the kola nut and touch the palm of
that child. Yes.
And then the female can go ahead and do what they want with the kola nut. Though they may not even know how to speak the words of the gods because it's a spiritual thing.
Okay.
So why women do not have the authority to break kola nut in my place and in Igbo land eventually is that God has given the staff of authority to a man.
I think it's called Okike.
Yes.
Okike.
The staff of leadership and authority to a man. That even when you are in your house and you hear a strange knock in your door, it's not the woman that will say, who is that?
Who is that? Yes.
It's the man, the
male
boy that will say, who is that?
Who is that? Yes.
And all these things are accruable to the authority of the man. And where a man says that the woman now asks me that, then that man has gone to another state of oblivion. So, kola nut is an emblem of authority and something that initiates every discussion. It is an opener to every form of discussion. It's an initiator. So, if you want to start, you start with a man, not with a woman. Of course, God created man first. And from man, God created every other thing, like women. So the kola nut is ordained by man to use, to administer, and even to eat. Because too many women, you cannot, any woman you see on his own chewing kola nut, look at that person very, very well. But a man can be seen on a leisure time chewing kola nut. And while he's chewing kola nut, he's making use of his brain.
Okay.
Doing a lot of thinking, creative thought. But for a woman, you will abuse it, you won't know it. You just end up with eating, and that is all about it.
Well, that's serious. Now, from what he's saying, now that a man of God is talking of kola nut like this,
we are men of God.
Wait, I'm a sinner. Now that we have a man of God talking about kola nut like this, do you have any biblical references in regard to what he is saying? Because we want to see the kola nut as a mystery, particularly because he mentioned that God created man first. I always like that positive, negative, biological symbol that we used to have. We are now looking at symbolism, and we are now looking at this idea that the male, even if it's a 1-day-old male, they will touch the open hand with that kola nut. Then they can go ahead with whatever other things they want to do. So is it possible to have linkage with the Bible in that particular practice in Igbo land?
Okay. Just supposing the Christian ideology or cosmology and the African Igbo indigenous cosmology, I strongly believe that for the 12 apostles, Christ is, as I say, is, and I cannot say was, is up to the head.
Yes, it's still the head.
So, and in the 12 tribes of Israel, though Deborah played a very big role against the heathen unbelievers, according to the Christian authors. But in the life of the history of the biblical Israel,
we can use the word the scriptures. Because the scriptures come out
exactly from the Torah. One of the scriptures, male represents God, divinity. So there is a rule that is not optional.
Inherent in the male.
Inherent in the male as a representative of God Almighty to determine what happens in any physical or spiritual circle. Have you seen? So now, it's not about being a Christian. I said even in the Catholic Church, I have never seen. I'm not a Catholic.
I'm a Catholic.
But so whenever I go there, because whenever I go, I observe what is happening. Yes. I've never seen a reverend sister, even if it's a mother just a high rank general. It's always the reverend father who says, "This is the lamp of God." Who matter how young says of the world. This is what get you to happen. John Kowa. Order ni someone ya bono to even matter the bell ring. That bell is that like Dibia. Na akwo gbe na ya mo ekwe ya ka mo ezume za anyi no ma anyi no te mo ni ne mfo lo ka ha bia na oluo a woman cannot do it in our place. Only the male Ezoha, the chief priest is ordained by God, and that chief priest is male. To do this is a high profile spiritual function that cannot be toyed with. You know, the women are emotional. Let me tell you the truth. Women don't bless. Only men bless. Because women are emotional. Whenever your mother says, now, until you get the blessings of your father, you are not yet blessed. So, likewise, in the color north, it is ordained by God Almighty and the deities and ancestors that the man should represent them to proclaim words. That is Rhema. Rhema. You get me? Traditional Rhema. On the color north. So that whatever he says are the representative of gods and deities will become flesh, become manifested in the lives of the community or family or people. So it's not something you criticize. It is ordained and cannot be changed.
Okay. So that if you go against it, like we are looking at what happened between Mike Ejaya's story,
yes,
one of his folk tales, and that he brought the kola nut, the uncle brought the kola nut, the maternal uncle brought the kola nut, and before he came out from where he went to bring the pepper, the wife of the wife to the, what do you call it, nephew, had already broken the kola nut, and the man stood there watching him, and the man said that that the man didn't touch it because he poisoned the kola, but he was breaching the taboos of the land.
Yes.
It's anathema, something wrong about it. It's called
alcohol. It's a sacrilege which must be cleansed through traditional ritual.
So why is this a sacrilege?
Sacrilege.
Yes.
Everything people do, they have their belief.
Yes.
But the central truth, the bottom line, is that kola nut is a very special seed.
Okay.
Very special fruit.
I always like the way you call it seed.
Yes.
I like the way you normally use the word seed.
You know
the meaning of that word seed is serious.
Even in creation.
Yes.
Even in creation, God, after creating everything, both herbs, both fruits, he subjected them and gave man authority to use them.
Yes.
There are ones for our healing. There are ones for our nutrition.
Yes.
Now, you know,
I know what you're saying.
You know too well that if two people want to contract a covenant,
yes,
and there is no other seed, there is no other fruit they will use to contract that covenant, is kola nut.
Yes, you need
why? Because when they cut their blood and use it and this one eat, kola nut is an emblem of covenant, and a woman does not initiate it. It is a man. Of course, my colleague says women cannot bless. Women can bless because Bible said, children obey your parents.
Yes.
In that parenting, women
can bless. I will profit.
We will say that a woman can bless, a man can bless, but authoritatively, who has the audacity to speak and it come to pass is the man.
Okay.
But don't undermine the fact that the child came out
from the woman
through the umbilical cord of the woman. Very, very important.
Yes.
That whatever the woman says over the child, whether delivered or in the womb, stands to play.
Yes.
So in kola nut, it is not incumbent on a woman to do any power tussle. It belongs to a man.
Good.
Because the content of that seed is more than what man can comprehend.
Okay.
God, in his own sovereignty, put certain power, certain honor. And when we abuse that power and that honor, things will not go well with us. It's a seed, not magical. Even though some people tend to ritualize it. Yes, it's a very powerful seed that we should accord the honor, because even biblically, it is part of what God has created for man's development and growth.
Okay, now we have seen this, and the young ones are now watching us, even some of the elders. What message would you pass to the people? Because now we have women liberation,
equality,
we have feminism, we have equality, and some of these young women want to ask, why wouldn't I break the kola nut? What would you say to them?
Well, what we felt the female folk or gender is that all these scripts imported to this part of the world, we are not homegrown. And imitation is limitation. Imitation results in limitation in all fields of life, even in spirituality. All these they say according to, written by who to who. They should understand that they were ordinance of the land. Ordinance of the land. Ordinary. You cannot use your years as a professor to wipe them away. As far as I know, you even these are ordained laws from creation, immutable laws of the Spirit of God that cannot be attacked. But if you attack it at your own peril, obviously. So, women in their gender equality, gada, they should know that these are issues of the spirits, of the ancestors, of the deities that you cannot toy with. They should respect the male supremacy on spiritual issues, especially traditional spiritual issues. Because in the Christian spiritual issues, the mercy and the blood of Jesus Christ can pardon you. Have you seen it? But in traditional spiritual issues, because when Metalbulu appears on an offender, mercy and grace will vanish. When Metalbulu visits you because of desecrating all these ordained laws of creation and the traditions, that Jesus Christ, that mercy and grace of Jesus Christ will not even acknowledge you, because Christ never came to destroy those ordinances. He came to make them stronger. So I advocate to the female folk to respect the ordinances, of our indigenous land, so that it might go well with them.
Thank you. Yeah, Reverend, because I'm back to you, because he was talking of this particular ordinances of our people and looking at the kola nut, particularly as regards the kola nut rights, and the fact that today, we have now got female pastors all over the world, particularly even in some of the established churches like the Anglican Church. I don't know about Nigeria, but I know that abroad they have already got a bishop, or they have got bishops.
England.
In England. But now that we are here, if a young girl feels that she has grown, she has come of age, she's able to do something, what would you tell them so that they don't fall foul of the ordinances of the land? Because what belongs to some does not belong to everybody. That's the way I want to put it for now. So what do we do?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. We have Ojibo.
Yes.
We have Ojausa.
Good.
And we have the one who they call
Guru.
Guru. Do you understand?
Guru.
They are one that you break, you just keep it for some time, it changes color.
Yes.
They are one that as you eat it constantly, it changes the color of your Do you understand? So the point is that in the Igbo culture, there are places you come, it will be very predominantly clear that they have a tree. Oji,
yes.
Kola nut tree, especially in Anambra.
Good.
Every compound has it. That shows you ancient part. That shows you culture and tradition. And when a child grows and see that this thing is in his compound, in their compound, he grows to build his own house, he will plant such in his own compound. Now check around these our Enugu and other places. How many people do you see
kola nut trees
growing there. We just grow pawpaw, we grow orange, we grow mango, and only few places. So there is need for us to show our younger ones that these things are
serious
and the root of our existence.
Good.
Existence in the sense that this thing you cannot do without it. If you must begin anything, it is this thing.
And that was why it was cash crop in those days.
You cannot even carry Bible and flip Bible and flip Bible and say it will turn to kola nut. It cannot. You cannot even do the work of kola nut. The moment elders sit up, when they see what, they know that matters has begun. Do you understand? So I think we should learn the habit of planting
kola nuts. Okay.
In every compound.
In every compound.
If it's not in every compound, at least 1 or 2, 3, you have seen one. So that you'll be able to maintain the posterity of that fruit and the seed.
Okay.
It will help us to grow. It will help us to advance in our culture.
Okay.
But that is my submission to our culture.
Thank you. Yeah, I think with this, I think we should round up, our discussion as regards this, because I've been cracking my head on this concept of that women do not bless. And then, but he tried to correct it. So when you said it, I started looking at the Old Testament. I moved from my mind's eye. I moved from Abraham through the wife.
Don't say correcting means if I agree.
I didn't say correct.
He's giving his own analysis.
I said I'm coming.
I've not accepted that correction.
I've not said I'm correct. I said when he came in with that, and then what do you say about what he said?
About what
he said about that, because he said that he said that women. He tried to explain that. So I want to get your own view again.
Okay, if women can bless, why didn't the mother concocted what happened between Esau and Jacob? The mother could have blessed Jacob, and Jacob will go away with the blessing now. Why?
I want to get
what the mother did, though in through deep biblical studies, the supplanter, the person who wanted to cheat was Esau, not even Jacob, because Jesus sold his birthright to Jacob. It was agreed, it was signed.
No agreement.
So he did not value his birthright, and he signed it. So when some pastors say that Esau was a cheat, they don't know the scriptures at all. They are shallow in the scriptures of God. The main person, just like Nigeria and part of Africa, we have hunter mentality. Then those who have that culture of Jacob, cultivated mentality, are the developed countries of the world.
No, in biblical interpretation, you interpret the Bible.
No, he's coming.
You bring your
in biblical interpretation, Jacob is a cultivator. Then Esau is a hunter. Those who kills and is. So that's why he said the other one is blessed, the other one is cursed. Cause is not that, but that's why at the time Esau realized his mistakes.
You are going to the blessing.
Okay. Esau realized his mistakes and became a kind of Jacob and then transformed. That when Jacob brought the good, said, "I have had enough. Don't give me. You know better than in that field." So what I'm saying in essence is that
only the way blesses.
Only watch just biblically. When women are some people you can even influence with what you have. You don't influence men.
Yeah, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get for him. Why woman blessed?
Why represent God? When man speaks, God speaks.
I agree with you.
So now a woman is. You know that even in families, a woman has given birth to many children. Have you seen it? But you know that the son that always brings ego, if you notice that always some women, not every woman, dances to the tune of that one. So, in as much as I've noted the power to bless is vested originally, on the men, spiritually, cosmically, on men, representing God Almighty.
That's your view. So, why do you say that women bless too?
Women blesses. Men blesses. It's just for you to understand what blessing is all about.
Yeah, because I want to bring it to the origin.
Blessing is speaking and coming to pass.
Yes.
You need to understand.
Yes.
Blessing is not only when somebody says something on top of you and it happens, or when somebody pronounces your way of favor and things like that. Blessing is also when someone gives you a direction.
Okay.
Okay.
When someone sits you down and grants you a focus.
Okay.
It's also blessing. When somebody is used to interpret your vision, your dream, is also blessing. Do you understand? Like he was saying about Jacob.
Yes.
Bible said, when the mother had them.
Yes, in the womb, yes.
They were struggling in the womb.
Yes.
And the woman became so uncomfortable. I said, this is not like ordinary pregnancy. Let me know why.
That she went to a soothsayer.
And the Spirit of God said, you have 2 nations in your womb.
Yes.
This is the prophecy. The first will serve the other, the younger. So whatever transpired after has been ordained by God.
Creation.
The role of who blesses now is automatically God, divinity. Now, the father said, go and get me a pepper soup. Prepare something for me to eat. I am on my age.
Yes, yes.
So that I can do what?
Bless you.
Pronounce blessings.
And the woman said, come. I heard your father say to your elder brother, now, go and bring this one, because his own is a longer journey. Let's make it shorter. The woman has the intelligence. He has the dimension. And he programmed the young man into blessing. A woman can also bless.
Okay, but that the point.
As a matter of parenting, a woman can bless. A man can bless.
No, a woman,
but I said in our mission,
no, the woman can
make a man.
I agree with you. No, the woman has made statements, and that's why when we were talking of, you know, when you're talking of children, respect to your parents,
yes.
And then because whatever your mother says,
your day will be long,
yes,
and you will be blessed.
Fine, that's
on the land the Lord has given.
I agree, but the point that he is making is about the fact that throughout the biblical scriptures and other scriptures around, that the work of blessing is most times given to the male.
Of course.
Given to the male.
Of course.
And that's the point he's making.
Of course.
He's not arguing that a woman cannot make statements about goodness coming to the child, or about what is evil coming to somebody that has done what is wrong. But all these are contained in the New Testament. So with this, I think, you know, even though we are enjoying what we are doing, we have to do more things outside here. And with that, we hope that by God's grace, that we'll meet next time, you know, as soon as possible. I want to thank the crew for helping us with this particular event today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
Hello, mi familia. Welcome to another edition of Teens Jive. This is where we learn, this is where we laugh, and this is where we talk about real life situations that we're all engaged in. I am your host, Onyinyechi. You can also call me Alexa, and I'll be taking you on this edition's sweet ride through the different segments, which includes the conversation and the game segment. Thank you for joining, and I'm glad to have you. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Teenagers today are faced with different and conflicting ideologies about feminism. Some of them think it's confrontational, that is why they recoil back into their shells and decide not to take up the feminism ideology. Most other people take on the aggressive horn of the whole conversation. Well, on today's conversation, we want to do a little deep dive on what feminism actually is. Joining me to do justice to this topic is Kizito Asamoah. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. When you told me earlier about me being on your show, I was kind of set aback based on I was not really prepared then. So it's kind of my first time. This is kind of my first time being on a live show. Yeah, I've been called upon most times to, speak to a large number of crowd and talk to a large number of people, but actually being live, that is being live, no. So it was something that I really dreamt of, and yeah, I'm really happy to be on the show.
We're happy to have you on the show.
And at least one item ticked off my bucket list.
I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go straight into the conversation. So let's start with what feminism actually is and why does it raise so much dust of disagreement whenever people speak about it?
Okay, before we delve into the full definition of what
the ideology of what feminism actually means, we need to actually know how it all began.
Okay.
How the whole story about feminism began. So historically, I won't bore you with kind of the whole past history. So the major things we should also need to know about the idea of feminism was that feminism was not really into the Nigerian system, because I'm going to be basing more using Nigeria as the scope of study, because I don't need to go far kind of discussing about Africa or Europe or the world. So let's just niche down our scope to kind of Nigeria, the Nigeria contemporary system. So when you speak about feminism, feminism was not actually in Nigeria, so to say, before colonization. Because feminism is all about, advocating for women equality. It's about advocating for women being included in the systems of government, both political, economical, social systems. So before colonization came into Nigeria, there was no need for this ideology of feminism, because women were kind of participating in the different sectors of government. Women were in charge of trade fairs. Women were in charge of different market systems. So after the colonization came in, when there was kind of Western inclusion into the systems of government, then women began excluding them from different things in the systems of government. That ideology of this is not meant for a woman to do, that is only a man that is meant to do this. It began to creep into. After that was after colonization. That was kind of a Western effect that came into the country Nigeria.
Yeah.
So then that is where the idea of feminism began to come in, because after the colonization, some certain women, which I listed to when I was trying to prep the whole kind of those discussions, there were two most significant women, although there are many now, but there were two then I just listed out that kind of saw that there was need for a balance in gender equality. That it is not only men that are meant to be in charge for a majority. That since it's a system of government, since Nigeria is bent on democracy, that we are doing a kind of a system of law that's a majority for the majority. So we should kind of, bring equality in both genders. Not 70% of the sectors is occupied by men, while less than 30% are occupied by women. So I just mentioned two people which we are going to still discuss about. So the whole idea of feminism now is kind of advocating, pushing for women's rights in the government, pushing for women's rights in the social system, in the cultural system, in the economic system. So that is what the whole ideology about feminism. So feminism actually countering the after effects of the Western colonization that took place in Nigeria. Because historically it was not there before. But after the whole colonization came into Nigeria, then we began to have kind of talks about feminism, gender equality, and stuff like that.
Okay, so before I would catch up with you, you're already somewhere else.
No problem.
But I think currently some young people do not really understand this concept of feminism. Like, we can tell that by the videos we see flying around. I mean, you see somebody come out publicly to say, we should hate men, because that's kind of a term that was, or will I call it a phrase that was associated with feminists. So who is a feminist, and why are they so intertwined with this hating men syndrome thing?
Now, when you come to the present or the contemporary Nigerian kind of system, most people tend to misunderstand that concept of who a feminist is. Now, I'm a feminist.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a proud feminist. I kind of had that kind of idea while writing my final project. So even when I finished it, I'm still referred to as a feminist. A feminist is not someone who takes women equality to the extreme. That is where people misunderstand the concepts. It's all about advocating for equality. Equality means being neutral in the kind of this is where the men should be, this is where the women should be. Kind of equalizing the rights of the man and the woman. But the kind of feminism people tend to think most Nigerians advocate for is the extreme feminism, or what they call misogyny. That is, having that ideology that women are being so undermined that they should take entirely in charge of, or be entirely in charge of, the whole system. Because if you are going to be talking about feminism to the extreme, that is women being in total control of everything, you're also going in an extreme, because why? We're dealing with an extreme, which is patriarchy.
Okay.
We're dealing with one extreme. That is what feminism is trying to counter. Feminism is trying to counter patriarchy. So you taking feminism to another extreme is kind of taking it to misogyny. So feminism should advocate mainly for balancing and equal rights between man and woman. That is what feminism is all about. It's not necessarily about women being in total control or men being in total control. It's all about balancing it. So when one comes up and says that I am a feminist, or like myself, if I come up to say I am a feminist, I'm in summary telling you that I am advocating for equal rights given to man that should also be given to the woman.
Okay.
So that is the key idea of who a feminist is.
I love the idea where you try to say that it's not on both extremes. No. There should be like a balance.
Yes.
So, but there's there's this argument around that balance. So one of the things that raised this argument was when women came out to say that everything a man can do, a woman can do better. I mean, during that season, a lot of men were just clamoring.
Yeah, it's true, because during the whole discussion, I think I should end with that one, but I will kind of chip it in now, because I plan to end with it. While I was, trying to research more about it, there's a difference between equality and equity.
Okay.
Yeah. So in as much as that idea of what a man can do, a man can also do. More put it, a man can do better. Just trying to prove that this thing you're actually telling us we cannot do, we can actually do it more than you think we can. Every human being can actually achieve something they want to achieve. Yeah. But equality is all about saying, I'll give a practical example now. For instance now, a girl and a boy from the same family, they are being raised by the same parents, but the boy is given more freedom at home than the girl. The girl has more house chores to do, but both are required basically to pass their school exam. So you see that the child, if you give it, and both are going to the same school, they are going to the same level of the education. You see, if in terms of equality, they have the same equal education. But if you're not talking about equity, they don't have the same equal circumstances to achieve that high education both need. So that ideology of what a man can do, a woman can do better, I don't really buy it. I really accept the whole instance of everybody can actually achieve what he or she wants to achieve, given the right circumstances, given the right equipment, or kind of the right tools to actually do that. So to just kind of summarize it, I'm trying to say that equity is more about giving each individual what he or she needs to actually reach that point, not minding whether this person is, we're not minding the equal rights given. The equality there is they are both going to the same school. Okay. But the equity there is this young lady does not have the time this guy has. So she might not really have the more hours this boy has to read. So what's really happened? She's not giving extra moral lessons. Unlike the boy is not giving extra moral lessons. So it's trying to balance between both sides, so that both are actually capable of achieving that higher level education.
Okay, but basically that's not what's being played out in reality, because we see young ladies or young girls who do most of the house chores, and the boys are out in the field playing football, and at the end of the day they're expected to come out the same way. And the result, this is one of the things that gets the aggressive feminists to go out on rampage or something like that.
Yes.
But don't you think that the culture or the society where we live in is subtly painting or encouraging this kind of inequality among the two genders?
Yes, Nigeria is the kind of society that the effect of that colonization has not yet been removed. That is why feminism, even up to now, is still being advocated for. Even in 2026, because you will see more practical cases of women being undermined, women not given the equal rights they should have in respect to their fellow gender, in respect to the man gender. That is why in some certain areas, in some certain villages, even in towns, urban areas, you see that the rights men have are not, in balance ratio with that of the women. Men are still given more rights, they still occupy more spaces in the offices, in the educational system, in the cultural system. When you begin to analyze these things like that, you see that ideology of a kind of a balanced gender society is not yet achieved in Nigeria. That is why it is good when you see more people like Chimamanda Adichie. She's a good feminist, because she, even up to now, she still advocates for that kind of balanced human rights between the man and the woman. One of her favorite books, which I normally read, is this Dream Count. She published it last 2 years, 224 December. But it came out for sale, that was 225. So it's all about, pushing that ideology that even up to now, that ideology of women being excluded from the different sectors of the economy is still very rampant in the Nigerian economy. So pushing that ideology of balanced gender situation is still much needed in the Nigerian country.
Okay, so I was just thinking, but I felt like some people are not, some women, some ladies and young ladies, and young girls, sorry, are not ready for this complete equality. Because if you look out there, I do look out a lot, and I see a lot of young ladies who just want to be independent, who want to rely on their hobbies, their boyfriends, and that's not really giving that equality kind of vibes. That was when this guy came up, Gege, although he's married.
He's not actually married. I did a research about him.
Okay.
I think that was a wedding of his brother.
Oh.
I think it's a tradition where he comes from. I've seen that tradition somewhere else, that if the brother is not actually present, someone else can step in, do the marriage on his behalf, while the wife, because the brother, from what I heard, was not in the country.
Okay.
So, and due to his inability to fly in and be present for the marriage, he had to beg Gege to step in.
So what do you have to say about these young ladies who already have this mentality that, oh, the guys, they are the ones to provide, there are some ladies who are not yet out for all this. What do you have to say about them?
One, you have to kind of push more for education. Some are not well educated about their rights as women. Some are educated but still adamant on, kind of that concept of I'm not saying that, you should be above or the man should be above. Neither should be above. Kind of in a situation, because I was interacting with a young lady that was last week. So during our whole discussion, it was a funny discussion which I laughed about it. She was saying one of the major reasons she's going to school. I hope she doesn't see this. One of the major reasons she's going to school is to marry a good husband. That was her reason. She was very serious about it. So I was like, does it mean that those that don't go to school don't have successful marriages? She was like, yeah. I was like, you have a phone? She was like, yeah. I said, go to social media, Facebook, Instagram, X. Search the divorce rate we have. Check, is it more from the educated couples or non-educated? We checked it and we saw that it was from the educated couple. So you now begin to ask yourself, the whole idea of women not actually stepping up for their rights, is it due to lack of education, or those due to kind of some personal conviction that I want to be this, notwithstanding what education has to offer? Because education will give you the basic info that these are your rights. this is what you should have as a human being, first of all. Then these are extra things you should have as a woman. But it's not left to you to actually, it's not left to you to be actually kind of, stand up for that right that you have been given. That's okay, yeah, I can be able to work in this same sector as this man is working in as much as I'm giving the opportunities he is given and the tools I need to achieve it. But there are some ladies that are, I call it lazy, I'll put it that way, that are not really kind of motivated to work for that right. So that is actually the cause of that much dependency on the man. So they are much dependent on what the man brings, what the man has to offer. You can actually see a young lady that will get married with less than 50,000 naira currently and no stable source of income. To a wealthy man and be happy in marriage. Reverse the case and you see that it's not possible. It's not really possible in the current Nigerian society. So the issue is now about enlightening the women and ensuring that they understand the need to be well educated about their rights as a woman, and also making sure that the man does not, have that toxic trait, because it's one of the key points I highlighted during the whole discussion. Because some men are being pressured about being the total providers, and they tend to give room for that kind of, should I say, laziness to their spouse, to their wives. So they feel that they should be the one contributing 100%. It might be good depending on your personal conviction, but it also gives room for your wife not being able to put into the family. No contributions, no efforts, nothing. So, and one thing leads to another. Every day cannot be a day for love. You cannot actually say, this thing will last us for the next 50 years. Marriages are not just built on what you see now. You have to plan for the long term, because you cannot tell me that for the next 20 years, you are going to be comfortable being the only provider. No. Days will go by, times will go by, and one thing will lead to another. You begin to see another side of your wife that maybe love would have blinded your eye then. But if it was a kind of a situation where both parties were actively involved in the raising up of the family, it's something that is where you will see a very long-lasting marriage, long-lasting family.
Right.
So that is why feminism is very, very important.
All right. I think we'll circle back onto that marital problem issue when it comes to feminism.
No problem.
But before then, we'll just go on a short break. We'll be right back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Jive, the conversation on Feminism 101. And we're just discussing with Kizito about feminism, the feminists, yada, 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 yada. Oh, nice. God. I used to be in a particular place where I didn't want to hear anything about feminism. Like, I blocked my ears because...
Yeah, you told me something about...
I blocked my... I didn't want to hear it.
You told me something about that.
I didn't want to hear it. I mean, the whole wave was too much, and I saw a video. It was funny, but I think it's funny. But the guy said, what's the difference between feminism and a knife? And she was like, I don't understand. What are you trying to... Said, because a knife has a point.
A knife
has a point, what feminism does. So I think we'll have to come back to what some men, what their take is about feminism. But before that, let's just talk about the problems associated with feminism.
Okay. So when you begin to speak about what the problems associated with feminism are, you have to first of all understand what is feminism, which we have at least earlier discussed about.
Yes.
So when you understand the concept of who a feminist is and what is actually feminism, you now begin to list out the problems that feminism tackles, because feminism is not a problem. Yeah.
But it did create some problems.
Feminism is bent on countering a problem.
Okay.
That is the misunderstanding. People tend to think feminism is a problem. No. Feminism is a concept trying to take down another concept, which is patriarchy.
Okay.
So it's not a problem on its own. It is bent on tackling a problem. So what is the problem it is tackling? It's tackling inequality. Inequality amongst women. Now, bringing it down to the Nigerian society, which is our scope of study, bringing it down to the Nigerian society, you see that feminism is bent on, ensuring that women in Nigeria are kind of having that equal rights men do have. When you come into the political sector, check the number of senators we have. Check the number of member of the parliament, member of the senate.
But if you talk about the leadership aspect,
yes.
some people think that women are not naturally good leaders. What do you have to say about that?
Women are good leaders. Yeah. I'm not speaking it out of favoritism or just trying to please somebody. Women are
haven't you
likewise men. A good person is a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you don't want to, because maybe if you speak on women, you are kind to gender-based it. But a good person is a good leader, irrespective of which gender he or she is. So whoever is good can lead, whether a man or a woman. So in as much as that person has the credentials, has the qualifications, has that natural goodness in him or her, that person is qualified enough to lead.
Okay.
So it's not necessary that, okay, this person is a woman, this person is a man, therefore this position has to go to him or has to go to her. Because that is the concept most sectors in Nigeria used. That is why you likely see less women in the making decisions about a country having more population of women than men. That is the most funny thing about the whole story. If you come to Nigeria now, 70% of Nigeria is occupied by women. 70%. But who are in charge of making decisions? Majorly men. So you see that it's a kind of unbalanced ratio. Because in a situation where you have a major population of women, it is expected that the majority should rule. But in actually, you don't know how to cause chaos and anarchy, at least a kind of a balanced ratio of where you have a balanced set of gender, a kind of balanced ratio of men and women, and making the decision of the country. But you tend to see more of men making this. I'm not against a man making the decision. I'm against a higher number of men against a lower number of men.
Okay.
Where you have people who are qualified, who are educated. If you go to university, major of the university students are women. Majority of them.
That's true.
And I know majority of them graduates with first class distinction, this and that. But now getting them into those roles where they will be able to take part in decision making is not the problem. So you cannot begin to make an argument that why women are not included is because they are not qualified women. They are. Okay. There are a lot of them. So the problem feminism is tackling is fighting against that ideology that women cannot, whereas they can. Fighting against women are not available, whereas they are. That women cannot be able to do this, whereas they can. They have proven it over time. They are qualified people to do that. So feminism is kind of trying to push away that wave of it is a man's word. It's not a man's word. Nigeria is a kind of a blessed country. Blessed country in the sense that we have different tribes, different religion, different ethnic group. So it will be something good where a country blessed with so many resources, so many talents, is now ruled by only a higher percentage of gender. So feminism is tackling that major problem, that major issue where women are being neglected in the society, where they are being neglected in the family, where they are being neglected in the school, where they are being neglected in the government. That is what feminism is trying to tackle. So that is the major problem feminism is going against. It's going against majorly men taking charge of everything without giving space to women being women being able to participate in various activities happening within them.
Okay, I love the angle you're coming from, but comparing the women who used to lead, because I was in a class one time and the lecturer said in so and so time the women were like the market leaders. Yes. Like I could not really picture how it was because that's not what it is right now. So I kind of like imagined putting today's women in such high places, and I wondered how they would survive and how the men would react, because it is now the two parties kind of thing. I don't think that men entirely support this whole ideology. Speaking about the marriage aspect, where they argue a whole lot that, oh, the man is the head, the woman is who knows what, and then the women come up to say that, oh, we are the neck, without the neck you can't stand.
I get that concept a lot.
You get, so like, what's your take on that?
Well, there's ideology of they are not really sure of whether women can be able to do this, or let's use the marital concept for example now. That ideology of the man is the head is not a fact that should be denied. Yeah, the man is the head. In every kind of in a ship there's always a captain. True. But a captain does not sail the boats on his own. Someone else assisting, which without him, he can't do it alone. So when you begin to prioritize yourself above all, without giving credit to the person helping you or assisting you, that is where that issue of patriarchy comes in, where you are kind of trying to show the world that only you is sufficient.
Okay.
That issue of only you only gender is sufficient. I was watching a video, those kind of these random street talks.
Yeah.
So the guy was going around interviewing people, like, will you live in a society where there was only men? He will ask it to women. Then to the men, they will ask the same question. Can you live in a society with only men? Yeah, so I was just listening to the different opinions about people. Some will answer yes, that they can stay. Some women, most women actually answer that they can stay in a society without men. I laughed about the whole thing because I knew that it's not actually possible to actually stay with only one gender. Even taking to the Christian ideology, God himself deemed it fit that it was not nice for a gender only to be. He needed a companion. That is why he had to create. He didn't create Adam again. He didn't create a second Adam. He created somebody different that could actually match him.
That could complement.
Yeah, complement him. That kind of thing. So, in a situation whereby people talk about women not being up to the task, or women not being able to, compete in those sectors, it is because they are afraid. Actually, I will put it like that. They are afraid that these women can actually do better than them if given the chance.
All right.
Because some women I feel and I've seen, it's not actually about how I feel, I've seen, I've encountered, there are some women that are more educationally intellected than men. Some have the capability. They might not be physically strong as women are. Yeah. That is one of the large opportunities men have against, the more advantage they have against women. But when you begin to put the nation into your mind, put the development of the Nigerian economy, it's not about physical strength. It's all about how you reason, how you think, the decisions you make. That is actually, because if, for instance, the president wants to start a war, he doesn't need to tell 100 army men to go into the different states and begin to, open fire.
All right.
He can just make a simple pronunciation. So that ideology of they are not sure if women can be able to keep up to the task the men are actually doing is a notion of they are scared of that these women actually can come up and be better than them.
Okay, I think I have a few other questions, but because of time, we cannot ask all that question. But I will ask you to briefly tell us the way forward from here.
Okay. Now, one of the way forward, I feel, which is the best way forward, one of the way forward should be pushing more for education, which is one of the things I love about the former governor of Anambra State, peterobi. He's a man that doesn't take two things for granted. That is the health sector and education. He believes that for a nation to be successful, these two things have to be prioritized above all, the health sector and education. So one of the major ways to bring about feminism, bring about gender equality in Nigeria as a state is pushing education for everybody.
Okay.
Especially those in the rural areas. Because if you look at the rates of education being given, the quality is very poor.
Yeah.
Especially those going to the rural areas, even some of the semi-urban areas we have now. It's not about them going to school. It's about what are they learning. What are they learning there? Because if you go to different schools now, they might be doing 20 subjects, 15 subjects, 24. But inside those subjects, what are they actually learning from there? Are they actually learning what they need, or just what you want them to learn? So it's all about giving them quality education. When you give a woman quality education, give a man quality education, it will enlighten them. Because in as much as you are fighting against patriarchy, you should be fighting like kind of giving the men that are growing up, that's knowledge that this thing is bad. They should not be among them. And telling the woman, this is her rights. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to know. This is what you are supposed to be. You don't need people to tell you that you don't belong here.
Yeah.
Everybody belongs in every particular situation. So in as much as you are telling the woman, these are your rights, you're also telling the man also that this particular tradition is not good. This exclusion of women, exclusion of people from different economies because you feel that they are not compatible, it's bad. So that is why quality education is good. And another way we can actually promote this issue of feminism is through the social media.
Okay.
The TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp. I kind of, making sure that women are everywhere respected through the different platforms you have, using your pages so that all the content creation you are making, the content you make every day is bent on showing that what I'm doing, another person can. Cause content, I've seen different content creators where I think there are even more women creating content, good content, than men. It shows that women can actually stand up to different aspects of the economy.
Yeah.
It's not only men. So when you begin to empower them through the different social media platforms, it gives that mindset that there can be a stable economy where there's a balanced, gender of men and women.
All right. Thank you so much, Asumara Kizito.
You're
I'm
welcome.
so glad to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
And I'm so sure that every young person out there learned something about feminism. At least before you go out there to wind your mouth on every feminism post, you have to think about what the whole concept is all about and the positive impact of feminism. And you might be asking, where do I stand? Am I a feminist or am I not the feminist? Well, I am the host, Oyechi, and this is where we would wrap it up on Teens Jive, the conversation. Until we come your way next time, let us join Tinaza on the street for some games.
Hi and welcome to Teens Jive on Aneke TV. So today we're going to be having so much fun and we're playing a game called the 11th Commandment, and the challenge is simple. We have to answer my questions without saying yes or no, or yeah or no, anything that is related to yes or no. So you might think it's easy, but I bet you it is not. So come with me, let's have some fun. Let's go. Hi, pretty lady. What's your name?
I'm Gloria.
Oh, Gloria. I can see the glory of God. Okay. So we're going to be playing a simple game. The name of the game is the 11th commandment. So the rules of the game are simple. Don't say, I'll just ask you simple questions. Don't say yes, no, yeah, nope, anything that is related to yes or no. Okay. So you got it?
I get it.
Are you down for the game?
I'm down.
Okay. So, your time starts now. So, Glory, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
So, how do you like your school? What are you studying?
I'm studying medical laboratory science.
Okay, medical laboratory sciences. Do you think this course will take you places?
I think so.
Okay, you think so? Okay. So, what's your favorite food?
Do I have a favorite food?
So, you don't like jollof rice?
I like jollof rice, but it's not just my favorite food. I have a lot.
Okay. So, right now, do you watch football?
I do.
So, which club do you think is going to win the Champions League?
First of all, I thought Champions League is over.
Okay. So, okay, on the normal, which club are you supporting?
Depending on the winning team, Chelsea, Man U, anyone that is winning, I'm there.
Okay, you just go with any club that is winning.
Actually.
Okay. So, you're really good at this.
I
am. Okay. So, one more question. Okay. So, is it right to be a good person in this corrupt world?
It is. Regardless of where you find yourself, you should just be a good person. Don't be moved by the situation around. Just be a good person, at least for yourself. Yeah.
Okay. I think you're really good at this game. I can't do this anymore. Thank you so much for joining the game. I think you won this 1,000 naira notes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome to the game segment. What's your name?
My name is Jessica.
Wow, Jessica. So what are you studying here?
I'm studying medical radiography.
Wow, medical radiography. So it's nice having you on the game. So the rules of the game are simple. You just have to answer my questions without saying yes, no, yeah or nope. Anything related to yes or no. So are you in?
I'm in.
Okay. So your time has started. So what's that your name again?
My name is Jessica.
Jessica, yes. So Jessica, what brought you to this part of town?
Study, education.
So was the traffic too much?
It wasn't.
Okay, it wasn't too much. Do you like spicy food?
I do. Not too spicy, but at least moderately spicy.
Okay. So, since you said you are studying medical radiography, is that a course you want your children to study?
It is a course I would want my children to study. It's very lucrative.
Okay, it's very lucrative. So now, if you were to choose between football and fashion, what would that be?
Fashion.
Okay.
I'll choose fashion.
One more question. Okay. I'm not sure it's going to be the last, but I need you to answer this question. If I give you 1 million naira right now, would you collect it?
I would collect it.
Okay. So thank you so much for joining us in this game segment. You really did well.
Thank you very much.
You answered all my questions. So, hi and welcome to the game segment. Bro, what's your name?
Chinedu.
Chinedu, so welcome. So we're going to be playing a very simple game. The name of the game is the 11th commandment. So the rules of the game is simple. Just don't say yes, no, yeah or nope. Anything that is related to yes or no. Understand?
Okay.
So are you in?
Yes.
You just said yes. So thank you so much for joining us. It was fun having you. Chop loco. Welcome to the game segment. So what's your name? Nelson. So, what are you studying here?
Medicine and surgery.
Wow, wow. You did for your body, Sha.
Thank you.
So, the rules of the game are very simple. The name of the game is 11 Commandments. So, the rules are simple. Just don't say yes, no, yeah, or anything like that. So, are you down?
I am down.
Okay. Okay. So, your time start now is actually 1 minute. So, Nelson, what brought you to this part of this town?
Came here to study actually.
Okay, you came to study. So, do you like the course you're studying?
Enjoy it.
Wow, wow. So, if I give you 1 million naira now, would you take it?
I would absolutely take it.
Absolutely. Nobody would actually reject 1 million naira. So, do you enjoy spicy food?
I love it. Yes, very peppery food.
Okay. So, one more question. Which team do you think would win this? Is it Premier League? I've been at Champions League.
That's it, actually.
You are sure about it?
I'm very sure.
Okay. So, wow, that was a very, very challenging one. You're really good at this.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much for joining the show. It was nice having you. Okay, welcome to the game segment. So, what's your name?
My name is Rosalia.
Wow, Rosalia. That's one of the sweetest names I've heard today.
Thank you so much.
So, Rosalia, what do you study here?
Medical laboratory sciences.
Okay, medical laboratory sciences. So, we're going to be playing a simple game, the 11th commandment. So, the rules of the game are simple. Just have this natural conversation with me without saying yes, no, yeah, nope, something like that. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, the rules of the game are very strict. So that's it. Thank you so much for joining us. Chop Taco. Hi and welcome to the game segment. So what's your name?
George Princess.
George Princess. Like, is he your surname and your name, or just together?
My next surname is George and my name is Princess.
Okay, so Princess, what are you studying here?
Med lab.
Okay, medical laboratory. So we're going to be playing a simple game, the 11th commandments. The rules of the game are simple. So we'll have a natural conversation without you saying yes, no, nope, or yeah. So are you in?
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to be having we are going to have this conversation for 1 minute. So your time starts now. So what brought you to this part of town?
Education.
Okay, so was there traffic when you were coming?
I don't think so.
Okay, there was no traffic. So if I gave you 1 million naira now, would you collect it?
I wouldn't collect it.
You wouldn't collect it? Why?
Because I don't know, you're a stranger.
Okay, don't take tips from strangers. Okay, that's right. So do you like spicy food?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. So you don't like spicy food. Do you prefer fashion or football?
Fashion, of course, I'm a girl.
Okay, fashion. So do you like Gucci?
I don't.
Oh, you're really good at this. So thank you so much for joining us. I think you won this round. Chop Noko. So that's it for the game segment. I had a lot of fun. I don't know about you. The game was so fun. It was a really fun ride. I don't even know. These guys were really prepared for this game. So don't forget to watch, like, comment on the video, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, all on Aneke TV. Till next time, don't go anywhere. Bye.
And finally, if you've made it thus far, congratulations to you. We've come to the end of today's edition of the Teens Jive. We started off with teaching you about what feminism actually is, so you don't go out there engaging in, pointless arguments about feminism. At least now you know. And thank you so much, Chinaza, for that quick and refreshing game segment. And until we come your way next time, this is Teens Jive. Remember, you can follow us on YouTube and Facebook at Aneke TV. Until next time, I am Onyechugu. Bye.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people, but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi remains one of the most enigmatic figures in West African political history. Born on March 3, 1924, in Umuahia, Abia State. His rise from a private soldier in 1942 to the UN Force Commander in the Congo, 1964, and Nigeria's first military head of state, 1966, illustrates both the height of military professionalism and the perils of political centralism in a multi-ethnic federation. On January 15, 1966, a bloody military coup led by mid-level officers shattered Nigeria's first republic, claiming the lives of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Premier Ahmadu Bello, and Western Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola. In the ensuing power vacuum, General Officer Commanding Major General Johnson Thomas Omunakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi rallied loyal troops, quashed the insurrection, and assumed power on January 16, 1966. Known as Johnny Ironside for his courageous command during the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1960 and 1964, Ironsi was a soldier's soldier. Awarded the member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, and the Rita Crews Award, his military credentials were unimpeachable. Yet, he inherited a deeply divided nation, reeling from political assassinations and regional suspicion. Seeking to eliminate tribalism and foster national cohesion, Ironsi promulgated Unification Decree No. 34 on May 24, 1966. The decree abolished Nigeria's federal structure, merging regional civil services into a single central unit. Though intended to enforce national unity, the policy backfired. Northern political elites viewed the decree and Ironsi's delay in trying the January 15 coup plotters as a deliberate move toward regional dominance. Tensions reached a boiling point on July 29, 1966. During a nationwide consultation tour in Ibadan, Northern officers led a counter-coup. Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fadri refused to surrender his guest, leading to the assassination of both officers. Ironsi's reign ended after just 194 days, paving the way for Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and setting off a chain of events that culminated in the Nigerian Civil War. 6 decades later, the centralizing effects of Decree 34 continued to shape Nigeria's constitutional architecture. Aguiyi-Ironsi's brief tenure remains a sobering reminder that national unity cannot be compelled by executive fiat. It requires continuous negotiation, equity, and trust. Aguiyi-Ironsi was an exceptional tactical and operational commander whose career in the Royal West African Frontier Force and United Nations proved his courage and administrative capability. However, his transition from military hierarchy to civilian statecraft highlighted a fundamental mismatch. Political governance in a multi-ethnic state demands consensus building, whereas military command relies on direct obedience. Decree 34 was designed to eliminate regional parochialism, but because it was enacted without democratic consultation or cross-regional buy-in, it was perceived as an attempt to consolidate power. Modern African leadership demonstrates that structural constitutional changes must be backed by transparent stakeholder dialogue rather than central decrees. In times of national crisis, a leader must not only act impartially, but must clearly be seen as impartial. Iran's decision to detain rather than immediately try the January 15th coup plotters created an informational void quickly filled by suspicion and conspiracy theories, ultimately triggering the July 1966 counter-coup. Proactive, transparent public communication remains vital for political stability.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Gladys, I had to have you join Security Watch once again on Aneke TV. This is the enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property and then provides a solution to the current insecurity crisis in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our X, our Instagram, our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. Our focus for today is on the safety measures in the family. Thank you so much. Believe me, or permit me to introduce to you another expert we have on the show today who made our list for the show. I have a human nutritionist and disaster management expert, and he also measures as the staff of the Post-Primary School Management Board, PPSMB, Enugu, Mr. Onwura Levi Ojunweke. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you. Good day, viewers.
How are you today, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay, why do you think there is a need for safety in the family?
Yes, it's a very important topic, a subject matter that should concern everyone in the society, because the family is the unit of the society. And if anything goes wrong in the family, then the society is in trouble. So it is vital to ensure that we all live in a very safe, harmonious environment in our families.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, itemize that this is the reason 1, this is 2, 3, or 4 reasons why it should be so. You're giving us a general terms.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. It's very important to keep safe. For instance, in our homes, we have some vital units that could pose risk to our lives. The kitchen, where we normally cook. And we know that sometimes fire incidents do start up from the kitchen. Sometimes, due to our poor practices, people study with candle when there's no light, and because we're not disciplined enough, they may not remember to put it off, they will sleep off. And because the elderly ones are not monitoring, so if they are, even when we use candle, and an adult should monitor the younger ones, so there should be this control in the family. Those that are in charge of the family should know better and supervise. Now, there are a lot of practices in the family that people get things wrong. For instance, someone had a convulsion, a child had convulsion, and neighbors came in and requested that the feet of the convulsive child should be placed over a stove. And it was done because at that point, the child was unconscious. So the father agreed, and they brought a stove, lit it with fire, and placed the sole of the feet of the toddler that was unconscious over the flame. The flame burnt the feet of the child. And of course, the child came back to consciousness after a while, but died due to injury sustained due to that incident. The person that reported this to my hearing is the father of the young toddler. He regretted his incident. It was due to ignorance. So ignorance is a disaster anywhere, not only in the family, anywhere. So my people perish for lack of knowledge. So this program will enlighten us.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a school of thought that believes that a secured home reduces physical illness. What's your take?
It is a fact. A secured home really does that. There are many ways to see to that. One of the ways that it could lead to preventing physical illness is that a secured home, we have what we call beyond household food security. You know, it's a security. When there's food in the house, the children are safe. And apart from that, we also know that if children are exposed to mosquitoes, for instance, you know, that could lead to illness. You know, we know that malaria is endemic in this part of the world. It's endemic malaria, and it kills, according to the UN data that we have. Mosquito is the primary cause of most of the deaths we have in sub-Saharan Africa. So, having a safe home or safe family entails a lot. It's beyond even the water we drink. Sometimes we go to the well and take water. They won't boil the water, so they're not in this. These are risky practices. They can't afford pure water. Then they will get water from the well, and if it looks clean, they will drink it. And it's happening, and people are having typhoid fever. So people sometimes don't wash their vegetables properly, you know. So a lot of we're exposed so much. The family is exposed, and it's good that we know. And knowledge is power. So I'm happy with Aneke TV for this program.
There's another school of thought that believes that trust grows when people know that their home is a safe haven. What's your submission?
Honestly, it is a very wonderful statement, and I agree with it. Some people know that their home is safe based on their experiences. And some know that the home is not safe. And when they are going home, they'll be having heart palpitation. They'll be feeling afraid because they know. And how do you ensure that the family is safe, our home is safe? It is an effort that the father, the mother, the children place into that family. Why am I saying that? Because if, for instance, the children take instructions from their parents and comply, you know, we said that they're obedient children, right? Then the parents will reward them for being obedient. It becomes a harmonious, happy home. But when there's bullying in the home, when the father is coming in, everybody is scared because the father is always, you know, bullying everyone, disciplining everyone, you know, being an enemy of everyone. So basically,
is that act of discipline the children, does it cause becoming their enemies?
No, it's not to discipline. Discipline, of course, we know has a standard definition. You are disciplining a child by beating a child, you know, causing physical wound. It's not discipline anymore. So you could discipline a child by showing the child where he has erred, and also showing example, being an example to the child. So discipline, if you are a father and not disciplined, the home will not be disciplined. Like I see some parents who smoke cigarettes in their home, or who give their kids money to buy cigarettes across the road, and they buy and bring in. It's a fact. Some parents even smoke hemp in the presence of their children. So such a home is not safe. Definitely, you see that the home is a vital unit of the society. When we get it wrong, then the society gets it wrong. So it's a wide topic, subject matter.
Okay, thank you so much. But I want you to, if you wouldn't mind, to take the discussion to the use of sharp, simple machines in the house.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, we have simple machines, knife, the kitchen helps us. Yeah.
Okay.
And
the knife, the fork.
Yeah, what
the cutlass, the axe, pestle, scissors, razor blade, and all of that.
Yes, those sharp objects that razor, we use it to do our projects. You use it to do projects or cut their nails, and we do encounter challenges using them because we are not well informed on how to use them. So The use of knife, for instance, even in the kitchen, if you're not very careful, if you don't concentrate in what you are doing, you have an issue on that. You may cut yourself. So those sharp objects, we must be very careful with their use, and parents should know better and educate the younger ones on how to use them.
Do you really need to get education on how to use those sharp objects?
The education is not going to a classroom. The education comes informally. When a mom or a dad is using such a knife, you call the younger ones and say, this is how this is done. It's not something you jump into. We call it experiential learning. Experiential learning. The child works. This is how you do it. The child may think it's simple without just looking and watching. If you ask your kid to cut onion or okra for you, or a woman, and you've not asked her to watch you do it, she will definitely cut herself. Even to use sharp, these graters we used to do abacha, our traditional abacha, is sharp. If you've not done it before, you see those women doing those abacha, the way they are using the grater, they are doing it, you think you want to do it, okay, try it. You cut yourself. So, and it happened to me when I was younger, and my mom was doing it, I was watching my mom. I thought it was easy. Fast, and okay, I said, let me do it. One day, my mother left, I scraped off my fingernails, and I was bleeding.
Whose fault?
It was my mom's fault, because my mother didn't teach me, didn't coach me. Sometimes adults assume that some things are easy. They forgot that they learn from their mom. They learn from their parents. If you don't learn, if you go to farm now with cutlass, you've not done it before, definitely you must have a cut. You cut yourself with time. If you go to learn carpentry, or you want to use saw, you have to learn. That's why there must be need. Formally or formally, informally, you have to learn.
Don't you think that a lot of parents are not conscious of this?
They are not conscious of it. And that's why we have challenges.
They don't think it matters.
Yes, they don't think, or they don't know, because ignorance is it's not an excuse.
Could it be that they don't know?
They don't know that they should consciously teach the younger ones how to handle these sharp objects. Consciously, not just.
Okay, supposing they don't know now, whose fault?
It's the fault of
their own parents didn't teach them, or they have never used all of those simple machines.
They use them. Their parents may have taught them unconsciously, and they may have learned from their parents better than we did, current generation, because the current generation has a lot of distractions. Distractions are here. And when I tell something, you're looking at the cartoon, But if you tell them, boy, come, sit down. This is how you do this. Listen, because this is the danger. If you don't use this way, this is a problem. This is the challenge. You hurt yourself.
Does it include the use of sewing needles?
Of course, the needles, all this, they are very sharp objects. So you don't handle them. Even those that work with needles, they use timbo. They use it to place over they protect this place. Timbo, to protect. They wear it over so that when they are sewing, if mistake, it will punch on the iron, the timbo. So it's a protective device for that needle. So the family has a lot to do to ensure that we live safe with respect to sharp objects that we normally should use well. And again, parents should also teach their younger ones that they should not play with knife. With knife and sharp objects. Sometimes they play with it and they hurt themselves. Thinking this, they hurt themselves playing with it.
What of the use of razor blade?
Yes, the razor blade is vital and is a major risk. It's a major risk to children when they are not properly educated. So they have to be.
And such things are supposed to keep to their reach, even scissors.
Thank you so much. They are supposed to be kept out of the reach of the children, not within their reach. And parents should supervise their use. And after it's been used, they should be placed in a safe place. So these are all vital knowledge that you have to get them down to the roots, the younger generation.
Okay, that's wonderful of you. I want you to come in from this dimension on how to take precautionary measures in the application of electrical appliances in the homes.
Thank you so much. That is a very vital one, because I must tell you an incident that happened in the home. A child was electrocuted because he exposed himself to a naked wire in the home. This is a true story. So the younger one came, seeing his brother in a motionless state, called his name, no response. He touched the younger brother and he got electrocuted. The current passed through him and he was stiff, immobile. So the third one came. That third one came from a school that had given them some tips on electrical safety and what it means to be electrocuted and what. Called their names and saw how they were standing like they are acting drama. He shouted. He didn't touch. He knew. He ran out of the apartment. The parents were away and shouted for people came in and now had to look for the mains. They switched off the current for the flat. They fell, boom. They fell on the ground. Good enough, they survived. So it's a practical thing. So in our homes, we have, apart from the use of electrical appliances, we have naked wires here and there.
Oh, people could survive after electrocution?
Yeah, mild one.
Okay,
yeah,
mild ones.
Mild. It's a mild.
Mild ones.
Yes.
Okay, could you mention some of these electrical appliances in the home and how they are being used properly?
Yes. One of them is the pressing iron. The iron we used to, that one, we must be very careful with it, because if you are ironing the clothes and you discover that you touch by accident, you touch part of the pressing iron that is not plastic. Normally you see plastic area and not, and you get a shock. That means the iron should be sent for maintenance. Sometimes the iron has a bridging wire within it is faulty. It can shock, it can electrocute someone. You understand? And another one is the electric.
That electrical, the pressing iron now.
Yes.
Most times we check the level of hotness with our bare hands.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not supposed to be like that way. We shouldn't even touch it. We should just want to check the level of, if the regulator is faulty, we should fix it. If it's faulty, we should fix it for our own safety. We should fix it. Then, from the regulator, is how it's moving up. And for the iron, the thermostat, that's an inbuilt electrical appliance within the iron, is for the safety of those who use it. When the temperature is up to a normal level, it will switch off it on its own. Off. You will see the light is off. Then it will cool. As your iron, it will cool down. Then when the temperature is going down below average, it will switch on again and give you the heat. Yes, such an iron is well maintained and will not burn any clothes. But the one that has no regulator, the temperature will keep moving until it will burn off the clothes, and is a safety risk for the family. So we should ensure that if you are ironing your clothes and you burn it, the home is not safe, So it is vital that we should check all this.
Okay, what of the use of ring boilers?
That one is dangerous because...
you do mean it shouldn't be used in the homes?
In fact, you shouldn't give children access to such a thing. Do you know why? The children will plug this stuff. They'll plug it somewhere in the mains and they'll go and watch cartoon. They may even slip off. The thing will... The water that has been boiled will vaporize, and the ring boiler will now burn off the plastic or whatever, or it will cause explosion in the house. So it's a major cause of fire. So the ring boiler must be used by adults when they are awake, and they should supervise it. It's not something that you just plug and you now go and start answering phone, doing chatting. You forget that you plugged it there, because it's a major risk.
The ring boiler, I think, is used basically to boil water, just like electric kettle.
Yes.
Would you say electric kettle is safer? Would you say that?
Electric kettle is safer when the thermostat is functional. The electric kettle that has no thermostat is a major fire risk. The thermostat in the electric kettle will always trip the kettle off. Once it gets to 100 degrees centigrade temperature, it will switch off on its own. So even if you are sleeping, you are safe. But once that is not functional, you have to go and fix it, because you may be carried away. And once the water in the electric kettle vaporizes, as it's boiling, if the thermometer, the internal mechanism did not switch off, the water will vaporizes, then it will burn off. Fire will commence. And once there is fire, it becomes a challenge. So I'm not saying it's safer. It's only safer when that mechanism is functional.
Okay. What of the extension wires?
Thermostat must be functional.
Extension wires where we plug our phones.
Exactly.
And we say, children, go and plug my phone. Yes. Go and get me my phone.
Yes.
How safe is that?
It's not even safe to ask children to go and do that, because you've not educated them on how to do it. You assume that they know. We assume that they know. Right? Because if one is plugging in and you place your hand near the iron component of the plug, you know, it will get electrocuted. If you expose yourself, so when you have to teach your child how to plug, and the risk involved in playing with the exposed electrical areas that should be in contact with the plug itself. So we must educate children on how to handle this. They are all hazards that, you know, it's just like the way we use our knife. If you use it well, it is good. If you don't use it well, it causes harm.
Of course.
Yeah, so it's a whole lot of information for the children.
Okay, what of the one called electric cooker or hot plates? Is being used in the house too.
Thank you so much. Hot plates must not be used by children. And hot plates, as we know it, if one is using it and water spills, boils and spills over it, it could become a conductor. It can electrocute anyone. So hot plates should not be used by children.
At all? Not even to teach them how to use it?
If you are teaching them to use it, you must check the age and the intelligence of the child. Not just every child. Children, you have to, if you have a child, you have weighed the child's receptivity to knowledge. If you have a child that is not very receptive, and you just taught the child just once, and okay, go and use it, you may be in for trouble. So if your a child could be very witty, very intelligent, and you've proved to yourself. Otherwise, that's why in most homes today, parents continue to, when they are out, they tell their children, if you want to warm something, use the kerosene stove. They're not stupid. In the certain universities today, like University of Ibadan, if you confirm it, you know, those that are staying in hostels where they are kitchenettes, they're not allowed to use these hot plates. Everybody are advised to use kerosene stove. University of Ibadan. Why? To prevent fire outbreak in the halls. Even when kerosene is very expensive now, a liter in Ibadan is 3,000 naira. A liter in Enugu is 2,000 naira. They still use it. You dare not use hot plates because you set everywhere ablaze. Because you know we are human beings. You have thousands of students in the hostels, and they don't want such.
Of course.
So basically, parents are very careful about this. A parent had a very bad experience. The daughter entered the kitchen and was sensing gas. You know, gas was leaking in the kitchen. Then the daughter had just finished SSC. She called the father. The father was in the office and told, "Daddy, this is what I discovered." The father said, "Don't enter the kitchen again. Close the door of the kitchen, and I'm coming home now." The girl went to used the convenience and came back and went to the kitchen and lit the gas. There was an explosion. Boom! That girl was burned. She died in the incident. The father, I'm telling you, is my friend that this happened to in Enugu here. So a lot of this.
She could have been safe.
But I'm talking about receptivity to knowledge. Some children do not understand easily. You tell them, don't do this. That's the time they will do it.
They will do
Don't touch
it.
my laptop. When it comes to that, they'll play with their laptop, playing games with their laptop. Don't do this. They will do it because the way they think is not the way you think. So that's why you must be very careful. These measures we must tie away certain things away from them until they grow to a level of consciousness to know that really, I'm not safe if I do this. Otherwise, they will do it. That young girl, it was like a suicide because the father said, "Don't go in there." The father was driving home, and the next call was there was an explosion. So it's in Enugu here. So this happened. Just that because we don't have a way of capturing all this data. We think that we are safe. Many homes are not safe.
Okay, thank you so much for this session. It's really a wonderful one.
Thank you.
Yes, I can tell you that. I have a concern over the cooking gas cylinder. Yes. What are the precautionary measures we have to take place in order to use appropriately the gas cylinders?
Yes.
The ones we use in the homes.
Exactly. You know, the gas cylinders, they have expiration dates. Yeah.
Expiration dates? Written on them?
They have expiration dates. So what I mean expiration, it's produced. Right?
Of course.
Yes. And as time goes on, it's just like an aircraft, you know, everything has expiration date. Even our body. At a time, it won't be able to carry the pressure of that, maybe due to rust. Do you understand me?
Okay.
You know, it's made of iron.
Yes.
But now there's one that's made of aluminium.
Okay.
Stainless. That one will last longer. So basically, people should check and ensure that the gas.
How?
Is
it written on the body, on the cylinder?
Yes, there's a way of detecting this. You detect to the experts. They will look at it. Even that.
Who are the experts? Because I think our viewer needs this knowledge basically.
Yes.
Because a lot of homes have it now.
We have,
and I know a lot of homes don't know how to check the expiring dates.
Yes. The truth of the matter is that if those people that sell the cylinders, they know, like we have tires have expired.
Okay.
There's a way it's coded. It's encoded in the stuff.
You really dropped a hint that everything that is made has an expiry date. Yeah, but my concern is how do we check and determine this?
Yes. The dealers they have a place where they put the code. Sometimes the code is removed. So what I'm trying to say in essence is this: that we need to get back to the experts and check the cylinders we use. That one is number one, right? Number two is that the valve itself can also get spoiled. The valve, there's a valve where you put the nozzle. It's just a valve.
That is changeable now.
It's changeable.
But if the cylinder itself gets expired, it is not changeable unless you dispose and buy another one. But when to dictate this, I think that is a problem.
The Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, they are in charge of checking the standards. Before these cylinders are brought to the country, they ought to pass through. Yes, if you import anything, they will check.
Do they really pass through them?
It does. It does pass through.
Like you are sure?
No, that's what the rule. Otherwise, we have a lot of problem here. Otherwise, we have a lot of problem. It will be worse because
now we have cases of cylinder explosions.
Yes,
yes.
The expired one.
Still, it passed through them.
Yes, the truth of the matter is that in a society you will always see loopholes, but definitely they are doing their best. Otherwise, it will have been more than that. The explosion will be because if you have your this expired, you now dump it somewhere in another country. But here they are doing a lot of work because I'm telling you, it's minimal.
If it's possible,
it's minimal.
Yes, but I want you to be specific with mentioning the experts who will help the public check the expiry date of all of these cylinders, because they are scattered in the homes, and a lot of families, I am sure, don't know how to check it.
Okay.
Yes, we don't wait until it causes harm. Yes, harm.
Anyway, the truth of the matter is that those dealers, if you want to buy you ask them, the dealers, these are the new ones. But those that are fairly used, a lot of things may have happened.
I am talking about the ones being used today. Yes. They can't go back to the dealers to ask them.
No, what I'm trying to say, if, for instance, you want to get a new cylinder now, if you you want to check.
Do you advise all homes to dispose the ones they have and go and get a new one?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. If the one you are using is still valid, you can use it. And the expiration doesn't really mean that you should throw it away. It's telling you that the strength of the product is reducing.
Okay.
The strength is
but the use is the same.
Yes.
Even when the strength has reduced.
Yes.
And if you use it one more time, it's the same.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, exposed to the danger.
Thank you so much. So the essence of putting expiration date is to give a warning that, look, that we can't guarantee this 100%. That is it. So definitely, it can still serve you. But if you have a cylinder that is very old and you have to fill it up to capacity, you will be very watchful. But maybe your cylinder is getting, as you are looking at it, is wearing now, then maybe instead of getting it fully filled up, you get to half. The pressure is not as much. So issue of explosion, a lot of factors that we should prevent because it's very vital. So we can explore on this. It's something that is very, very germane. We can look at it some other time.
Okay. How do you make good use of refrigerators and air conditioners? Are there safety measures that are applicable?
Yes. Yes, there are, of course, refrigerators and air conditioners.
Air conditioners.
Yes, there are safety measures. Definitely, for refrigerators, we have to place them where the children should not be playing with it. When I mean playing with it, refrigerator where they will just move in, move out. They have access. They open it every time. They're exposing themselves also to the risk of frost. Apart from the danger, the electrical danger attached, if they meddle with the sockets and all those stuff. You should place them in a safe corner and also advise them, please don't play around. Children, they love exploration. Even when you tell them don't go here, they will also go, but tell them the risk involved if you tell them the risk involved in going near this stabilizer that's connected to the refrigerator,
okay,
they will be more careful. But you don't tell them, when you go out, they may just want to explore everything, and they expose themselves to electrical risk.
Okay, thank you so much. I want us to observe just a short break now. Okay. When we are back from the break, you also speak to us on the use of washing machines and the microwave ovens and the rest of them that electrical appliances will have in the homes.
Right,
thank you so much. Avia, thank you also for being there.
Thank
Want
you
to observe just a short break. Please don't go away.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Well, thank you so much. Back from the short break, it's still the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Don't forget, our topic for today remains safety measures in the family. And I have a square peg in a square hole, who is a human nutritionist and disaster management expert, who is also a staff of the Post-Primary School Management Board, PPSMB, Enugu here, Mr. Onra Levi Ojinweke. Thank you so much for so far. We have been on the show.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, viewers.
All right, before the short break, I was talking about the use of washing machines and then microwave ovens that are also electrical appliances in the homes. What are the safety measures applicable to them?
Yes, thank you so much. The microwave ovens and this washing machine, they are all electrical appliances that we must use with care, because once there is a breach in the electrical connection within any of these mentioned appliances, it becomes a hazard. Rats may go into the machine and, cause a harm in the wiring, and it can even cause a challenge. It will start,
I say it has to be checked regularly.
Yes, it has to be checked. It has to be checked. It's not when it is faulty that you check it.
Okay.
You don't allow things to get, like, you don't like, as we are now, I don't need to be sick before I go to see a doctor. Sometimes I walk in, I say, let me check my vital statistics. I check it.
It's not because of your enlightenment.
I check it and I'll go away.
Don't you believe there are a lot of other people who are sick and they don't go to see a doctor?
Thank you so much.
They believe they will get healed.
Thank you so much. The other day, before I delve in, the other day...
Some will tell you they don't take drugs. The Holy Spirit will heal them.
Thank you. It's a wrong notion. The other day, there was a intervention from outside Nigeria that came to Enugu, in a hospital in Enugu here. So they asked people that to come and check their site. It's free. Just take your site and know whether you have a challenge. And if you have a challenge, they can advise you. I went there just because I knew I need to go for these checkups. And I was checked and they said I don't have any issues. And I left.
Supposing they say you had issues.
Then I will begin to take care of it.
If you don't have money to take care of it,
then I will look for loan to take care of it. So health is wealth.
It's true.
Don't say you don't have money.
Of course.
You go for loan or ask for help.
Do you know some people are afraid of checking up for free for the fear of being diagnosed of something that they don't know about?
You're right.
Because of the money they will use to treat themselves.
You're right, sir. The money shouldn't be an issue because health is #1 wealth. People can help. So, going back to the question on
microwave oven and their washing machine.
We should be very careful with their use. And the microwave is something that, you know, is an appliance that you don't, it's something that the way it's designed, you know, microwave, all right, it has its own radiations. Microwave, yeah, microwave. It's not a normal appliance that we are used to. So just like our phone has radiations, yes, this is a threat. This phone also is a threat if you don't use it well, and that's why it's recommended that you don't pick your call while you are charging it. You don't pick call in a filling station. You don't pick call when you are in an environment that has inflammable gas in the atmosphere. So you understand that. So you should not even use this carelessly. So it's a hazard when it's used wrongly. So going back to these appliances mentioned, we must educate. In fact, if we look at the user manual for in all these appliances, it gives direction on how to use them.
Of course, some people don't have time to
that user
read
manual,
the manuals.
The user manual is very vital. I advise that if you cannot read, if you are illiterate, when you buy any of these appliances, even TV, call someone that's educated, any of your kids or neighbors. Nabiko, please help me read this. I want to know. This is a user guide. And when there's emergency, they will tell you what to do. So it's vital for us to go back to the roots.
Now, electric fans and blender.
Yes, blenders, of course, these are electrical appliances that we must use with care. You know, one thing with the fan is that the fan, electric fan, we have these different types of fans. So, but basically, they are electrical appliances. We must be very careful. And we have to maintain them too. They are sources of fire. These electrical appliances are sources of fire. If you're not very careful, when there's a power surge, if you don't switch them off, in fact, if you are going to work, switch off all electrical appliances. If you leave them on and there's a power surge, power just comes up suddenly, there may be a spark, especially when the wiring in any of those systems has been undermined. You know, there will be fire explosion. It has happened in homes, and they will think it's an enemy that plays fire. No, because you didn't switch off your appliance. So let us.
Okay. Now, thank you so much. I want you to make a throwback to the experience you shared about the man that had a convulsive child, and then the legs of the child was placed on stone. That was a wrong instruction and illiteracy.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, the child died. Please, I want to be emphatic on that so that our viewer could learn something from a convulsive child.
Exactly. It's a very common experience in homes in this part of the world for a child to experience infantile convulsion. Infantile convulsion is basically caused by high body temperature. When a child is running high body fever and is unchecked, if you don't check that temperature increase due to fever, that fever could be due to malaria or any other illness, but the temperature will increase. So, and when it happens, we see our parents running helter-skelter. They are scared because the child goes into a convulsive state. They unconscious, stiff, the mouth closed, clenched. So this man was not trained before that incident, and a neighbor deceived him to place the soul of the child over a fire, and he did it, and the soul was burnt, third-degree burnt, serious burnt. The child woke up, eventually died due to infection.
And you may be surprised that a lot of people still have that notion.
Yes. So that should not be done. The nature programs this convulsion to be a mechanism to prevent the continuous increase of the body temperature. So when there's a convulsion in a child, then just ensure that you remove the child's clothes and use tepid water, lukewarm water. Get water that's not cold, not hot, and use towel and then drench the body of the toddler or the baby. Drench it to raise the body temperature. As you're raising it, the body coming down, the child will come back to consciousness.
Does it not need hospital attention?
No, I'm talking about this as a first aid measure.
Okay.
You have to bring the child back to consciousness by doing this first aid measure. Then you now clothe the child in a light cloth, take to the hospital where they will diagnose the root cause of that.
But I think the ability to manage, identify that this is convulsion is the first instance of it.
Yes, actually, we should prevent convulsion, not allowing the child to go into convulsion.
But when it occurs, how could one identify that this is convulsion?
Thank you. When it occurs, it's given that the child is stiff, stretched, and the eyeballs are rolled up. The child teeth is clenched. The child is not able to, the muscle, there's a muscle cramp, the muscles are stiff. The child is not able to respond to a call. He's unconscious at that moment. So most parents will want to force spoon into the mouth of the child. By so doing, they're wounding the child. Some want to pour palm kernel oil into the child's eyes or the mouth or the nostrils. Some bring onions and a lot of things. Those are not important. The most important thing is to remove the clothing of the child and use a towel or a cloth that's neat, put into lukewarm water and use it to reduce the temperature of the body of the child. In a few seconds, the child will come back to consciousness. As the temperature is dropping, coming down. Once it comes down, then take the child to the hospital. They will diagnose what the actual root cause is, either it's malaria or whatever. They will treat the root cause. The child will not have that fever, that convulsion again. But if that is not done, after a moment, the temperature will rise up again, and the child will have. Some children are more prone to have convulsion than others.
Okay.
So, but it's a reality. So we should.
And this can take life?
Convulsion does not kill. What takes life is what we put into the convulsive child's body. Like a child that has a convulsion now, you pour palm kernel oil or pour whatever into the mouth. At that point, in that state of unconsciousness, the back of the tongue blocks the airway fully or partially. So now, if that thing comes there, the palm kernel oil or whatever, crude oil, some people would even give crude oil.
Some use kerosene.
Thank you. If it gets to the part of the epiglottis, it will go into the trachea. It will go into the airway instead of the esophagus. And as the child is getting up, the guy is getting choked up. The child will get choked up and die. So you see, so what we practice is like we are doing what we call traditional practice that should have been overtaken by modern knowledge. So we should not pour into the convulsive child's mouth any liquid. That liquid helps to destroy the child. Just expose the child's body and use the people to cool the body temperature. As you are doing that, the child wakes up. Normal. It's science. It's science. So many persons have made mistakes, and while the child is convulsing, they are even trying to force the child's arms to come back to normalcy, and sometimes they fracture the hand. It's stiff. Allow it. It will come down. Just use this method.
That simple method.
It's very simple, but it's powerful. That's science. Because the temperature has gone up to 38, 39, 40. As you remove the clothes, some parents will use more clothes and cover and use oil and pour on the body. We are pouring oil over the skin of the child. That oil is blocking the pores. And you know these pores, they help us to reduce body temperature by when they are free. So we don't know this. So we should do the right thing and prevent these injuries to these children. Sometimes they survive the convulsion, but they come with a lot of children have survived convulsion. You see them, some of them
other deformities.
Sometimes they have eye problem because they poured crude oil in their eyes. Eye defects. It happens a lot. They will tell you that when they were kids, this thing happened to them. Parents ignorantly poured crude oil or pumpkin oil into their eyes, thinking that they were helping. But it's still happening as I'm talking now in parts of this country. Ignorance.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the so far we have been on this show. I want you to take it to the aspect of locking up doors, windows, and burglary proofs as safety measures.
Thank you so much. Yes, they are all safety measures, safety gadgets. The doors are vital to prevent not just intruders, but also to protect us from unfriendly weather condition. Yes, if you have a child and you keep the child inside a room and it is a harmattan, where harmattan weather is cold at night, you know, the child is exposed to the risk of pneumonia, for instance. So then the issue of burglary proof is okay. It's okay. We should use them, not just having the burglary proof, but use them because it helps to protect the home and everyone within the home. So we encourage that. The parents should make good use of all this, the windows, the doors, the burglary proof. They are very vital. But beyond that, parents should advise their children on how to have the right attitude not to reveal family secrets to strangers and their friends. If you have children, tell them, you don't go and tell your friends that your father has done this, bought this, bought that. Tell other children. You know, sometimes parents will bring in money, large sums of money in the home. Maybe they are business people. They come home with a lump of money and they count in the presence of their children. You don't know their level of awareness. So when they go home, when they go away, they will brag among their peer group. Ah, my father came with 3 cartons of money, and they were counting it throughout the night. Don't know the person talking to their fellow kids. So they will now escalate it somewhere, and people will hear it. And once they know that this thing is happening consistently, even when you have burglary proof, they will still visit you, and they will break your wall and come through and collect it. So parents should, safety measures has to start at that level of parents should help to reorientate the children. They must not talk about their family wealth or challenges outside their home. And these are the risks. Even this issue of kidnapping is from children talking carelessly. Sometimes it's not even an adult, children. They go and share family secrets without knowing it innocently. So we should be very careful.
Okay, there are doors or windows that are specially called security doors.
Yes.
Different from other doors.
Yes.
These are security doors.
Yes.
I don't know if other ones are.
Every door is security door. It's just that those who market these doors, they have added some extra features to make
like
it.
What?
Like some of these security doors, you discover that they have a device. If somebody knocks by your door, you look through that device, see the person. The person will not see you, but you see the person. There's a lens. There's a lens. Yes, you will see the person fully. The person cannot even see you. And by so doing, if the person is armed or is a stranger, you don't want to bring the person into the house. You now move out somewhere. You can even make call. You can even call the security agencies that a stranger is in front of your house, and they can come and wait for him. When he has finished, they will come. So these are doors that have special appliances that help to, improve safety.
Okay, you mentioned that these are phones. Smartphones have radiations.
Yes.
What about power banks?
Power banks, actually, they don't have radiation, but power banks are just to charge.
Okay.
It's a battery. Power bank is a battery.
Okay, it doesn't require any safety measure?
No, it does, because the power banks, when you are charging them, you must ensure that you're around. You don't put your power bank in the socket and go to work to charge. As I told you, it will charge to full and it will be very hot. The battery will be very hot. And if there is a sudden surge, the power brings light suddenly, it may spark fire. So that's why I say the safety measure is you must charge, and when it's fully charged, you remove it. So don't place it and go to work and it's charging. No. It's risk, fire risk.
Okay, I want us to carefully look at security situations that are associated with nannies and house helpers.
Thank you so much. Just like I have said, that if you bring in a nanny to your home or a house help to your home, you should do your underground checks. Don't just go anywhere and bring anyone to your family, because that could be a hazard. Yes, safety hazard, security hazard, risk. So you do a background check and to understand where that child is coming from, the home, the background of the home, and where the child has gone before. It may be the child has served somewhere as a house help or as a nanny, and was sacked due to one reason or the other. Find out, because this house help.
Have there been cases where people face challenges from house help and nannies?
Sure, there are so many of them where people face challenges, and because they did not check well. So nannies could actually undermine family safety and security by selling the family secrets to outsiders who could come in to waylay the family. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that, whatever we are doing must be very careful, because most of the challenges we have in homes are due to ineffective security measures, safety measures in the homes. So if somebody should come into a home, there must be someone that gives that person information that there are certain things to gain from coming in, right? So the nanny, the house help, they are all important people in the home, and we should treat them as part of us. If you have a nanny, treat that nanny as your child.
But have you ever heard of a case where, for instance, a house helper maltreats the infant he's taking care of, and in the absence of the parent?
Yeah, there are so many of such. There are so many of such. Even as I'm talking now, they are doing it. What it is that if one has a house help, one should also have a control measure to watch over that house help. Watch over your house help, meaning that even while you are not around in the home, have a way to check the behavior of that house help.
How?
How is, if you are leaving, you should put some things on ground so that when you come back, you should be able to, you're not around or at home, right? But from the question you ask the house help, you're able to know whether the house help is saying the truth or not. Because a house help who doesn't tell the truth is a major safety risk for the home. Truth. So when that's one is something that you can easily discover by yourself. Sometimes you can place money carelessly in your house as if you don't know they are existing. Place money. You know that the household will see that money. You go to work. You know how much you've placed careless from careless areas. When you come back, go and check. It's like set a trap. Just don't know whether that person is honest. So anyone who's not honest cannot take care of your child. That's the truth. I'm trying to say simple, not just getting to put a camera. No.
Are you saying that camera is not important?
It's important, very important, right? But I'm talking about if you don't have money to buy a camera, yes, for now, you can test this child.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyinyechi and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Senate excludes Federal Capital Territory from proposed state police framework. Awka High Court sentences 27-year-old student to 25 years imprisonment for child rape. Civil Defense Corps calls for enhanced local security collaboration in Enugu State. Super Falcons prepare for crucial Women's Africa Cup of Nations quarter-final. Now the news in details. The Senate has clarified that the Federal Capital Territory FCT will not be integrated into the proposed state police framework currently undergoing constitutional review. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, stated during an interactive session with parliamentary reporters in Abuja that the Capital Territory lacks the constitutional, executive and legislative structures necessary to operate a sub-national police force. Senator Adaramodu explained that unlike the 36 states, the FCT does not possess an elected governor or a state house of assembly. He noted that the administrative governance of the territory is directed by a minister appointed by the president and overseen by the Federal Executive Council, while the National Assembly serves as its sole legislative authority under Section 299 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. The Senate spokesperson emphasized that the operational design of the State Police Bill relies on state governors as chief security officers answering to state assemblies. The clarification comes as the Presidential Committee drafting the Executive National Policing Bill prepares to submit the finalized legislative proposal to President Bola Tinubu on September 3rd, 2026. The executive draft is expected to define jurisdictional boundaries, operational oversight, and financial management guidelines for subnational policing across participating states. The National Youth Council of Nigeria has called on federal and state governments to expand youth development investment as a strategy to achieve sustainable economic progress. The state's chairman of the council, Comrade Douglas Ochishi, made the appeal in Abakaliki during the commencement of activities commemorating the 2026 International Youth Week at the Pa-Ngele Oruta Township Stadium. Comrade Ochishi stated that Nigeria's youth demographic represents a crucial national asset capable of accelerating development if properly empowered through access to quality education, technical skills, digital innovation, agricultural incentives, and structured leadership training. He urged young citizens to build personal competence and refrain from engaging in political violence or thuggery. During political cycles, representing Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru at the event, State Commissioner for Youth Development and Sports Chidi Onya highlighted the administration's focus on youth inclusion. He noted that the state government has expanded educational scholarship schemes, vocational grants, and leadership opportunities designed to steer young people away from criminal activities and social vices. Delivering a keynote lecture, the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on Gender-Based Violence, Ms. Mary Ann Nkwegu, stressed the importance of positive upbringing and moral guidance within families. She urged parents and community leaders to instill principles of accountability and social responsibility in young citizens to cultivate a peaceful society. A comprehensive policy report released by the Athena Center for Policy and Leadership has revealed that 40% of Nigerian children under the age of 5 are suffering from stunted growth due to chronic malnutrition. Presenting the findings in Abuja, lead researcher Dr. Suleiman Bello and Joshua Abba highlighted that the national crisis stems primarily from persistent governors' failures and poor accountability in nutrition spending. According to data compiled by the policy think tank, 40% of Nigerian children under 5 suffer from stunting, 8% suffer from wasting, and 27% are underweight. The report established that the highest burden remains concentrated in the northwest and northeast regions, citing stunted rates of 46.3% in Katsina State, 43.8% in Sokoto State, and 42.6% in Zamfara State. The study further highlighted severe childhood poverty in conflict-affected zones, revealing that 67% of children in Borno State, 66% in Yobe State, and 60% in Adamawa State suffer extreme dietary deprivation. Citing World Food Programme data, the authors noted that over 17 million people across 9 northern states face crisis, emergency, or catastrophic levels of food insecurity. An Oka High Court sitting in Anambra State has sentenced a 27-year-old final-year university student, Wisdom Edem, to 25 years in prison for raping and inflicting physical injury on a 10-year-old girl. Presiding Judge Justice Peace Oti delivered the judgment yesterday, finding the convict guilty on 3 counts following a trial supported by forensic medical reports, witness testimonies, and a confessional statement. The court established that the convict lured the victim to his residence under the pretext of shooting a comedy video before carrying out the assault. Justice Oti firmly rejected the defense's argument of seduction, ruling that a child is legally incapable of granting consent and noting that medical evidence confirmed the act was premeditated and caused severe physical trauma. In addition, the 25-year-old custodial sentence, the court ordered Wisdom Edem to pay a fine of 200,000 naira as direct monetary compensation to the victim. The court emphasized that the stringent penalty serves as a deterrent against the increasing wave of gender-based violence and child abuse within the state. Following the convict's failure to appear in court for the verdict, Justice Oti immediately issued a bench warrant for his arrest. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has urged voters across the state to turn out in full force and protect their ballots during the upcoming August 15th governorship election. Speaking during campaign rallies at the palaces of the Ajalaye of Ipetu Ijesha and the Elegoro of Ijebu Ijesha yesterday, Governor Adeleke declared that free and transparent elections remain an inalienable democratic right, addressing supporters alongside his cousin, popular music artist David Adeleke, also known as Davido, and members of the Imole Campaign Council. The governor assured that the electorate comprehensive security arrangements have been finalized with security agencies. He urged voters to remain peaceful yet vigilant at their respective polling units to prevent any form of electoral manipulation. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Senate has clarified that the Federal Capital Territory FCT will not be integrated into the proposed state police framework currently undergoing constitutional review. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, has urged voters across the state to turn out in full force and protect their ballots during the upcoming August 15th governorship election. Coming up shortly, the Enugu State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has called for stronger operational collaboration. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, Issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, nscdc, has called for stronger operational collaboration with local government administrations to enhance security at the grassroots. The State Commandant of nscdc, Dr. Elijah Willie, made the call during a working visit to the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government Area, Dr. Caleb Ani. Dr. Willie stated that effective operational intelligence sharing between security institutions and municipal authorities remains vital to preventing rural crime and protecting critical public infrastructure. He commended the state government under Governor Petermbah for deploying the ultra-modern command and control center, which utilizes advanced surveillance technology to monitor transit routes, forest reserves, and urban centers across the state. Responding, the Executive Chairman of Enugu South Local Government Area, Dr. Caleb Ani, commended the Civil Defense Corps for its sustained operations against illegal mining, pipeline vandalism, and public utility destruction across the council area. He assured the command of the local government's readiness to provide logistical support to maintain peace across rural communities. The chairman of Air Peace, Dr. Allen Onyema, has warned that the domestic aviation sector is facing severe financial distress and could force several airlines to suspend operations within 30 days unless structural interventions are implemented. Dr. Onyema delivered the warning during an aviation stakeholder gathering in Lagos. Dr. Onyema explained that ongoing disputes regarding the remittance of the 5% ticket and cargo sales charge stem from systemic operational burdens rather than an attempt by domestic operators to evade statutory obligations. He advocated for a standardized revenue collection framework based on a fixed unit charge per ticket to eliminate billing disputes between airline operators and regulatory authorities. The airline chief criticized picketing actions threatened by aviation labor unions, describing such measures as counterproductive to an industry already contending with high foreign exchange rates, elevated aviation fuel costs, high borrowing rates, and frequent bird strike damages. He noted that over 50 domestic airlines have ceased operations over the past 3 decades due to harsh operating environments. The Anambra State Internal Revenue Service has established an internally generated revenue target of 75 billion naira for the 2026 financial year, representing a significant increase from the 47 billion naira realized in 2025. The chairman of the Revenue Agency, Mr. Nnemeka Okonkwo, announced the target during a legislative appearance in Awka. Appearing before the Public Accounts Committee of the Anambra State House of Assembly during the verification of the state's 2025 audited financial accounts, Mr. Okonkwo outlined plans to expand the state tax net. He stated that the agency will digitize revenue collection channels, enhance enforcement across informal commercial sectors, and plug financial leakages within government revenue points. The revenue boss emphasized that administrative reforms introduced by the agency aim to simplify tax compliance for small businesses while eliminating illegal revenue collection agents operating across urban centers. He added that the projected revenue will directly fund ongoing infrastructure projects, healthcare services, and urban renewal programs across the state. Super Falcons winger Rinsola Babajide has declared that the Nigerian senior women's national team is fully prepared for their quarter-final fixture against the indomitable Lionesses of Cameroon at the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. The defending champions will face their Central African rivals tomorrow at the Labizwoli Stadium in Casablanca, Morocco. The high-stakes encounter offers the victorious team an automatic qualification slot for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Nigeria advanced to the knockout stage after finishing second in Group C following a strong recovery from their opening match, while Cameroon qualified as undefeated leaders of Group D. Nigeria's creative industry has been thrown into mourning following the death of 4 prominent figures across music, film, television, and personal development within the past week. The losses began with the passing of renowned juju musician Iyo Ajilore, popularly known as Saint Janet, who died on August 1st, 2026 after a brief illness. The Yoruba film sector was hit days later by the death of 40-year-old actress Temitope Oshoba on Wednesday, August 5th, 2026, following a prolonged battle with cancer. Before her passing, the actress had publicly advocated for early cancer screening and medical awareness programs across public health channels. The creative community suffered further loss with the death of 53-year-old television producer and director Dimbo Atiya, renowned for producing hit drama series including Sons of the Caliphate, Halita, and Rishantes. Industry colleagues paid tribute to his contribution to television content production and mentorship of emerging filmmakers. The wave of sad news was compounded by the passing of relationship consultant and media personality Lara Kudisi Dommomo, wife of media presenter Teddy Dommomo. Professional associations across the entertainment industry have issued statements commending the enduring contributions of the deceased creative professionals to Nigerian culture and media. Now that concludes the news at 3 on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu. Thank you for watching.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agobozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobos noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
Aneke television. Hell, I get one of the father and I am what you go hell, Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, and I got a little bit on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Pozu, in our Uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades, your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you well, what I look at.
Asi na ekwekọ amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ Ibo onye ama na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị daalụ dịka isi esonyela anyị na nke taa anyị na-eji neba anya na mkpa ọ dị na anyị bụ ndị nne ndị nna na anyị haziri ọnọdụ ụmụ anyị akachacha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike maka ọ na-abụ ụlọ akwụkwọ mechiche anọ holidays na ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo anyị afụ ka ụmụaka anyị na-agagharị ụfọdụ ọbụrụ mgbe a ka a ga-ezipụ ha ijele ihe ụfọdụ mbụrụ mgbe a ka a ga-eme ka ejebe lesson nwatakịrị si na skuul pụta abanyekwe skuul ọzọkwata nya ka anyị ji wee sị ka anyị neke n'anya ụzọ ka mma iji wee neta ụmụ anyị anya mgbe ha nọ ezumike onye mụ na ya nọ tata wee bụrụ onye ga-ekwu nwe ọfụma maka na ọ nọ n'ọnọdụ ahụ ọfụma onye na-elekọta ụmụaka onye nkụzi onye nne onye nhazi onye ka m na-ekwu maka ya o wee bụrụ odozi akụ na ọkpata akụ Ebere eso nwanne Ebere ana masị gị nnọọ na nke tata
ndewo
dịka nsi wee kwuo ihe anyị na-eje n'anya bụ ụzọ kacha mma anyị ga-eji wee nekọta ụmụaka anyị chịkọta ha kịta ha nọ n'ezumike dịka onye nkụzi bụ ọ na-abụ anọrọ ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị bụ ndị nna na-aṅụrị ụtụtụ akwado ụmụaka akpọpụ ha ụmụaka na-enye nsogbu emechikwa akwụkwọ mgbe ụmụaka ga-anọ n'ụlọ anyị asịkwa ha ngwa holiday lesson ha ebidokwe holiday lesson ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ mgbe a ka eji ezipụ ụmụaka ihe dị iche iche wee na-ajụ gị dịka onye nọ na nkụzi onye nọ na line a ọ bụrụ oyibo ọ sịghị onye nọ na the system kedu ụzọ ọ dị gị ka ọ ga-aka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na ọ bụrụ na abanye na ezumike
ndewo ụzọ ka mma iji wee jikọta ụmụaka anyị na-enye ezumike a ọtụtụ ụzọ bụ ihe ka mma iji wee zukọ ha nke mbụ bụ na ụmụaka kwesịrị izugodo ike ma enye ya bụ ezumike ihe dịka izu ụka na-abụ ma ọ bụ ịtọ ka ụbụrụ ha wee zuke n'ike maka na akwụkwọ a bụ ka na ụbụrụ ka eji welu na-agụ ya mana dịka ihe na-eme ugbu a ụmụaka anyị nwere ka ha si emezi isikwana ka ihe apụ ha n'ụlọ ka ha nọrọ ya zuwe ya bụ ike ha nwere ike bifo ịmara ihe na-eme ha baala limebe ihe ọzọ onye ka o ji wee dị ka ọka mma na-ezipụkwalụ ha ka ha jee mụwa aka ọrụ dị iche iche ọ bụrụ ịkwa akwa ụfọdụ na-aba jee ịrụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ ụfọdụ na-amụ ije ka esi eme achịcha oyibo ka ọ wee bụrụ na ha nọ n'ụlọ maka na ha nọ nkịtị ajọ echiche dị iche iche agbawa ha n'obi ihe ha ga-eme agbawa ha n'obi maka na ndị oyibo kwuru si na an idle man is a workshop of devil. Onye ka o ji wee dị mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe ofu izu ụka na-abụ onwe ndị be ha ga-emenwu ya bụ lesson na holidays ije bidokwe refresh brain ha ejewekwa gaa mewe ya mana anyị mana ọtụtụ mgbe ọ bụghị family niile na-enwe ike inwe ego ha ga-eji mee ihe dị otu a mana m na-ekwu na ọ ka mma na ha ji emụkwa aka ọrụ dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ha gụchagodu ihe nwa ha na-agụ nwere onye na-enye ha ọrụ gọọmenti adịghị enye ha ọrụ mana ọ bụrụ na ha ji n'ego ezumike a welu na-aga amụ aka ọrụ dị iche n'iche bifo ha agụcha ha nwere ike mụtacha anya bụ ọrụ ọfụma. O nwere ọtụtụ ndị mmalụ mụtarụ ka esi akwa akwa mgbe anyị galụ ịgba nkwụ somebody o nwere onye anyị jere ịgba nkwụ ya ọgbata mụ na ya na-ekele na-asị oge osi mmadụ na ọpụ ya kwara akwa anya yi na ọpụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya na ọpụ ya kwalụ nke ọnya afụrụ m ya azi onye na-eje skuulu na-eje akwụkwọ na sekọndịrị skuulu mana mgbe ahụ ọ na-agụ ya ka ọ na-ejekwa na mgbe ezumike wee na-eme gịnị wee na-amụkwa aka ọrụ wee mụta ka esi akwa akwa ọfụma ife akwa ọkwalụ akwa ahụ amaka osi m na ọnya nwa bụ ihe kwalụ ya bụ akwa. So ana m ekwu na ọ kakwa mma na ha zuo ike nwa mgbe si zipụkwa ha ka ha hapụ ịbaba jebe n'otu baba nkata ka a ga-eji baa n'otu nzuzo ụfọdụ achụrụ ndị ọzọ ụmụ nwoke gawa ndị ụmụ nwoke achụrụ ụmụ nwaanyị gawa mana ọ bụrụ na ha tinyere aka nwee ihe ha na-eme ihe dị otu a agaghị ịdị. Nna na-asị na ọ ka mma na ọ bụrụ na ha zuru ike nwa mgbe ezupụkwa ya ka ha jekwe nwee ihe ha na-alụ tupu mbido akwụkwọ elukwe ọzọ.
Daalụrị nne Odoziakụ Eso Nwanne dịka isi wee kwuo ya ụmụ onye mụ na ya na-akpa nkata nwaanyị nne mụtakwara ụmụ ọ na-eti biko kwado unu jebe lesson ka unu jebe lesson wee sị amama biko ọ lesson ka ọ ka gị mkpa ka ụmụaka agaba ọ sị m ka ihe ha nọ n'ụlọ eme ha jebe lesson wee na-asị biko lesson a dịka isi wee kwuo onwe ihe kachasị mkpa a na-eme na lesson a na-abanye holidays karịa nke a na-eme mgbe a nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ.
O nwere ihe kacha mkpa a na-eme na lesson karịa nke a na-eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ. Ụfọdụ ndị na-eguzobe ya bụ lesson bụ nta ego ka ha ji achụ. Ụfọdụ enwere nze akara mmụta na lesson anwa ha na-akụzi karịa nke ndị nkụzi nwere akara mmụta ahụ nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche. Mana ihe kpatara nne na nna anyị ji wee na-asị gawanụ lesson ha chọrọ ezumike maka na ọ na-abụ ha mụtacha ha kwanyelie ndị nkụzi ka ha jee ka ha na ha na-eme ya ha sị agawanụ ka unu na ndị nkụzi unu mere ya. Ụfọdụ na-ekwukwu nke nụrụ na ntị m na ndị ha na-abụ mgbe ahụ ha na-ana ezumike na-akpagara ya gawa na ha anwụchala ya maka na onye nọ nkịtị agụụ na-aka agụ ya karịa mgbe o nwere ihe ọ na-arụ. Onye ka ha ji na-akwanye ha ka ha jewe mmụta anwa n'oge ezumike ka isi wee juo ha oyi. Ndị nkụzi bụ ndị enyere ọzụzụ ha na ụmụaka ị na-anọkọta ihe ha na-adị ememe na mgbe ahụ a na-akụziri ha ndị nkụzi na-esokwa eme ya maka na ife ebe ndị nkụzi na-eme ihe anyị na-ada asị ya unu na-emezikwa ka ụmụ unu na-akụzili onye mere ị ga-eji ifu onye nkụzi ọka dị ka nwa amụrụ ọfụ ịma mmata na arụ ọ dị elugo n'anwa na ọgwa gị maka na anyị na-esozi ụmụaka anyị na-eme ihe ahụ ha na-eme mgbe anyị na-eto ogologo anyị adịghị enwe ihe a na-akpọ ọbara mgbanye elu maka na anyị na ha na-egwukọrịta egwu onye mere ndị nne na nna ji achọ ka ụmụaka anwa pụọ ka aka nwee ike wee zuo ike ụfọdụ ga-asị gị na ihe a ha na-eme na ụmụaka ekwere ya mee ya na hapụ ha alagawa skuul ọ bụrụ na dịka ndị bụ ndị enwere ihe a na-alụ ụmụ nwaanyị enwere ihe a na-alụ ụfọdụ na-aba jeme gịnị jejilele anọlahụ ụla ka ala mgbodo ụlọ bifo ụmụ ha ana-anata na ha nata ha ana na mkpọtụ ga-eju ebe niile na ha agaghị enwezi ike izu ike ọ bụ ya mere ha ji wee na-achọ ka ụmụaka anwa gawa ya bụ lesin ka ha wee nwee ike wee zute obere ike tupu ha na-anata ọzọ.
Daalụ nne dịka isi kwuo mgbe ị na-emetụ aka n'okwu nwatakịrị mụta ka esi akwa akwa ụfọdụ ọ bụrụ ka esi eme isi wee na-ajụ biko kedu mgbe ọ dị ka nwatakịrị ekwesị ibido mụba aka ọlụ maka ịpụta dịka ọsọsọ ndị nọ na kọleji ndị nke obere anọ na praịmarị skuul onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ olu esi na olugo ka na onwe ihe nji ajụrụ ya bụ ifu na ọ dịka ọsọsọ ndị sekọndịrị bụ ihe na-eje amụ aka ọlụ o kwesịrị ka ọ bụrụ sọsọ ndị sekọndịrị ka onwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo esizi nwatakịrị ya na o tolu gị ije mụ aka ọlụ
onwekwe taịm ọ ga-abụ oluo nwatakịrị ebido olu ego ije mụ aka ọlụ mana onye a ga-etopụta tunu ka ọ ga-eji wee mata ihe ọ na-eme o nwere obere nwa ya dị m ọmụgo ka esi akwa akwa ife ọbanye dị na JS1 ụmụ gị a and uche dị n'ihe ahụ ọ na-eme ọ mụcha nke a mụchachacha ya m na-eme keeki maka ana m eme achịcha oyibo m na-eme ya ha ncha ga-abịa eme gịnị gbaa m okirikiri ịmụta ihe ahụ m na-eme oge Disemba onwe onye nke mechalụnụ nwanne ya na-asị ya mee ya ụtọ ya mee ya ụtọ ọsị ya na ọ bụrụ otu a ka onye kụzi elu ha si wee kụziri ha na ọ si na ọnya tinye akwa krim ya mee ya ụtọ a mee ya ụtọ a o mechaa ya bụ keeki ya bụ achara oyibo anwa edobelu m ya ozugbo a na-anata ha na Krismas agbala ọsọ wetalụ m ya si m ka nlelegodu manya emetekwelu ihe ya merụ tacha ya si ya na ọ dịkwa mma mana ya sị m ya makwa na o nwelu ihe ọ na-amụta ihe ahụ a na-abịa eme nsị anọ eji anwa bụ dị eji brenu ha na-eghe oghe ịmụta ihe a na-akụzilu ha ihe ọ bụla ịkụzilu na ha na-amụta ya mgbe ahụ enwebe nchekasị echiche na-edistọbụ ha na-amụta ya mana ihe o jiri dịka o kwesịrị inwe eji a ga-eji wee bido mụwa ya bụ ihe bụ na o nwere ụdịrị ụmụaka dị n'iche n'iche o nwere ndị ga-abụ ha bido n'oge mụtacha anya bụ ihe ifu na ha amala ikizi ije gụọ akwụkwọ onye ka o ji dịka o nwetụrụ eji kwesị iche ka ha rute tupu ha eje mụwa aka ọrụ ka ha mụtatụ akwụkwọ tupu ha enwee ike wee jee mụwa ya onye ka o ji dịkarị ka ndị gụrụ sekọndịrị skuul ma ndị na-agụ ya bụ ndị a na-ahapụkarị ka ụmụaka wee nwee ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ basic knowledge before ha abanye maka na o nwere nwa akwụkwọ m na-akwado wayek enenelu ọgụrụtego na SS3 mana okporozi enene ya bụ wayek o nwere ihe na-ayọ ya jụọ ya ego a ga-eji rejista wayek na neko ọ sị m na ọ bụrụ ọkwa ego na ya chọrọ ime gịnị ịgbawazịa bike
maka na ọ fụbago ego
maka na ọ fụwago ego onye mere o ji dịka onwere eji kwesịrị ịhapụtụ ha ka ha nwee ike iji aka ha wee malụ nke dị mma na nke na-adịrọ mma na nke ga-emetụta ha n'oge ọdịnihu.
Daalụ nne maka ihe nji wee jụọ ajụjụ a bụ ọnọkata ọ dịka ndị nke obele a na-arapụ ha asị ndị nke gbagotego na kọleji ma ndị nọ yunivesiti ịfụ hụ na nkọwa gị akịta ga-enye aka maka ịnọkata ị na-enene nwatakịrị nọ praịmarị skuul ihe dịka praịmarị 2 ma ọ praịmarị 3 akpọpụ ya ka o jee mụọ maka na ọ nọ n'ezumike oluzie mgbe o kwesịrị ije akwụkwọ ego ahụ ọ na-enweta ebe nwa kirikiri ego ahụ ọ na-emetụtazi ọ dị aka ihe niile bụ ego gị bụ onye ọma na-enene anyị ọ bụrụ na anyị ṅụọ mmiri gbatị ụkwụ gachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru maka ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ ụzọ ga-aka mma iji wee kpokọneta ụmụaka anyị ọkachacha mgbe ahụ ha nọ ezumike ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọ sịghị nọ mgbe holide ka a mara otu e ga-esi wee kpokọta ha hazielu ha ụzọ nke a ha na-ada eme n'ụlọ akwụkwọ mgbe ha nọ n'ụlọ nọla ezumike akụzielu ihe ha ga na-eme ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ anyị nachite azụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ. Alụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na nke tata otu anyị ga-esi wee na-ekpokọta ụmụ anyị agbazilu ha ụzọ na ọ bụrụ na anọla ezumike emechicha akwụkwọ kama anyị ga-ahapụ ụmụaka anyị ka ha na-akwụgharị egwu sọsọ egwu ifugono dịka Ebere eso nwanne si wee tinye ya ọnụ. Ọ bụrụ na ị na-ege anyị ntị ama m na o nwere otu ihe ma abụọ ịmụtago ụzọ kachasị mma iji kpokọta ụmụ anyị. Na-agachitekwa azụ ebe ị nọ Ebere eso nwanne mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu o nwere ka isi wee kwuche ndị nkụzi na ha na-eme ka ụmụaka ha na ha na-anọ dịka onye mụ na ya na-alụ si wee kwuo na ndị nkụzi ada aka nka eziokwu maka ọ ga-abụ gị nwa bụ onye nwatakịrị a kụzielu mgbe ị ga-etozi ị na-eme onwe gị na ịkalụ ịfụzi onye nkụzi gị ọ dịzị ka gị nwa ka a ga-akpọ antị o wee bụrụ ezigbo ọrụ unu na-alụ. Mana ihe m na-achọ ịjụ gị bụ oge ụfọdụ ịfụ nwatakịrị dịka nwatakịrị a na-akụziri keeki a na-agụ ya si otu a wee mee ya ọ sị mba na ọ bụghị otu a ka esi wee kụzie na ya na-ene anya na nke gị o nwere otu ihe ada nwaanyị na-ada emebe enye ihe ọ ga-eme na ọ nata ma nke a ga-enye ha n'oge holidays isi a ka inyere ya aka ọ sị gị mba na ọ bụghị otu a ka onye nkụzi m si wee kụzie ya. Biko o nwere ụzọ kachasị iche ndị nkụzi si agbaziri ụmụaka karịa nke anyị nwa bụ ndị nne si agbaziri?
Ma na ndị nkụzi nwere ọzụzụ enyelụ ha nke a na-akpọ teachers training. Ya bụ ọzụzụ bụkwa ihe na-enyelụ anyị aka n'ihi na abụ m otu n'ime onye nkụzi. Ọzụzụ ahụ anyị jere na-enyere anyị aka maka ka a ga-esi na-akụziri gị mgbe ị nọ na ya bụ ọzụzụ ebe ije eme maka nkụzi a ga-agwa gị ihe dị n'iche n'iche maka na anyị maalụ na ụmụaka ada aghọtacha ihe ka onye asị aghọta abụrụ ka onye asị aghọta abụrụ ka onye asị aghọta. Onwe nke a na-akpọ play method ịkụzigide ifu na ha ga-aghọtacha ihe ahụ ị na-akụzi ime ya ka drama mee ya ka egwuregwu mgbe anyị mere ka egwuregwu anwa ndị buru elu ha ada amụta ihe ọsịsọ enwe ike wee bido were ghọtawa ihe a na-eme. Mana ịma na gịnwa na-abụrụ onye nkụzi bụ mama nwere ike ịma mmata na enwere na-akụzigo nke a kụzie nke a na-aghọtaghị ya. Enwere ụdịrị dị iche iche eji akụzi ihe. ikekwe ọ bụrụ na onye nzuru gụọ anya ka egwu nwee ike ọ bụrụ ka drama nwee ike ọ bụrụ na egwuli egwu ka o ji wee mee ya mmadụ ahụ aghọta ya mgbe ị nataziri chọọ igwu ya na ijelu mahadum chọzie ịkụzi nke gị o wee sị gị na ọ bụghị ya na ọ bụrụ ka ntị si wee kwuo ya elezikwa na ikpe mmadụ nwatakịrị maka na ọ bụrụ ụtọ ahụ ka esi ghọta ya eji kụziri ya anya o ji wee ghọta ya ọfụma okele ọrụ dịzialụ bụ ịkọwazili ya na o nwekwara ụzọ ọzọ a ga-esikwa wee kụziri gị ya wee mụta ya na ihe a bụrụ kwasa ofu ụzọ ka eji akụzie ikekwe ọ bụrụ na ihe dị ka mathematics bụ ihe ahụ ịkụzi so ị nwere ike jiri method o nwere fọmụla ị ga-eji inwetakwa ansa iwerekwa fọmụla ọzọ wee mee ya inwetakwa ansa ịkụzizielu nwa gị nke gị ahụ isi ya na nke a bụ isigodị anya bụgodu nke onye nkụzi gị kụziri gị iwee kwuo ya iwee were nke gị wee kwuo ya wee dabalatakwa na ofu ansa ahụ eweta wee si efu gị ya na ọ bụrụ sọsọ ofu ụzọ ka ya na-esi welu eme ya na-esikwa ụzọ dị ụta ikekwe ọ bụrụ mgbakọ ikekwe ọ bụrụ mbawanye nke a na-akpọ multiplication o nwere ike asị gị fulie n'isi mana inwe ike iji aka gị ụta mee ya ụta nyekwe dị sem ofu ihe ahụ ka ị nwetara so ya ka ị ga-akọwalụ nwa gị mana ijikwakwa nke bụ eziokwu okwu ya ka anyị nwa bụ ndị nkụzi na ndị prịnsịpalụ na ndị a na-akpọ headmistress ji wee na-agwa ndị nkụzi anyị okwu ka anyị mee gịnị ka ịgụ akwụkwọ gị ọfụma mee ihe a na-akpọ revishọn ịgụghachi ihe niile ahụ tupu ị gaa na ụlọ ebe a na-amụ ihe wee jee kwuo ihe ọbụla ị ga-ekwu maka na nke ahụ ha nwetarụ n'aka gị bụkwa nke ga-abanye ha n'isi ihe ọzọ onye ọzọ na-ekwuzikwe agbasaghị ha imekwa ọbụkwa na ikwuteghị ihe ị chọrọ ikwu na imere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ misteki nwa ahụ ebulugokwu otu ahụ na onye ọzọ na-agwazikwa ya na ihe ahụ onye nkụzi ekwuru abụghị ya ọ bụghị ya ka ị na-agwazi ihe ahụ onye ka o ji adị mkpa eji edelu lesin note ide lesin note ahụ ịkwadowe onwe gị agbabala n'ime klaasị jee bido mewu ya eleghị anya oyibo ị ga-asị ama mbịa maka mụnwa n'ebe a onye nkụzi m apịago m ụtarị mgbe m nọ sekọndịrị skuul maka na ana m ekwufụta okwu a sị m ya ticha na ịdali ya na-esụtaghị onye bụ oyibo esoro ọpịa m 12 ọnụ my uncle bụ ihe a mee n'ihe ahụ ọpịa m 12 mgbe m na-alụzi nsị mpa m na ticha pịakwara m ụtarị osi m kedu ihe mme wee gwa ya na ọ sụrụ oyibo na ọ sụtaghị ya wee kọrekt ya osi m na ngwara ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ nsị ya yesa osi m na ma ekwesịghị ikwu otu ahụ nwekwa mgbe m na-aga lesin English teacher anyị nwere oyibo ọ sụrụ wee sị ya uncle na kemgbe m gụwara akwụkwọ to surrender is to yield in na ịdali ya na ikwuteghị ya osi ọnwụ si mụ na ọ bụrụ ya na ọ bụrụ ya n'iru ụmụ akwụkwọ stem mana after 2-3 days ọ bịakwa wee sị m yes na ya agago wee fụ na ihe ahụ nọ nke ahụ m kwuru bụ nke bụ ya
wee daba n'ihe a na-ekwu na ndị nkụzi bụ ndị a na-elegara anya
ama ka a na-elegara anya onye ka ị ga-eji welu kee nkwụcha maka na nkwụcha abụrụ ụjọ befo ị gaa klaasị ịkwado onwe ọfụma maka na o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ enyelu bren o nwere ụmụ akwụkwọ nwere bren gụchabugorie mana adịghịkwa nke ọ ka na-adịzi ugbu a maka ọ bụrụ mgbe mbụ bifo ịba klaasị maasị ụmụ akwụkwọ agụchaghị ịgazie na-eme na bọọdụ ha sị gị na ọ bụghị ihe na-eme so ụmụ anyị ihe anụwa na-elizi ya isi fonu ka a na-apịkarị mana fonu dịkwa mma meta ai artificial intelligence ịchọkwa ịmụta ihe dị mma na ya ịmụta
daalụrị nne dịka anyị si ekwu ka anyị na-achọ ikpokọta nkata anyị na nke tata dịka anyị si wee kwuo na mbido ihe ụmụaka anyị kwesịrị ịdị na-eme mgbe anọ holidays naanị otu ajụ nchọ ịjụ gị bụ onwe ihe dị iche ndị nwoke ga-eme na ndị nwaanyị ga-eme dịka otu asị ụmụ nwaanyị jee kwa akwa nwoke jee mụọ nke anụnwa onwe ihe edebere ụmụ nwaanyị iche nwee nke edobere ụmụ nwoke iche n'ọrụ a ka ụmụ nwoke ga na-amụ ụmụ nwaanyị a na-amụ nka
na mgbe gara aga enwere ihe nwoke na-alụ nwee ihe nwaanyị na-alụ mana n'oge ugbu a ọ dịghị ozi n'ọfụ o nwere ebe m na-agafete wee fụ ụmụ nwaanyị ka ha na-alụzi akpụkpọ ụkwụ anyị maara na ndị na-alụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ na a na-akpọ ha shoemaker and ndị anyị maara na-alụ ya bụ akpụkpọ ụkwụ bụ ụmụ nwoke mana ugbu a ụmụ nwaanyị na-alụzi ya nwaanyị na-ejekwa amụ nke a na-akpọ mekaniki ha na-ejezikwa amụ ya ka ị ga-esi wee fụ na ị na-agba n'okporo ụzọ anyị ugbu a ị ga-afụzi na ụmụ nwaanyị ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị na-agbazi baịk keke ụfọdụ bụzi minibọs a na-anyazi ya n'oge ugbu a amaghị ọmụmụ maka ihe isi ike kpatara eji ezi wee nwe ihe a na-akpọ gender work ihe ọbụla nwoke na-eme nwaanyị na-emezie ịkwa akwa enwere telọnụ nwee nke a na-akpọ seamstress ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị na-akwa ọ bụrụ seamstress ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwoke ọ bụrụ telọ mana ha niile bụ ime gịnị ịkwa akwa ụmụ nwoke si dị sef onwe ndị ọ bụzi sọsọ akwa ụmụ nwaanyị ka ọ na-akwa mana ọ bụkwa nwoke ụmụ nwoke na-akpazi isi ịfụzie ndị oke anyị na-achọ mma ịga ebe ụlọ ọrụ ndị ahụ na-eme ihe dị otu a ifu ka a na-eche nke nwoke nke nwoke ga-emetụ aka n'isi nwaanyị ibe ha adịghịzi n'ime so n'oge ugbu a onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwoke onwezi nke a na-asị na nke a bụ nke nwaanyị ihe a na-eme bụ ihe anyị ga-eme ka anyị na-enweta ihe anyị ji were anyị ga-eji emete ndụ anyị anya
daalụrị nne ekene gị Mrs. Eso nwanne na isonyela anyị na nke tata daalụ maka ntụpenye azụ anyị tụpenyelu m na ọ bụrụ na enọlụ ezumike ụmụ anyị nwee ike ha zụtụ ike nwa obele ha eje chọọ ihe ha ga-amụ na ọ bụghị n'iwu na mgbe ahụ ebido ha emere holidays ha ebido mụba ihe daalụrị nne ọtụtụ ihe ka m mụtara n'ihe a ikwu nke tata ama m na gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị na nke tata na o nwee ihe ịmụtara ọ bụrụ onye oyibo ọ sị gị you picked something ama m na o nwee ihe tụtụtara n'ihe niile o kwuru aka ọlụ dị mma ịmụ ihe dị mma holiday lesson dị mma na ọkedo otu onye ahụ si wee mee ya daalụrị nne na nketa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa gị dịka onye nkụzi ịbụ ana m ekene gị jisikwa na ike n'ọrụ unu na-alụ agwago m onwe m na mama m bụ nwa onye nkụzi ike ụmụaka adịghị m mma m nwunye Jizọs gọzie unu mana mgbe ahụ a na-asị na ụgwọ ọrụ dị n'eluigwe ọ dị ọzọ n'eluigwe si nyebezie enyi unu n'ụwa o wee bụrụ ebe a ka nketa na-abịa na njedebe ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mere na nketa ata masịrị gị sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-anọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV sonyela anyị n'ihe mmetụ aka anyị na YouTube na Aneke TV na Facebook na Aneke TV mana TikTok na Aneke TV ka itinyela anyị alụ ọ bụ na nke anyị mere masịrị gị maki ya anyị good daalụrị nne maka isonyela anyị o wee bụrụ ebe a ka m na-asị gị ka emesịa abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-arụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agha nna. Ọ dị na social media. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Secondary school in Valley.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment. We inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi remains one of the most enigmatic figures in West African political history. Born on March 3, 1924 in Umuahia, Abia State, his rise from a private soldier in 1942 to the UN force commander in the Congo, 1964, and Nigeria's first military head of state, 1966, illustrates both the height of military professionalism and the perils of political centralism in a multi-ethnic federation. On January 15, 1966, a bloody military coup led by mid-level officers shattered Nigeria's first republic, claiming the lives of Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Northern Premier Ahmadu Bello, and Western Premier Samuel Ladoke Akintola. In the ensuing power vacuum, General Officer Commanding Major General Johnson Thomas Omonakwe Aguiyi-Ironsi rallied loyal troops, quashed the insurrection, and assumed power on January 16, 1966. Known as Johnny Ironside for his courageous command during the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1960 and 1964, Ironsi was a soldier's soldier. Awarded the member of the Royal Victorian Order, MVO, and the Rita Crews Award, his military credentials were unimpeachable. Yet, he inherited a deeply divided nation, reeling from political assassinations and regional suspicion. Seeking to eliminate tribalism and foster national cohesion, Ironsi promulgated Unification Decree No. 34 on May 24, 1966. The decree abolished Nigeria's federal structure, merging regional civil services into a single central unit. Though intended to enforce national unity, the policy backfired. Northern political elites viewed the decree and Ironsi's delay in trying the January 15 coup plotters as a deliberate move toward regional dominance. Tensions reached a boiling point on July 29, 1966. During a nationwide consultation tour in Ibadan, Northern officers led a counter-coup. Lieutenant Colonel Adekunle Fadri refused to surrender his guest, leading to the assassination of both officers. Ironsi's reign ended after just 194 days, paving the way for Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon and setting off a chain of events that culminated in the Nigerian Civil War. 6 decades later, the centralizing effects of Decree 34 continued to shape Nigeria's constitutional architecture. Aguiyi-Ironsi's brief tenure remains a sobering reminder that national unity cannot be compelled by executive fiat. It requires continuous negotiation, equity, and trust. Aguiyi-Ironsi was an exceptional tactical and operational commander whose career in the Royal West African Frontier Force and United Nations proved his courage and administrative capability. However, His transition from military hierarchy to civilian statecraft highlighted a fundamental mismatch. Political governance in a multi-ethnic state demands consensus building, whereas military command relies on direct obedience. Decree 34 was designed to eliminate regional parochialism, but because it was enacted without democratic consultation or cross-regional buy-in, it was perceived as an attempt to consolidate power. Modern African leadership demonstrates that structural constitutional changes must be backed by transparent stakeholder dialogue rather than central decrees. In times of national crisis, a leader must not only act impartially, but must clearly be seen as impartial. Iran's decision to detain rather than immediately try the January 15th coup plotters created an informational void quickly filled by suspicion and conspiracy theories, ultimately triggering the July 1966 counter-coup. Proactive, transparent public communication remains vital for political stability.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. Unlike Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Palm, whose father, Colonel Palm, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making his way and greeting those in the front row. And as he does this, I'd like to take the microphone very quickly to His Eminence, who has a word or two. Your Eminence, sir.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asogwa, and I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we're going to talk about the rise of female voters in Nigeria, and I am super excited, I am elated, I am joyful, my joy is contagious, I feel like jumping. I just want to talk about this because INEC released recently that women outnumber the number of men that registered in the recently concluded new voters registration in Nigeria, and this is the great news that makes me just want to dance. I want to drop my hands up in the air and dance and just be joyful. But this is not the first time that something like this is happening. It happened in the year 2022 ahead of the 2023 elections, and now it's happening again in the year 2026. Women usually are meant to outweigh the number of men just because women are more in population. However, this is significant because it means that women are gradually taking a stand and women are gradually welcoming the idea of political participation rather than political apathy. Women are gradually stepping up to the challenge of being the decision makers when it comes to the democratic process of Nigeria, and that makes me extremely happy. However, having achieved this feat, having achieved this uncommon feat, which is not quite so common, not so uncommon anymore, we have to talk about where do we go from here, what comes next. Now, what comes next is the actual voting process, which will take place in 2027, that is voting, and it has already started actually. It has started for different states. With the Anambra State elections was concluded. We've had Ekiti has been concluded. Osun State is the next one that that is currently coming up in the month of August, and then for 2027 we have the presidential election, which is the one everybody is anticipating. So between registering for a voter's card and then casting the vote, or just the ballot process, the democratic process of electing a new person for a particular position, there is really a disconnect. Now, women have gone on to register, which is a beautiful thing, but then registration is here and the actual voting process is here. There is a wide gap between men registering and then women voting. So we're going to talk about what causes this gap and how we intend to tackle it as women. One of the things that makes women not to vote is usually voter intimidation. This comes whereby women are told who to vote for or who not to vote for. They will tell you like, okay, you should vote for this person, make sure you don't vote for that person. And it usually comes from family, community leaders, maybe your pastor, maybe your imam, just people that you look up to, people that hold significant positions or places in your life or positions of authority in your life. They tell you who to vote, and because of that you're unable to vote for the particular person that you want for, or you choose not to even participate. If you fall in this category, what I would advise is that you apply wisdom. And when I say apply wisdom, when you're told who to vote, don't just outrightly say, no, I'm not going to vote for this person, I'm going to vote for this person. We as women, we are really sensitive, and we work with our emotions most times. But when you're having this conversation or you're being told who to vote for, do not speak from a place of emotion, speak from a place of wisdom. And by wisdom, I mean just nod, I agree with everything the person is saying. Remember that the voting process is a secret ballot. In Nigeria, we practice a secret ballot voting system. So the person you ultimately choose to vote for is going to be a secret. The person that is asking you to vote for this person, vote for that person, will ultimately not see who you are going to vote for. So don't try to argue, don't try to prove a point. Just accept that, okay, fine, you want me to vote for this person, I'll vote for this person. And on that day, you go on ahead and you do what is in your mind. Another thing that, causes women not to participate is often lack of transportation. On that day, there's usually this Sometimes there's like public holidays, sometimes it's a Saturday, but usually the atmosphere on election days are usually different, and sometimes it's hard to get transportation just to get to the venue or the location where the voting process will be taking place. Since this is an established fact, as a woman, what you can do to help yourself is to find alternatives. Maybe make plans with a cab driver, an Okada rider, or just someone in the vicinity that you have a conversation with previously that can take you to that location. Or if you can drive, you drive. And if you have a car, talk to people around you, people that you can take to the location just to ease the cost of transportation. Because guess what? I know that resources are hard, and sometimes even the distance from where you are staying and where you're going to vote can be a whole lot. So try as much as you can to collaborate with people around you, make arrangements prior to the date, or if you have a car of your own or have access to logistics, you can also offer it as well to other women just to get them to the location. It's going to help a lot of people vote. The next thing that stops women is, let's just say, I don't know, let's just call this one political, let's just say political violence, yes, or voters day insecurity. This is a better name for it, voters day insecurity. Women are often afraid of the insecurity that surrounds the election day itself or the election process itself. On that particular day, the whole process, you can have talks, you can have clashes between security operatives, security agencies, and talks. And this, I will use this platform to plead, to beg security agencies to please avail yourself on days of elections, not just in short numbers or in small numbers, but avail yourself in huge numbers that is going to be scary to thugs, to people that want to constitute nuisance on the day of the election, and just to give people that are voting a sense of protection. Also, community leaders, pastors, community leaders, imams, people that hold positions of power, even political leaders themselves, you all as well can educate people, just as I'm doing, on the need for peaceful election process, on the need for us to practice peaceful elections, not coming on that day. The last one was bloody in so many places. We had issues in Lagos where we saw video clips of what happened. There are some other places that people had issues. Just educate people in order to eradicate occurrences of things like this, so that when people come out to vote, they are assured that they are secure, that they are not going to fall victim to thuggery, to nuisance, or to any form of security challenges. And also, you as a woman that will be going, one of the things I would advise you do is, I talked about pepper spray over and over and over again on Dear Woman. Get yourself pepper spray. Once the talk come, when you put small pepper for an eye, in brain go reset. You don't really have to engage in physical violence or just shuka person would rest. Another thing that you can do is to leave very early when the election ground is still free. There are not much people, there are no crowds. When you go very early to vote, you'll notice that the entire place is peaceful, is calm, there are not much people. You can cast your vote in peace and go back home in peace when you vote. Then another thing is also, you can organize yourself in groups. Organize yourself maybe within your street, within your estate, within your community, within your village, within that locality where you are based. Organize yourself in groups, maybe your church women organization, youth, girl, I don't know, you guys just organize yourself like in groups and go in groups. Sometimes when they see people in group, they are often scared to interact or exchange words with you or even attack anybody, because they know that, oh, there are quite a number of women here and they are going to retaliate. They are going to not keep quiet, not keep mute if anything happens right now. So don't just go alone. If you know you're not going to go very early, try as much as possible, even before then, to make arrangements so that you go in groups. You and your friends, you and your church members, you and people living in your compound, in the street, in the estate. People just make arrangements to go together to scare off dogs. Another thing is that, please, once you are done voting, just go back home. Don't go anywhere. Don't branch. It's actually that election, especially for the presidential election, is usually a very sensitive and very delicate time frame. So within those hours that the whole process is going to be taking place, just try as much as possible to vote and go home. Don't go anywhere. Don't pass. Don't do this one. Just go home. Okay. Now another thing is chores. Now, if you're staying with family members, they might as well ask you that you're not going to go and vote. Especially if you're staying with parents. If you don't sweep, if you don't cook, if you don't clean, you're not leaving this house. Or you know that you're a mother, you have children that are depending on you. Now, these election days, it does not come as a surprise. It's already premeditated, like it's been announced. You know that this particular day is the day for this. Make arrangements, maybe cook something prior, maybe clean the house the night before, wake up very early and do your chores, or then leave your chores later in the night to do them. But don't allow chores to stop you from actually participating in the upcoming elections. Ensure that you take the necessary step, which could be you waking up very, very early, or then you waking up very late. Whichever one that has to take place in order for you to meet up with voting, ensure that you do it. Some other thing that stops women from participating is usually the fact that women are dissuaded from even voting entirely, and dissuaded from participating in the sense of competing. They are unable to bring out themselves as candidates. So it often brings like this interest. Oh, why am I even going? There's not like I'm the one that is contesting. Or why am I going? There's not like there's even any woman that I support. You know, this can happen. But then when these things happen, I keep saying it. Do not allow other people. Do not argue or know when to just pick your fight. Pick your fight. If you are thinking, oh, because there are no women, that is the more reason why you need to go and vote. Because when you vote people's, not just, you don't just vote a political party, you are voting a candidate, and not just the person's ethnicity or the person's religion, you are voting the person's ideology. There are still people, some men that have the ideology that a woman's place is in the kitchen. If you vote someone like that, of course, no matter how much of a nice person they are definitely not going to bring out policies or things that are going to empower women to have a better say in government, in politics. They are just going to still think from that mindset of a woman's place is in the kitchen. So even if you feel like, oh, women are not here, who am I coming to vote for? There are no women contestants, there are no men candidates here that I'm going to vote for. Vote for men that have the ideology that would push the fight for equality further, or that would push women's rights further, whichever one it might be. Both for people that have like the right ideologies, the right principles, the right policies in place that are going to help further the cause of women in politics. So that is that. Another thing that could actually stop women from participating is the fact that they don't even know the candidates that are contesting. It happens. Sometimes women don't know who is going to contest. They're just like, okay, all right, but I don't even know who is going to contest. How am I going to? Now, if you actually intend on voting, it is right that you ask questions and then make the internet your best friend. You can find out, ask people like, oh, who is this? Don't depend, because I know there's something that I do when I walk into a supermarket or a mall and I want to shop. When I shop and I come across, maybe I want to get a particular product, and then that particular product, I just don't know which of the brands to go with. They are like tons of brands and I don't know which one to pick. I would often look for the one that I've heard somewhere. Maybe maybe I've seen an advert, maybe I've seen it marketed somewhere. I would look for just the brand, and as soon as I see or I hear or I just remember, oh, okay, I have seen this thing somewhere, I've heard the name of this brand somewhere, even if it's not with that particular product but a different product, but because I've heard the name, I'm going to pick that brand. If that's what sometimes I feel like that's what some women do when they get there, or when they're going to vote, they don't know the right people to vote for. They are just like, okay, which name have I ever heard? Which name did I ever see political flyer? Who did I see? Whose name was there? Okay, which party have I heard over and over again? Please don't vote like that. The loudest party might not really be the best party, or the loudest candidate might not necessarily be the best candidate. Choose people that have the right ideologies, right principles, people that have a proven track record of doing exceptionally well in different positions that they have held. Don't go and vote on one that always starts working when it is a year to election, when it's a few months to the next election. Choose someone that throughout that 4 years they are in term, they are they have their term running, they are doing one thing or another thing to improve the lives of their citizens, the lives of their people. They are well represented. There is a clear communication line that is flowing. And this is not me advocating for any particular, opponent or particular political party. Let me just not mention, but there's this particular governor that we had. Oh, he's still a governor actually. But then when I first heard about him was, I think that was his first tenure. That was his first tenure. And how I got to know about him was the fact that each new project he started, he would come on his social media page. He would write out the particular project that they had started, the company that the project was awarded to, the amount of money that the project had been awarded for, and how much had been paid so far. And then he would put it up on his social media page, and when that project is done, he would also put up a picture, okay, and write up that side, okay, we started this project so and so time, and then this is where we are with the project. I just liked the way he did his stuff. And also I remember when I was in the city where he was governor, I remember going to the market, and when I finished buying what I was buying, it was late, everyone was dark. I just saw people queuing up, and I was like, what's going on here? Someone was like, better queue up, oh, better queue up. If not, they will arrest you and charge you 10K, or they will flog you. I was like, I'm confused. What's going on? And the person said that in order not to create traffic or to create people buzzing and dragging themselves for cars or for buses or for shuttles, at that time it was keke and pepe tricycle. In order not to create people like wrestling to get into tricycles, that the governor had formed a system whereby once the market is closed, you queue up in like a queue of 3, and each tricycle that comes, it goes 1, 2, 3 in 1, 2, one person at the front, and they go. The next starts on like that, and there are people that like officers that are there ensuring that this queue is adhered to. I don't know if that still applies right now because I've not been to that city in a whole while, but back then it was remarkable for me to see what he was doing. And I was like, okay, fine, this man is good. So when you want to vote, do your research, find out the kind of people that you are voting, what they have done, if they previously held any position before, if this is their first time, what was their track record, what's their CV like? Because I feel like for political parties, their CVs are, for political candidates, their CVs are glaring to this project. They just make, because I realize that there are governors that are, or political, or don't just say office holders who specialize in making big announcements, big announcements, big announcements. But these big announcements do not translate to realities of what is happening within their state or within their constituencies. So find out for yourself these kind of things, and then you know who to place your vote with. Now, these are some of the things that I feel like could affect women or stop women from actually participating on the day of election. That's like insecurity, family, voter intimidation, all of those things. I feel like it's going to affect women. But when you find out problems that will stop you ahead of time, what could possibly stop me from not participating? You find those things out, you're like, okay, fine. What can I do to help my situation? You start finding solutions. It's not just about identifying the problems, but identifying the problems on time and then finding solutions to ensure that you solve the problems on time in order to avert them completely. And some of the things that some people are going to tell you, better stay home. Oh, this election thing does not concern you. Our vote doesn't count. I would say that our votes do count, because if they did not count, the length to which politicians go in order to gain public trust within the few months leading to election, the amount they spend to gain public trust in the few months leading to the election, and the way they are particular about hiding and suppressing so many things from the public eye few days leading to the election, they would not be doing that if our votes did not matter at all. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but I feel like our votes matter to some extent, and you cannot stay at home do nothing and just say, oh, my vote doesn't matter, I'm not going to vote, my vote does not matter. I feel like that doesn't make sense. You have to do your part and then you can blame them. This just brings me to another thing that has been bugging me for a while now. And this is the fact that a lot of us we keep complaining, government this, government that, the government did not do this, the government did not do that, the government did not do that. But the little ones that we can do as citizens, we will not do. When you even have interactions with people or hear the things that people are doing, you realize that if they hold that office for 1 month, they will do worse than these political leaders have done in 4 years, 8 years, how many years since they've been in political in office, because since they've been office holders. For instance, I was reading through social media and then I saw someone that was like that his uncle owns this school, and then the uncle stays abroad, but then the uncle came back to Nigeria, and coincidentally it happened to be towards the time of graduation for the school, and the uncle attended the graduation party of his school. And at the end of the graduation party, he was just looking at his teachers, how they were looking malnourished, how they were dressed. It was nothing to write home about. And he was like, why are you people looking like this? People look haggard, tired. People just look awful. What is it? Are you people not receiving your salary? How much are you, like, and he was like, are you people not receiving your salary? They were not like, sir, yeah, we are receiving, but how much do you think we are being paid? In fact, the person that even asked him this question was wisdom. It was just wisdom for the person to ask, how much do you think he earns, sir? To know what he thinks he pays you and his expectations of you are. Then the man answered 150,000 naira. And teachers were like, what? Sir, no, we are paid 80,000 naira, not 150,000 naira. And I remember calculating this with my husband. We were like, if there are like 20 workers over there, and this principal, it means the principal had been cutting 70,000 naira off their salaries, and they have been approved to be paid 150,000 naira, but the principal continued to pay them 80,000 naira, which means that the principal has been getting 70,000 naira off of each of their heads. Let's times that 70,000 naira by say 20 teachers, which I believe might be more depending on the nature of the school. If it's secondary alone, if it's primary alone, if it's nursery and primary, if it's nursery, primary, secondary, it might be more. But let's just say, like most of the schools that I know, even nursery, usually operate on like a minimum of 20 teachers. But I have my calculator here. Let's just do 70 times 20 and see how much this person takes off of them every month. This person takes 1.4 million naira extra that he or she as a principal did not work for. Now imagine that person becomes president of Nigeria tomorrow. You can imagine what will happen. And then there are this other aspect of you see, everywhere is dirty. You're like, the government is not doing anything. The government is not paying the people that are sweeping the streets. But then you are the one that is loitering the streets. You eat something. What I personally do, you can hardly, even if I mistakenly drop something on the street, I feel bad instantly. I remember one day we were just walking and I was drinking water, and then I dropped the sachet water on the floor, and I was like, oh my god, why did I drop this thing? And the person I was working with me was like, what is it? I'm like, I just dropped the sachet water on the street. I'm not supposed to do that. I usually put it in my bag. Whatever I'm eating, I would tie that thing up, put it in my bag, come back home, or somewhere I'm more comfortable with, or somewhere I see a refuse bin, I would dispose it properly in that refuse bin. That is how it should be. Not when you use something, when you've made out your waste, you tie it up and you throw it in the street or you throw it in the gutter, and the streets are smelling, everywhere is looking awful. The little one that you can do it. Stop waiting for the government. I digress because this issue has been heavy on my heart. Like, why we can't contribute our own quota and we keep waiting for the government to do everything for us. You want someone to do something for you and the person surprise you with fake products, fake items, and then the person is blaming the government. The person dupes you of your money and the person is blaming government. The person does not do what they are meant to do and the person is blaming the government. In the same way you are saying, oh, they are rigging elections. Oh, my vote does not count. But you will not vote. You will not even come out to vote. Like, When you even come out to vote, you are so docile. You cannot fight for your rights. You cannot fight for the things that you believe in. You cannot stand your ground. When you cannot even approach all these talks, you know them, they are your friends, they're your husband, they're your brother, they are something to you. You know them personally, but you can't even have a conversation with them and deter them from doing or taking actions that are going to result in this. Like educate them. Some of them they don't even know better. They're just doing from what they do because they don't even ask themselves critical questions. Raise these questions up with them. Let them go and ask themselves. Let them go and think more about it and then make the decisions for themselves. But you're not doing anything. You're just saying government is not educating people or they need to have peaceful election. Oh, government is just deceiving all those talks. But you're not even helping. Do the one you can. Do the one you can. I'm ranting because this has just been on my mind for a while now. Why we can't do the things that we are meant to do, at least the quarter or the little that we can contribute to make this country a better country. We cannot do it. And we keep blaming government. Anyway, congratulations once more to all the women who has gotten their voters registration, who has gotten their voters card and completed their voters registration. We have to ensure that this time around we move past the ideology of just getting it and then into the action of voting. And in order to move into the action of voting, when you see something, say something, take action. Don't just be docile. Film evidence, use your phone film, but don't risk your life too much in the process of doing that.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although The textile industry experienced setbacks over the years. Government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu. You're watching Aneke TV. Today, we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insight into the story shaping our nation and our continent. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts are ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I am Uche Osai. Joining us, as always, is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
And also with us here in the studio is Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, Esquire, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, who is a former commissioner of strategy, culture and tourism here in Enugu State. Honorable, it's a pleasure to have you as well.
My pleasure.
Yes. You know, I have this signature question that cuts across wherever I interact with people, and also I'm directing it to you before we have this conversation proper. That is, how is Nigeria treating you? that laugh is infectious.
That is a very good question, and this question should not be seen as directed at me, but at every Nigerian.
Okay.
The Nigeria is certainly, there's much room to be desired. That's my summary of it.
Come again.
There's so much room
to be desired. Okay, Mr. Meka, today's another day. Let me pose that to you again.
Well, Nigeria, you know, is one that is very difficult for anybody to define. But like I always say, you know, thank God that if any other thing else fails, God Himself never fails. And I guess that is part of what is keeping most people, you know, going. Because if you want to follow maybe some of the things that ordinarily should be available for you in Nigeria, well, I don't want to say you'll be disappointed, but God bless you.
God bless you. Yeah, Honorable said he leaves much to be desired, and here he's all right. Gentlemen, let's get into the conversation proper. And we're starting with Osun account freeze, you know, which raises question on federal oversight and due process. The freezing of Osun State's account by the EFCC and the reported presidential directive to reverse it has ignited debate over anti-corruption powers, due process, and state fiscal autonomy. Did the agency act within the law, or does executive intervention protect public interest or weaken institutional dependence? Today we examine these issues, and I'm starting with you, Honorable. The question is, did EFCC act within its legal powers in freezing Osun State's accounts?
Well, I must be very honest with you. When you have
this kind of issue, you have to look back at what we ordinarily have been preaching, that is rule of law. The law establishing EFCC made it clear that they cannot descend on any person's or any group's account without an order of court. And that order has a lifespan of 7 days.
A lifespan of 7 days?
7 days. And after that, whether or not you return to court to vacate it, it is deemed vacated. Now, if you now pounce on anybody's account without an order of court, that is pure impunity, right? But even if you did with the order of court, just a lifespan, and if this impoundment or seizure exceeds the proper time and you are still holding on to it, it is still acting against the rule of law. But then there is a political question relating to this. Why is it coming now when it is obvious, or it looks obvious, that the money targeted by the government was like such assumed to be the campaign funds of the Accord Party? And in targeting that money, you are crippling them. In a more civilized environment, certain actions ought to cease once it gets to a few weeks or even few months to the election, so that you will not be seen to be impeding the other group's chances of contesting fairly. What you are pointing at, the infraction, the what you call the stealing, you've been on it. So why didn't you act a year before the election? Why didn't you act 2 years before the election? Why are you acting a few days to the election? If not, that you think that if you pounce on this money, you cripple this political party so that it will not have a fair chance of contest. So, to me, there's clear violation of rule of law in it.
Clear violation of rule of law?
Yes, in it. Because if you had wanted to do it, because what I read was that they had been on it for a long time, which makes it look like it's not because of the election. If you have been on it this long while, why is the climax a few days to the election? How are you going to convince me that it is not aimed at crippling Governor Adeleke and his party in the election period, so that they won't have the money to pay party agents, to conduct their campaigns, to fuel their vehicles for campaigns, to entertain their supporters? So it is political vindictiveness, and it is the same thing we have been complaining about: state capture. State capture is when you seize all the life wires of the state and put them under your control. Like you seize the local government funds, you use the police to stifle people, you use EFCC to frighten people who ordinarily would want to express themselves, show what they know, tell people this is the way. You are likely being misled this way. When you accumulate all those things, that is state capture. And in some cases, you even capture the judiciary. That is, you have totally taken over the state. There is no way anybody can express himself anymore. At every forum I attend, I keep on saying it, that Nigerians, unfortunately, do not want to rise up to the state capture that has taken place. Some people think it is not, that we are being alarmist. But look at what had just happened at Osun, where a few days to the election, they have seized Osun funds. Tell me now how the governor can contest the election. At the end of the day, you don't know what may happen with the judiciary. You can predict what will happen with the police and then other institutions. And then you also look at the laws we have been making. These are all elements of state capture. The Nigerian cybercrime law is such that no journalist is even free to say certain things. No writer is free to write certain things, escaping the accusation of stalking, cyber stalking. What was never heard before, you criticize somebody today, the person, because they criminalized it, the person will go to the police, they will accuse you of cyber stalking, and before you know it, you are in the prison awaiting trial. So you can see that the state capture is total, and it has already happened, but many Nigerians do not actually understand it that way. But that is what is happening, where you can use the EFCC to threaten somebody to drive him back into his house so that he will not express himself. You use the police to threaten somebody to go back into his house. You use cybercrime law to threaten somebody to go back to his house. And unfortunately, these things have not been challenged. If they can be challenged, like this cybercrime law can be challenged and impeached with Part 4 of the Constitution. That is freedom or fundamental rights. You understand? But we have not done that because everybody is after money. So what is happening in Osun at the moment is an attempt, despite the pretenses, an attempt to muzzle the governor so that they were going to bring in Osun under APC.
All right. So your submission here is that beyond EFCC overreaching its legal boundaries, that is purely political.
It is.
Okay, Mr. Emeka, let's come into this conversation. Let's look at the question Honorable raised. Why now? And are there precedent? Because I listened to Wilson of the EFCC citing the fact that they at one point did similar thing, though unable to give date, time, period before the Edo election, that they did same thing in Edo State. So I'm asking you in this regard, your opinion on precedents, and should we see this as being able to protect the funds of Osun State and the impact on the people?
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. First and foremost, you must forgive me. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, that's why I'm coming from
not just being a lawyer. I'm not, even if I were to be one, not as vast as
honorable here.
Yes, honorable here. However, I want to look at the issue from some perspectives, and perhaps we get clarity on this matter. Initially, when this issue came up, I probably was looking at this matter from the perspective of the Section 7 or the Establishing Act of the EFCC. And if you look at it from that perspective, you cannot help but understand very clearly that the EFCC, as a creation of the law, as an institution that is guided by the law, has a responsibility to only impound people's accounts, whether it is a personal account or a corporate account of the state, only by the authority and mandate of a competent court of jurisdiction. But beyond that, if you move further down to Section 34 of the same EFCC Act, and as a matter of fact, you want to make it more holistic, you look at Section 7, subsection 6 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. If you look at all of this together, it says something that is very interesting there. That the EFCC, in fact, in that Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, that's section 7, subsection 6, that section is specifically addressing two principal agencies: the EFCC, which it refers to as a commission, and the Nigerian Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, so which it refers to as the unit there. It donates to them the right to, upon a certain convention, that an account is either being used to promote financial crime or any other kind of crime, or in the case of a public account or any other account, some nocturnal things, some corrupt tendencies are likely to take place in that account. That these agencies, which must have been observing that placed on such accounts on that monitor for some time, has a right to place what is called a temporary suspension of transactions, which of course a lot of people have come to understand in the broader sense to simply means post no bill order. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but as a man who probably is a communications person, I come from the perspective of language. If I am to make a case on that, I will tell you that that is not a freezing order, even though technically you may say they all mean the same thing. I will say a freezing order is that which is given by a court of law. But here, in these other sections, it says that these agencies can place a temporary suspension of transactions for a maximum of 72 hours, within which they can now approach a court. And that same section also gives them the leverage to say, look, they can even approach a court on what's it called now? On an ex parte basis. That is not putting the account holder on notice. So the account holder may not even know. They can just walk behind, approach a court, and they get an ex parte order. Now, of course, going from there, how long the ex parte will last, and other things, going from that, that is not left for, the court. So I guess this is probably where this EFCC came from. But that's not even the worry for me, quite frankly. You see, what my own worry here is, at the time the president intervened. Now, okay, before the president's intervention, when this order came, when this temporary suspension of transactions came on the Osun State account, and probably Osun State government was now notified by the bank, maybe they went there to do some transactions, the bank say, well, this is the current situation, unfortunately you can't do anything on this account, and this is the issue. Now it became a public knowledge. EFCC spoke out for the first time to confirm that yes, this is what they have done. They didn't say anything about a court order. In fact, from the initial release from EFCC, they made it very clear that they relied on these two sections, as section 34 of the EFCC Act and section 7, subsection 6 of the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. They made it very clear that they relied on that for that action. Nobody made any reference to any court action, whether they have gone to obtain a court order or not. Now, but when the president's intervention came, if you read the release from the presidency, personally signed by the president himself, he said that it has come to his knowledge that EFCC, through a court order, has frozen the unrestricted accounts. And in fact, he now did, which for me, I applaud him, because as long as I'm concerned, he remedied a very bad situation. He now directed the EFCC to proceed back to the court to vacate that order. So now, if you look at these two statements, you find out that nothing is not agreeing there. There's some kind of dichotomy there. So, at what point did the EFCC now secure a court order? Right? So, if you now dig very deep, you cannot help but land on the same thing that Honorable has talked about. And what is that? A certain allegedly nocturnal plan to incapacitate the Osun State government. Although one could also argue that if what we are hearing is correct, that the account has to do with the ecological account and things like that, you probably now begin to ask some other questions. Are they meant to use the money in the ecological account to finance election and things? Though that's a different story for another day. But ultimately, they all go to tell you political, how those who run politics in this country manage public funds vis-a-vis, using them to prosecute elections. But so ultimately, the question here is, some things are not agreeing.
Some things are not agreeing.
Yes.
All right. You raised an issue here, which Honorable Kwali has touched, and we agree on one thing, that the Act establishing EFCC, while it gives them certain powers, on perhaps putting a post-no debit on any account within 72 hours. And I was just going through the Act, and he was referring to persons in this instance. But my question is, this action by EFCC, is it not an intrusion into the fiscal autonomy of a subnational government?
It is. That's what I'm telling you about the state capture. No insult intended. Nigerians are politically timorous. We are politically timid. If people do not make the extra effort, the federalism we say we are practicing is not going to come. Many of us will live and die, and we won't even understand what federalism is all about. Our own federalism is such that people still refer to Abuja what they should not take to Abuja, what they should handle. The only reason they are not doing that is that they themselves, I mean the governors themselves, are not federalists. Look at how far we have gone with state police. The governors are not even quite enthusiastic. Reason, they are running away from their responsibility of paying policemen, of building barracks, of acquiring the police equipment. And because of that, they want the police to remain with the federal government. Meanwhile, the United States, where they say they are copying the federalism, has the federal police, has the state, has the county police, right? And the jurisdictions clearly established. But because we have come off a long background of feeding bottle federalism.
Feeding bottle federalism?
Yes, we are not ready to do what we are supposed to do. The physical federalism you are talking about, it is supposed to be very clear that once the money, remember there was recently a judgment where the court heard that EFCC had no powers to investigate funds that are not allocated by the federal government. But today, people are still being hounded over private funds. You can see I've just handled I'm handling a case where a town union, 2 groups in town union are slugging it out at the EFCC. What is the business of EFCC with town union fund? Is that supposed to be the case? We still have cases where simple crimes here in Enugu State, the people do not want to go to the Commissioner of Police. They don't want to go to the DPO. They petition IG or DIG. Before this current IG matter, they will petition IG and police will come from Abuja to come here and capture somebody. Let me even call it kidnap somebody and take him to Abuja. They have taken my client, no information for 4 days, no contact. It was the fact they carried this, my client, from Enugu to Port Harcourt to all those other places to arrest other people. And after 4 days, he now called and said he was in Abuja. Right? That they had captured him. Is this supposed to be the case? And town union matter, for that matter. Right? So the federalism we hope for is so far away from us, but because we are politically timorous, or rather timid, we are politically timid, we are not able to say this should not be the case. If the State Commissioner of Police is so biased and it is clear, we make it clear, he can go, another person will come. We have had good ones. If the DPO is so biased, there are ways of redressing it. All these police things, once he gets to the court, then the property will come for discussion. Now, financial federalism. Yes, if the issue was actually ecological fund, it is within federal allocation, and EFCC has the power to investigate it. But the question is, why at the moment? Why can't you wait? If Adeleke loses election, you can still investigate him. If Adeleke wins election, you can still investigate his government. So why at this moment, why are you not bothered that people will think you are doing this thing for election? That is the question. So the EFCC is one of the tools they use in disrupting or entirely putting down fiscal federalism you mentioned, even though it looks to me like nobody is even interested in doing that. Sometimes you take bold governors to act. You understand? When you take, for instance, the government of Enugu State over electricity. Electricity before Governor Mbah was an EEDC thing. EEDC organization, EEDC is like a federal institution, even though it's in private hands. But it is one the state government cannot legislate for. And the state government now insisted on following the law by legislating for electricity supply. So that was why the EEDC now set up the smaller electricity company, which they call Manpower, which is now vending electricity to us. So some bold governors can do certain things and gradually wrest that power. Fiscal federalism is not likely going to be realized. Reason: you can't have fiscal federalism when the dominance of income or revenue is still from the federal government. The mining rights and mining revenue is still federal regulated. That is the state, what should be the state fund. If the mining revenue is with the state, wherein the state says this thing is on our soil, you mine it, you pay us this, or we can even set up a company and mine it and sell the way we like, then we'll be talking of fiscal federalism. But it cannot be so when the greater bulk of state revenue comes from the federal government. The federal government, I can tell you, brings in about 60-70% of the revenue of every state in Nigeria. Maybe you take away Lagos State, but the rest are coming from the federal government. So how are you going to practice fiscal federalism? That is why they will have EFCC coming from Abuja, no knowledge of any person in Enugu State or Abia or Kaduna. They will come there and then begin to dictate to you, begin to ask you questions. How are you spending this money this way? Right? So fiscal federalism is not going to work until we do actual fiscal federalism, where you now say resource control. You control the resources in your place. You pay taxes to the federal government. Then the money is yours. You lease territories or areas to mining companies. They pay you. You pay taxes to the federal government. But where it is the federal government following the law, the mining law, that says anything found on the subsoil belongs to the federal government. Even your ancestral land, where your father, grandfather, great-grandfather were buried, if they discover gold there and you put it in your pocket, you have committed a crime. That is a mineral buried in the soil. It belongs to the federal government. Even the state government cannot take it. You see, when we pretend too much, we say we are practicing federalism copied from the United States. But in the United States, if you purchase a land today and you happen to meet crude oil there, it belongs to you, not the government. What you do is you pay tax. If you meet gold, if you meet diamond, whatever you meet, that soil is yours. But in our own case, you only own the top soil.
All right.
You can see the pretenses, the stealing, the dispossession of Nigerians. That is why some people will tell you that Nigeria is a company owned by certain persons, and those people in government are mere caretaker committees. All of us are tenants.
Someone called it Turn by Turn Nigeria Limited.
Exactly.
Mr. Baker, join this conversation, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, principally I agree with Honorable here. But the only thing there is that I'm looking at it now from the basics, from the question you asked, if EFCC had not, if that was not an overreach, and how does the action rub off on the
autonomy of a sub-national,
the federal nature of our system, and the autonomy of vis-a-vis the autonomy of the component units. The only thing I would say there is this, that yes, if you look at the action of the EFCC, not just the EFCC now, not just the EFCC, because what they have done is probably not too different from what most federal agencies are doing in different ways in different areas of their own operations. But the reason why I don't want to blame EFCC so much is that the EFCC they only activated a law that is handed over to them. They didn't make that law. Look at what the law says. They can place a post-no debit or temporary suspension on accounts. The states inclusive. That provision didn't exonerate the states. Now the question is, we run a federal system of government, and if you understand clearly how a federal system is supposed to operate, the federating units, in this case now the states, they have some level of autonomy, and that is why most federal agencies and establishments, ministries, departments and agencies under the federal, the states have theirs. Only very few areas, especially those things that fall within the exclusive list. And if I check very well, fighting corruption is not on the exclusive list of the federal government. That means we need to get it right from our laws, just like like Honorable said. We run a federal system of government in name, but in some of our laws and in some of our actions, it's only a quasi-federal system. It's a quasi-federal system. Because how do you explain a federal agency on their own undermining the authority of the state, that the state has its own judiciary, it has its own legislative body that makes law for that state? They just come from the top and clamp down on the finances of an independent state government, an autonomous government that elected their own chief executives under the name, we want to check corruption. Now, there's nothing wrong in checking corruption. The question to now do is that where did EFCC derive their powers? Is in the books. So the problem is we need if we want to correct these things, we need to get it right from even the laws that we have made for ourselves. Let me tell you another thing is, a lot of people don't know. Do you know that as you're walking along the street now, a policeman can just see you on mere suspicion that he thinks that there's something wrong with you, there's something he doesn't understand about you, he can take you in for interrogation. Now, if that is put on the surface, a lot of people see it as harassment, but that is what the law says. So I think that where we are having issues in is some of the laws that we have. Why do we have a unitary legal system in a country, a holistic unitary legal system in a country that is practicing a federal system? It completely negates the principles of federalism. So in which case the State House of Assembly is that the law has given them the right with one hand to make laws for good governance in this state, and in another hand it has already donated power to override even this in another government agency that may not completely understand what, because the truth of the matter is that these are federal agencies. Yes, they may have presence here. Now, the reason why this is a bit dangerous is, if you are listening to some of the explanations by the EFCC, to them, they've been monitoring the account for quite some time, and according to them, this is 10 days before the election, they saw some very, in quotes, unexplainable movements of funds in that particular account. How account wire money was being wired from there straight to a private house. Now the question is, must Osun State government account to you how they spend the money? Are you the agency? Are you the state house? Because the law is very clear. There's a body there's another arm of government that the law has given the responsibility to check the state governments and their expenditures and every other thing else. It is on you. So, but again, the laws are so, if you ask me, the laws are so, there are a lot of complications that you now begin to ask. The EFCC will tell you, well, the law has also given us power. So we can just look at this account, and as we are monitoring this account, if you see that the money is going out, we can come and clamp down, even without asking the state government. Not knowing that temporary clamp down, even if it's only for 1 hour, it could cause a lot of administrative injuries. It could slow the wheel of governance down. The state government can cure a lot of damages, because even if it's 1 hour you have suspended that account, you have suspended a whole lot of activities that bordered on the welfare of the people. So these are things that we really need to resolve in our federalism.
All right, so very well said. Let's, as we conclude this issue at the moment, let's take a look at it from another dimension. Speaking of the independence of EFCC and oversight functions, and I'm asking, while considering to the democratic credentials of Mr. President and his experience as a state governor in Lagos, remember the freezing of local government funds, vis-a-vis his intervention, I'm asking the question, does his intervention negate the independence of EFCC and the oversight function of the legislature on EFCC?
Let me quickly correct this. EFCC does not have oversight function over any state fund. EFCC is like a security agency. It is only invited, right? Somebody raises the alarm and EFCC begins to function. There is no statutory responsibility over any particular account.
But does the presidency have an oversight function against it?
It does not. The presidency does not.
So where did Mr. President derive the powers to direct EFCC to go to court and unfreeze the account?
The president is embarrassed by the backlash. People are talking. People are pointing it out. And you see, there's always this factor of international power players. The president knows that our democracy is assailed by lack of credibility, and that EFCC, a federal agency under a federal government of a different political party, is using its muzzle to put down a state government of a different political party. It is obvious that it is witch hunting. It is using state power the way it should not be used. And the world is watching. The alarm raised. Everybody is watching. The embassies are watching. International policy institutes are watching. And they are seeing that the presidency, which appointed the EFCC chairman and the other directors, and which controls the EFCC, is using it as an instrument of control, adverse control over a state, performance of a state. So that is what he has done is fence mending, and it is not even believed in some quarters that he is doing it altruistically, that he has actually done that the freedom is granted. Just look at the weak argument of EFCC that they observed movement of funds to private agencies. First of all, you ask, so the ecological fund, what is it for? I'll give you an example of what the ecological fund is used in Enugu State, or is designed for in Enugu State. Erosion. The person who will do the erosion, is it government? It is the private contractor, a businessman. So if you move that money to a contractor who is doing that job, is it now a crime because it is going to a private person or a private organization? So if there are ecological contracts in Osun State, and the government decides to pay the contractor at this moment, why does it bother you that it is moving from the government account or the dedicated account to the private business which is doing the job. So you now find out that the federal government through the EFCC is just clutching, looking for excuses to pounce on the money to make sure that the government and the party is pauperized so that it cannot fight. You know, there's this issue of poverty as a weapon in Nigeria, which many people don't know. If there's a contest between the two of us, I have no eating, I have no access to food, right? But you have access to food, you have access to mobility, you have other things. You can see it's a mismatch. I can't face you. But somebody has deliberately weakened me, denied me money, denied me food, denied me mobility. So it is obvious the victory is conferred on you, but many people will not read it. Okay. So the situation we have now, nobody should give any excuse or accept any excuse from the federal government. The federal government got into this through EFCC in order to muzzle Adeleke and his Accord party, and it is a long-term project.
Right.
Even if you are right, why now?
The question still persists, why now? Mr. Meka, is it possible that this very scenario can decide the outcome of the Osun election? But before you answer, let me call for the clips where the governor was making comments on this very issue.
This morning, we received a letter from our banker forwarding a letter from the EFCC instructing the bank to freeze Osun State government account. This action was taken without any court order. We are supposed to be in democracy where the rule of law must always prevail.
We woke up with a melodrama from the Economic and Financial Crime Commission to put a PND on the statutory account of the state. And this is the main account that we use to pay people's salary, workers' salaries, pensioners, teachers, as well as the healthcare service providers.
His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, has instructed me as the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice to approach the court for proper interpretation and determination of the issues involved. We shall therefore be seeking the court's guidance on whether the cited provisions or any other law empower the EFCC to freeze or restrict the statutory account of Osun State.
All right, Mr. Meka, you've listened to the Osun State government. However, my question is it possible that the freezing of the Osun State government account could in any way decide the outcome of the Osun election?
Well, if you talk about deciding, I do not know, but certainly it may impact, it may have its own effects.
Positively or negatively?
It depends. As a matter of fact, but before I come to that, let me quickly make this point. You know, the thing is that I want to respond to the earlier question you asked, Honorable, concerning, you know, the intervention of Mr. President. How does it rub off on the independence of the EFCC?
Yeah.
For me, like I said earlier on, I quite align myself with the intervention of Mr. President, right? For me, he came to remedy a situation that was heading towards disaster. So kudos to him. However, I think it could have been done better. You know, the EFCC, from the law books, is meant to be supervised by the Attorney General. In fact, the law is very clear that the Attorney General, if the federal government wants to, the federal government can take over a case that EFCC is prosecuting, either to stop, to disengage, or and they can only do so through the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. And so the Attorney General becomes the link between the president, between the federal government and the EFCC. So yes, the president had a very genuine reasons, very cogent and genuine reasons, because like I always argue that the president is the father of the nation, the bearer of the values and whatever the nation stands for, and he is the chief accounting officer of Nigeria within the period that he's in charge. So having recognized that, I think what the president probably would have done was to advise the accountant general to say, look, it has come to my knowledge that this is what EFCC has done in connection with your state government. Please instruct the EFCC chairman or instruct the EFCC to proceed to court and withdraw that order, that freezing order. All of these things can be concluded in a matter of hours. But there would the whole idea is to so that you don't seem to see a line a line relationship between the president and the chairman of EFCC. And that was why I'm sure the president is aware of this, and that was why in the release that came out, it took quite some time to make a case why he had to intervene. That at the point that he became the president, he made a resolve that he was not going to, he was not going to be involved by issuing instructions to many of these government agencies, especially those that have to like issues of corruption, security, and that they should just do their job without necessarily referring back to him, right? But that he's compelled to do so now, and I'm thinking that he should have done so through the appropriate, and which is the Attorney General. Now, but having made that point, so but ultimately, to me, what he did was to quell what was happening. Now, whether the action of Mr. President is going to rub off on, you see, it's an election. It's an election. And so, actions and inactions of the principal actors at this point in time certainly may rub off. There's something they call sympathy vote. It has a way the EFCC and there's a way things may get to, right? The people themselves may look at it and say, why are they vilifying this man? Why are they persecuting this man this way? What has he done? Is he the only governor in Nigeria that didn't want to join? Before you know that, people may want to start giving him a sympathy vote. That is on one hand. Then on the other hand too, the rhetorics that are being promoted, and EFCC saying, oh, we have discovered that, it could also be a long way to create some kind of bad image for the government to say, okay, they want to use the money that is allocated or budgeted for ecological, challenges in the state. They want to use it to go and contest election. They want to go and use it to go and sponsor election. I mean, okay, so these are, and it may create a bad image and reputation for the. So these are things. Remember that the people who are going to vote are human beings. These are people who have emotions and who also think. And all of these things will help people to form an opinion. And whatever opinion that people form is what is going to carry them to the election. That will determine, whoever they decide to give their votes. So that is the reason why once this party comes up with a narrative, the other person, the other camp quickly tries to counter it. They don't allow the narrative to persist, because if you allow it to persist, it could sway opinions of the electorates.
All right, Honorable, let me get your opinion. Is it possible that this freezing of the Osun State account can influence the outcome of the election?
Yes, straight away. It will affect it. I just mentioned things about poverty, weaponization of poverty. Many Nigerians are hungry, right? Can you expect to win an election in a polling booth where you are unable to pay the party agent who will attend there? If your party agent is not there, the other ones will rig the election. So if you deny the government of resources, assuming that money is to pay contractors, is to do other things which will cause circulation of the money, and you stop it, and you begin to attack the funds of the government, the other political party, you have denied them of equal participation. There may be over 300, 500 polling booths. If you can't send polling agents or party agents there, how do you expect to win? Who is even going to tell you of what is going on at a polling booth when you cannot send agents there? So it's not a matter of, yes, you may have voters who will say, oh, because you did this thing to this government, we are going to vote the state government. That is Adeleke. But will their vote count? Who is going to represent them? You come and cast your vote, and then they shift you aside, or you even go home. And then the other people who want it that way will write the result they want. They will manipulate the machines the way they want. They will do whatever they like there. You are not there. You have no agent there. You have no representation. So there is no painting of the world that deprivation, denial of funds at election period has only one purpose. That purpose is to cause the failure of the opposing group.
All right, so maybe at some point we may look at the incumbents, their unfettered access to state funds and prosecuting re-election bids in Nigeria. However, the question now is, given the outcry and call for the resignation of the EFCC chairman, I'm asking, is there enough ground for the chairman to resign or be sacked by Mr. President?
Well, when you say to be sacked by Mr. President, you know, even though Mr. President himself came out... I
remember Honorable said that they've caused him embarrassment.
Yeah, even though the President himself came out to say, I was deeply embarrassed. I mean, these are his words. I was deeply embarrassed. Yes, he said so, but in reality, you know, I believe what the President said. I believe what the President said, you know. But sometimes also, you know, you want to sit back and ask yourself some very deep questions, and you try to provide a very realistic answer. And that question is, with the little knowledge I have, you know, on the workings of politics and governance at this level, then I will probably ask myself, is it possible that the EFCC will go ahead and freeze the account of your state, I mean the account of a state government without the top being aware of it? You know, it's a very important question to ask. Is it possible that an agency of government will go ahead and freeze the account of a federating unit without the top being aware of it?
That's it.
It's a very important. So, as much as like I said, I believe the president. I have no cause to doubt the president. But again, also, as I'm believing him, I have these other questions that is asking me: is it possible that an agency of government will freeze the account of a state government in this period of election without the top being aware of it? So your ability of anyone to reconcile these two things will now be able to understand, you know. So the truth is that so when you're able to answer this question, I'm sure the issue of the president sacking the FCC chairman, he will be able to provide answer to that. Remember that this is politics. So when you deal with politics, you analyze the character of politicians, and you know, there's one proverb that my mother of blessed memory used to say in those days, and I hope I'll be able to interpret it in the English language. He say sometimes they tell you, don't find yourself in a situation whereby some people enter into the bush and they hit green, they go to the main road and say, who hit that thing? Who hit that thing? So that's the way it is.
All right. Honorable, just one more question and then we'll call it a day on the program. This experience, speaking to our experience, interference in our operation of the federal system, does it in any way have acute or likened to an after effect from years of military rule?
Yes, it does. It does in so many ways. My friend Emeka here mentioned unitary system. We have a unitary constitution in Nigeria. That is why you still have that. It's flowing from the military tradition, where everything was controlled from the center, and that is what is still obtaining, and that is why it is not running very well. You know, in a federalism brings in varieties, while unitarism brings in monotony. Right? Now, what you have is an issue of centripetal and centrifugal, where some forces are still working at having everything to pull to the center. Like you have certain laws in Nigeria compelling things to be dictated only from the center. I give you an example of the mining law, where whatever you find in your place belongs to the federal government. Then you have forces asking that no, our aim is to form a state, but we are not exactly the same. I'll give you an example. In 1992, when Abiola was campaigning for presidency, I was a political reporter then, and Abiola at his stage was so frustrated when he came into the southeast. Reason, in the southwest, by speaking with a handful of political leaders, he was sure of that area. In the north, the same experience. But in the east here, speaking to the whole of Obosi people did not guarantee understanding and followership of Ogidi people. Could not have guaranteed understanding and followership of people in our home, my town. Everybody wants you to come because we are Republicans and the Republican consensus people. That is why, you know, I keep on saying it, all this traditional ruler thing we have in Igbo land, it will not work. It has never really worked. That is not how we are built. We are built on consensus. The high, mighty, and low. You come to the Ozuzu Igbo or Oha Obodo. That is the community. And we agree this is what we are going to do. Then you can be sure that when it is agreed, every home man from my town will agree. But if you are a very rich man, you are former commissioner, you are former AIG of police, you are traditional ruler, on your own you dictate it and say this is how it's going to be, it will not work. Nobody is coming with you. Do you understand? So our federalism needs to be federalism.
Our federalism needs to be federalism.
Yes.
On that note, gentlemen, that's our time today on the Frontline Africa.
Thank you
for
much.
your time.
Thank you.
Yes, Emeka Odom, our guest here, is a development communication expert and seasoned public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, Emeka.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and also Ibunekwu Ogazimora, Esquire, is a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, a former commissioner of strategy, culture and tourism here in Enugu State. Honorable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great exposure.
Yes, and to you, our wonderful viewers, always we'll ask you for what you think about this conversation. You can always reach us with the hashtag Frontline Africa or at our social media handles at Aneke TV. The conversation, as always, continues beyond the studio. We urge you to stay informed. Keep your eyes on the folding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant. The absence of institutional trust limits their developmental impact. At the level of everyday experience, these distrust translates into behavioral adaptation. Citizens increasingly bypass formal systems in favor of informal alternatives. Public services are often supplemented or replaced by private solutions, while access to bureaucratic processes is frequently accelerated through personal networks or unofficial payments. This reflects a gradual informal substitution of the state, where formal governance structures remain present but are no longer fully trusted as the primary mechanism for solving public needs. The drivers of these trust erosion are structural rather than incidental. A major factor is the widespread perception of inequality before the law, where accountability is seen as selective and dependent on status or influence. Another is persistent service delivery failure, particularly in electricity, healthcare, transportation, and education, where repeated reforms have not consistently translated into reliable outcomes. A third is weak enforcement credibility, where misconduct is not always met with consistent or visible consequences, reinforcing public cynicism and normalizing institutional avoidance. Philosophically, this situation represents a weakening of the social contract between citizens and the state. In theory, citizens surrender compliance and taxation in exchange for fairness, protection, and predictable governance. However, when institutional performance becomes inconsistent, this contract shifts from a shared moral agreement to a transactional relationship. Law is no longer perceived as universally binding, but as selectively applied, and governance becomes something negotiated rather than accepted as legitimate authority. The cost of this trust deficit is multidimensional. Economically, it reduces efficiency in public investment and weakens long-term growth potential by increasing friction in both public and private transactions. Institutionally, it undermines meritocracy and contributes to perceptions of patronage in recruitment and promotion within public service systems. In terms of security, low trust reduces cooperation between citizens and security agencies, limiting intelligence flow and weakening preventive capacity. Socially, it fosters generational disagreement from formal institutions, encouraging reliance on informal systems as the default mode of survival. Ultimately, Nigeria's governance challenge is not defined solely by the absence of reform policies, but by the absence of credible and sustained institutional trust. Without this trust, even well-designed reforms struggle to achieve their intended impact because citizens do not fully believe in their implementation or continuity. Trust, therefore, operates as the underlying condition upon which all governance outcomes depend. The central conclusion is that Nigeria's development trajectory hinges not only on economic planning or institutional reform, but on the gradual reconstruction of public confidence in the state's ability to act fairly, consistently, and predictably. In practical terms, governance becomes effective only when it is believed to be legitimate, and development becomes sustainable only when citizens are willing to engage the state, not out of necessity, but out of trust.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access. It is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.